failure.
Just like I said, she's getting worse. Worse.
Yes, sir.
Bruh. It's Dingus. Oh my god, it's Dingus.
Here you go.
Bruh, it's Dingus. Oh my god. Dingus has actually been in Dark Cloud 2 the entire time.
Dragons with this. Well, sort of. You'll only be able to understand Shigura with a comparatively high level of intelligence.
The thing is, you almost have a status effect, so I'm gonna go for the shield.
Good choice, Phil. Nice job.
Wait, I'm in blood. Hold on. Okay.
We the tractors are
Like,
falling to
depending on
pieces
what people
here.
want, yes, I might do another
God
experiment.
gamer, yep.
We'll see.
Never doubt, Phil.
Alright, here we go. Stage like 10.
God.
What is this indeed? Oh my god, hold on. Is that a working mirror in a PS2 game? Oh my god, this technology really is lost on us. Look at that, he scratches his ass too. Hell yeah. Buddy, how did we have this technology in 2003 and we struggle with it today?
So I had to adjust in that. Just don't worry, chat.
Hey, stud, nice muscles. Can I see your penis?
Okay, hang on.
Do you think Becky Boop is hot? Becky Boop.
No. Do I think? Does Anne think Becky Boop is hot?
It's taking a long time to answer that question.
I don't think she's not hot. I think
What?
I think if she
okay.
lost a little bit of
Hey.
weight, I'd be down for it. Fuck it.
That's a fine response. That's a, it's
I'd
everyone's
be
got a
down.
type.
Look,
Mods clip
I
that.
don't care. Mom!
Answer.
A new subscriber, huh? Thank you for subscribing to Zookie Wookie. Pay some damn attention.
Blue.
I'm telling you that you're going your thoughts. And on that note of depression.
Show me something.
I know there's a guy up here. I'm just gonna go up and kill him. Just for the fun of it.
I didn't mean to do that.
This in game?
I thought it was in game. I was fucking around with the settings in game.
Dog.
All right. Hey man,
Somebody clip that.
look at that shit. I'm a
Holy
fucking.
fuck.
I might as well be a fucking boomer. Goddamn. All right, I'm getting in a fucking car.
I thought you were.
No, I'm not a boomer.
Yeah, you sound like a boomer.
Yeah, whatever.
Don't whatever me.
Yeah. Hey.
You know where we're going?
No, I don't. Now I do.
No.
See, bro, we literally do the same rotation every game.
extort monsters in the area with my clown horn.
Don't worry about it. There's no reason to come over here.
Okay, good luck on the way back.
Nice.
Hey, you got it. No! See you later, Saru. Oh shit, this is bad though. This means I'm on my own. Damn it.
Ladies and gentlemen, Garfield and friends.
We're ready to party. We're ready. I hope you bring lots of spaghetti. I'm scared. Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Dancing, fiesta, romancing, siesta, samba, la bamba. Ay caramba, disguises, surprises, and pies of all sizes. Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Garfield and friends.
And pay attention. There'll be a test at the end.
Here's how it's done.
Sorry I'm late, guys. I was busy getting rated by Mark 1 as soon as I started the stream. With the party at 25, no less. Literally right as I got on the mic, the very second. Like, I have said absolutely nothing prior to this exact moment in time. I literally unmuted. And then, just like that, by the good graces of God, the raid was conferred unto me. Big ups for the raid. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. And hello to everybody else. Hello, hello. Hello, hello, and welcome. How do you doing? Hello, all that good stuff, too. Welcome and big ups, everybody. You're hitting me here at the perfect time. Lovely Sunday evening. I hope this Sunday evening is hitting you upside the head, as well as it's hitting me. The raid took ages. It was very weird. I thought I did it wrong. I thought you typed only one underscore. Many such cases. But yeah, big ups, big ups. Let's get a shout out. See what kind of freaky ass clip we get. It could be one that has GPM in it.
I want to grab him by that, just like with one hand and go, and just
what
shake
we talking
him
about,
go,
brother?
and his stupid head's bobbling around. He's going,
he's bobbling around in it. Let's get one more. Oh, Panic Man.
This is so hard to
Oh no! Oh no! The Ginterview!
Walk through this here, man, because it doesn't make sense. Just doesn't add up.
What? So what?
This is so wild.
Correct? Allow me to explain myself.
For like the money.
This is so fucking wild. This is still so wild.
I don't know what you mean by $5,000 in business expenses a month. It's pretty good. Yeah, big ups to everybody here. Big ups to the dinguses, the dingers, the dongers, the ding-dongs, the soul-and-dub_ones, and expanded style individuals, peoples, and persons existing here in the now. And a bigger big ups to the dinguses, the ding-dongs, the dingers, the dongers, the soul-and-dub_ones, and expanded style individuals, peoples, and persons who may or may not be existing in the immediate and far-flung future. Talk about Cerulean 86. D-Scythe was the first person here. Infamous KS. We got Tronic Speed checking up on his ding coin. Joe Blah. D-Scythe warning me of the return of Review Tech USA as though he went anywhere. Infamous KS, thank you for the 7-string streak. Big ups Makoto_Simp. Big ups Zerpachi. Big ups Mailman. And big ups, of course, Marked__1. And Juzzy51 and Astro. And I'm scrolling. Big ups Chrono. Feel like with a partnership push, we can only hope. we can only hope, but if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. But if it does happen, well, I've got like some thumbs ups in the air for that. Season 26 of DSP is already heating up too. Yeah, he had like a less than stellar Player Obscure Expedition 33 stream today. I saw a little bit of that. I should have streamed earlier, but I got distracted by fixing the meaningless dimensions and sources on my like over 10 scene collections. And look, there's a method to my madness. It's quite monotonous, but it all makes sense from my perspective. And it took me more than the desired amount of time to get all these sources in order. But the sources are now in order the way that I want them. For every scene collection, almost every scene collection. Every relevant scene collection. So I'm ready to start playing video games. Big ups John Fraga. Ron Fraga is here. He's ready to see me play as the green guy. Yeah, big ups Marked One Bruv on the raid, innit? If you all go saunter off and get some bangers and mash and get something to drink, or go take a walk, or go exercise or some shit. I don't know what time it is for you. Isn't it like 5 hours? You're 5 hours ahead. If you gotta go knock out, I completely understand. AJ Frosty. Best part of the game right here.
Mario, Luigi, Mario, Luigi, Mario, Luigi, Mario.
Okay, so as you can see, all the way back in fucking October, I got all 120 stars as Mario, but this game is so fucked. If you want to 100% it,
Luigi,
do the entire thing all over again with barely any changes as the green guy. Meaning, it's the perfect thing, perfect stream for me to play, mindlessly turn my brain off and play a game while watching videos. Wow, start the whole game over. New game plus, right? But you have to do it for the full ending. What a waste of my time. It skips the intro though. Look, Luigi's already, like, Luigi's past the destruction of the town segment. He's already up here. Isn't it kind of weird? It's like they skipped the tutorial, but like not really. Finally, you're awake. Let's play. Yeah, we already did this. Alright. Here he is. This is the green guy. It's the An guy. Alright, let me get used to controls again, guys. This fucking butchered moveset we have. It's because of the Wiimotes. It's the Wiimote's fault. Hey, Discord merchant. He hasn't even done anything yet! Thank you, Zerpachi. Sarah had a very fun stream earlier. Just kind of like bullshitting around playing random N64 games. I made him play a bunch of whack-ass shitty N64 fighters. The N64 has way more fighting games than I remember, but it's not like I didn't have it as a kid. I didn't get mine till later on in my upbringing. But I didn't remember it having that many fighting games. It has more fighting games than it has fucking RPGs. Yeah, he played War Gods, and I made him play Deadly Arts. I like how that one's got like a character customizer, which is kind of weird for like an N64 game. Also played Space Station Silicon Valley, which was a game developed by Rockstar before they were known as Rockstar. It was back when they were known as DMA Design. Hey Cypher710, how you doing? I guess I'm doing great, thank you for asking. We just got a massive raid from the one and only Marked _1. Oh, and he said it was like, what time did he say it was for him? 3:30 a.m.? No, I totally get it. No, go to bed. Go to bed. Thank you so much. Go get some shut-eye. I know what it's like to fall asleep at 3 a.m. my time. Hey, Jayusu. Luigi's embracing his inner bestiality by going around fucking all these bunnies. Alright, Garfield, where's my pipe? Right here. Super Mario, bestiality. That's what Mario's all about these days. La 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 la. No, Mario's not about bestiality. Mario's got Peach. And Luigi's got Daisy. Of course, as we all know, Luigi's got the better pick. course, however, we all know the most banging of them all is Rosalina. Ah yes, there she is. Acting like we didn't just meet her last time we played the game. But what's weird is that, you know, we're Luigi, but the game still regards Peach as our special one. So I don't know if we're cucking Mario or what's going on here. It's kind of what we did at the end of Galaxy 2. Hey, Flippy. This Toad lay pipe for nah. Dude, Toad's fucking bald. He doesn't lay pipe for shit. How is he gonna get game when he's got no hair? He can barely get his own video game. Only game he's got is Captain Toad, and technically Captain Toad is a completely separate character. Hey Jezzy, Dingus, if you do get the partnering, can you make a scene with the airsoft aircraft carrier? No! No, I looked away! I died in the tutorial, mine. If you do get to partnering, can you make a scene with the aircraft carrier saying mission accomplished? Yes, I will. You want me to put my head over, like, George Bush or something? No one saw that. Everyone was looking at the night stream. You earned one additional Luigi. So, our lives aren't just extra lives, they're just like additional Luigi. So every time I die, that Luigi dies and gets replaced by another completely identical Luigi. So which one is the real Luigi? Which one is the original Luigi? The authentic, organic, no additives or preservatives Luigi? Which one is the perfect Luigi? There's always a C for him then? I'm thinking use it as a background, come in with a whoa, Dingosabi. They make a speech about how you're great or something. I'm not great. But you're right, I probably would I probably would make some fucking emotional or attempted to be emotional attempted speech about how, wow, I never thought I would have made it this far, but I did, because you guys all believed in me, and thank you so much, and we're gonna continue playing Nintendo games, and only Nintendo games, but sometimes retro Sony games, but not modern Sony games, only retro Sony games, and maybe even every now and then we will in fact break the Xbox out of the closet. I thought I got all the Goombas, where's this? Oh. Gotta do the homing ground pound. Hey MTC, dude. Toxified stream? We just barely started. How is the well already poisoned? You think I'm the toxic one? Now the partnering has been fit. FE6 has been cancelled. No, I can't stall FE6 anymore. I'm looking at what January's got, and there's really, in terms of new releases, it's just the update to Animal Crossing, and I'm not going to restart Animal Crossing, I'm just going to continue with my existing island. So I'm just going to check out the update for that, and then I won't have anything else till Mario Tennis, which is like mid-February. First, I gotta finish Mario Galaxy 1 and 2, and then I want to finish the checklist in Kirby. Hey, praise the sun. Toxic for fucking what? Welcome in, I'm playing as Luigi in Mario Galaxy 1. The game requires you to beat the game all over again, because Nintendo doesn't know what the fuck replay value means. Green stars won't take you that long. Yeah, I know those are, you know, this one is like play the whole game over again. But Galaxy 2 is just, oh, go play hide and seek and get like 120 green stars, and then you can do Grandmaster Galaxy, from what I'm to understand. I thought Galaxy 2 would just make you play as Luigi and do the whole game over, but apparently that's not how Galaxy 2 works. Luigi's a third wheel man? No, Luigi has his own bitch. He's got Daisy. She's just rarely allowed to appear in a mainline game. But maybe thanks to Wonder, that'll change. I don't know, growing up is when you're like... growing up is when you prefer Daisy, because Daisy is like the contrarian option. But then when you, as you become an adult, you realize, no, actually, no, there's a reason Peach is the one. She's the one. But then once you fully matured as a mature adult, that's when you realize, actually, Rosalina is the best one. And then like today's modern contrarians, like yesterday's contrarians, but like today's contrarians are like, actually, I was always a Pauline chud. I already knew how these work, Mr. Luma. It's like the only level that gives you a Grand Star for free. I didn't have to kick nobody's ass for it. Besides a couple of Goombas, but they're not even people. Luigi's just friends with Daisy. Wario has Daisy. No, Wario has money. We already know what Wario thinks of women. When you beat Wario Land on the Wii, he grabs the princess in that game and chucks her off screen. And goes for the money. Wario does not care about women, but it's not because he's gay. It's because he recognizes where their place is. Because he already has Daisy, he's loyal. But he spends that game with Captain Syrup, the bad lady from the earlier Wario lands. She becomes the good gal. And he sails around in her pirate ship. Maybe they're just business partners. Well, that was before Daisy. But so he's loyal, but she's not his first? So it gets funny. Well, what about Waluigi? Is it like Waluigi just permanently in the corner? Dude, Waluigi should be fucking glad he even gets invited to these things. Alright, we gotta help Rosalina again. Ah yes, we are traveling the starry skies. Well, Luigi's a criminal? He has a jail cell? Yeah, no, we went over this the other day. That is true. They're gonna get him for tax evasion. They didn't get him for anything on his hard drive, although they should have. What ultimately they got him for was the tax evasion.
Look.
Even though Starship Mario from Galaxy 2, the hub in that game is much more streamlined than the Comet Observatory in Galaxy 1. I do think the Comet Observatory's got like a better mood about it. He's been caught too often around baby Mario. How does Mario exist alongside his baby counterparts? It doesn't make any sense, you guys. Mammy's way better than Rosalina. I guess in terms of actively helping you out. But what's weird how they did just do a whole sequel to Galaxy, and then they don't have Rosalina in it very much. I did play Partners in Time. There's no way they respect that as a canon entry. It's a fucking RPG. Miyamoto doesn't care about anything that isn't the 2D games and the 3D games. Miyamoto he wouldn't even consider those games fit to fucking shine his shoes. He'd fucking spit on those games. Alright, let me go for the first star. And then I do have some videos tonight to watch. I know Phil is doing... I don't know what he's doing. What was he doing? Was it Arc Raiders? Something like that. I am not interested in that. But I do have some stuff here. Actually, let me get it set up now. Rimworld? Sorry, I got it open now. I should have had that ready at the start of the stream, but I didn't. No Arlo? No, I told you! We're caught up on Arlo. There's no more Arlo. Arlo's done. He's finished. He's canceled. He's felted. He's over. No, we're caught up. We don't have to worry about Arlo can't hurt you anymore. That is until the next video comes out. Some movie guy? It's a movie guy that, Conky got me on. No, it's not Movie Blob. That's Ludwig's thing. Catching up with Movie Bob. With the game Overthinker. No, but I got a backlog of this guy's videos, and they're just been kind of sitting there. Because they're of a certain length. But now that the Arlo videos are all cleaned up, it's like, I got no excuse now. Not really time sensitive either, because he's just talking about movies. Video essay guy? No! He's an anti-wokey! I really can't tell if Luigi plays differently or not. He's got his... Wait, no, he doesn't have his jump. Okay, he has his scuttle jump in the triple jump, but I don't know if that's just, like, for animation's sake or not. Just to, like, make it the illusion of him having it. I don't think it gives him any greater height or anything. Just a very, you know, a different animation, a variation on the move that Mario already had. Luigi usually has, like, different traction, but I'm not really feeling the difference here. It's kind of game, like, it's game sensitive as to whether Luigi controls differently or not. Oh no! I was fiddling around too much. Ah! Oh, brother, this guy stinks. I'm never gonna get used to this fucking cursor. But he says a great, more tubers should buck the low attention span trend. Wasn't it, well, I guess the algorithm is always changing, but I thought pretty recently it was said that the algorithm was preferring longer form content. Or has that changed once again, and now it's all about the short form stuff? Oh, fuck. No. It's a baby game. It's the first level. Sometimes due to how, you know, the levels are designed with this gravity and shit, sometimes you'll just have the character run around in a circle and not in the desired direction that you want to go. And it's like you have to let go of the control stick and allow the characters to kind of reorient themselves. It's a very strange quirk that's only in the Galaxy games. I think it's got something to do with how many camera angles they scripted for the various landscapes. When they were making these games, the last thing they wanted you to do is have any concern over controlling the fucking camera. Algorithm always favors doom scrolling. Genuinely think YouTube has a great bunch of investigative journalist videos right now. The one popping off right now is that Nick Shirley guy checking up on all the Somali daycares. Oh, no. See what I mean? All I had to do was pull back, but I'm actually tilted it forward. I should not have done that. Okay, Dingus, now that you play Galaxy 2, or back to 1 now, is DSP right about Galaxy 2 fucking up the controls? No, he's not. He's not. He's certainly not. No, it plays the exact same as in Galaxy 2. The only thing you can really say about Galaxy 2 has more side-scrolling segments and different power-ups, but it doesn't fundamentally change the base moveset at all. Oh no. No! There's like 3 deaths in level 1? Maybe we belong on the level 1 podcast. Oh yeah, the PayPal Honey thing's another good one. I didn't bring it up on stream, but I have been watching the new videos put out by the guy who put out the original expose last year, that I believe I did watch on stream, along with everybody else that makes stuff on the internet. I am watching the newer videos he's putting out. This shit goes deep, buddy. That guy spent a year coming out with a sequel to that expose, but I feel it was well worth the wait. And then the Rawlox PDF thing has been going on for months, and I believe they're still in court for that. The player knows now to avoid the green little ball thing after hitting it, or else they will get smacked into the black hole. Galaxy 2 was a copy and paste asset flip. Do you know what I'm saying? It also did not improve anything on the base game, and it lacked polish. I don't understand the polish complaint, because it's built on the foundation of Galaxy 1. So to say that it lacks polish would be suggesting that it's somehow they went and removed the polish from Galaxy 1. Like, what do you mean by polish? It handled worse and felt more drifty. It's all placebo nonsense. He hasn't played Galaxy 1 since 2021. Or no, not even 2021, it was 2020. Last time he played Galaxy 1 was 5 years ago. He was still on Twitch. Maybe what he actually meant, because DSP flubs his words all the time. You're right, maybe he meant it lacks Polish. And he was offended as a half Italian, half Polish man. It lacks Polish representation. It has Italians, but it doesn't have any Polish people. This might be what he was trying to get across to us, the viewing audience. And by the way, Dinkus agrees with me. Man, remember when this guy was on fire? Wow, what an easy first boss. So much for New Game Plus, right? Literally the exact same game, no increase in difficulty. Just do it all over again. Only 119 left to go. Where that came from. Or 118, rather. All the star bits tutorial. Wow, they're already forcing me to redo levels. Play the same level over again. Grind stars to unlock new levels. I was literally just here. Whoa, the player now knows to feed the hungry Luma because they were just introduced to the concept not even 5 seconds before entering the level. Holy moly. Okay, let's see. We got some videos. Alright, so this is my movie man, who I watch for criticism on today's modern movies. This is the Despo of Antrim. I've put his videos on the stream before, and he had a little series a while back, a few months ago, in which he went and rewatched and revisited the sequel trilogy of Star Wars for the first time since I believe the movie's released. And he is reassessing them in the current day. I know, quite a tired topic for anti-woke people on the internet, but I think it's pretty funny, so it'll probably be pretty good. The video is entitled, "The Force Awakens has aged horribly." I mean, given how movies are today, like that's pretty damning. You'd think it would have aged with grace, because movies haven't changed since The Force Awakens came out.
Yesterday, I sat down to do something I had not done since December 2015. Watch The Force Awakens. How did it hold up?
A good question. For another time.
The general consensus is that The Force Awakens is a flashy knockoff of A New Hope, but it has some redeeming aspects, is reasonably entertaining, a decent reboot of the Star Wars franchise, and by far the best movie in the Disney sequel trilogy.
It's about to shatter that worldview.
There are still many fans who believe that The Force Awakens is a good movie and has been unjustly maligned as a result of the backlash against The Last Jedi. When I sat down to rewatch The Force Awakens, I was expecting it to be bad, but not awful, and somewhat entertaining, which is how I remembered the movie. I was shocked at how horribly The Force Awakens has aged.
I love his accent.
Isn't just bad. It's terrible. I was not entertained. I was bored senseless from start to finish. The plot is a sequence of stage-managed set pieces stitched loosely together through obscene levels of contrivance. There are many major plot holes. The script often just makes up new rules when it needs something to happen. The movie is filled with politically motivated inserts designed to mock the original
You don't believe
trilogy,
any of these were his original thoughts?
ideological dominance, and update the franchise for a modern audience. I literally
hear him out.
cringed at some of the girl boss moments. There are garish 2010s movie tropes everywhere. The cliche that, if nothing else, The Force Awakens does a good job of setting up for Episode 8. is total nonsense.
Yeah, but
It's
then they fucked
actually
it up,
quite obvious what
from what I
J.J.
hear.
Abrams intended for Episode 8 when you consider where the characters and plot were at the end of The Force Awakens, and it was not good. I will be examining the direction J.J. had in mind for Episode 8 later in the video. Rewatching The Force Awakens, it became clear that from the start, the Disney trilogy denies the audience what they want. Instead, it presents a story direction that no one asked for and no one wanted, diminishes or excludes characters that people showed up for, and replaces them with bland, empty imitations. Quick note, for the sake of brevity, I will mostly be referring to The Force Awakens as TFA. Alright, let's dive in. A huge problem with The Force Awakens is that the movie never shuts up. It is a headache-inducing, high-speed barrage of flashy action punctuated by exposition-heavy, snappy back-and-forth dialogue. The movie never stops to take a breath. Here's a perfect example of the problem.
Well, because then the audience would, like, stop paying attention. They would lose interest.
Clean. Han, Rey, Finn, and Chewbacca have just landed on this lush planet and are heading to the Mos Eisley Cantina knockoff. This is a perfect opportunity for the movie to catch its breath and
I had heard that, Astro, that each movie was supposed to have a different director, but didn't Abrams end up coming back for the 9th one? The 8th one had Ryan something or other. I'm paraphrasing. I only watched Force Awakens and Rogue One, and Rogue One's not even like a part of this. It's like its own thing. Hey, Knock. In a decade, move the fuck on. We all know Secret Trilogy is bad. Making this video in fucking 2025. We're watching it in 2026.
let the viewer take in...
The director for the 9th movie was fired? Did he somehow return, like Palpatine?
Some of the visual world building, but no, because something always needs to be happening, or else someone always needs to be talking, or both. I recently watched a video about fan
JJ
editing,
somehow
that is, movie
returned.
fans creating their own cut of a movie with the aim of improving it. The video showed a clip from a fan edit of the aforementioned scene from The Force Awakens, in which the editor removed the dialogue. I'll show the clips and let you decide which you prefer.
Why are we here?
Yeah, let's see.
Get your droid on a clean ship.
Clean.
TFA is a poorly paced movie, but the element of filmmaking I'm criticizing here isn't pacing. It's a combination of pacing, kinetic intensity, and shape.
I would say from that fan edit where it just like takes out the dialogue, it improves the show don't tell. I feel like you don't lose anything by removing that dialogue. That's just kind of there to be there.
Volume. I'm going to borrow a musical term to describe this element, dynamics. In music, dynamics describes variation in loudness and intensity.
Discrimination. I watched the movie with Papa Dingus when it came out, and even he could tell Harrison Ford was an old fossil. And he doesn't really, you know... I know, like, the CGI, you know, replacing with CGI shit, like, I don't really like that. But at the same time, if they're too old, they're just too fucking old. I couldn't help but notice throughout watching the movie is that they didn't really have Harrison Ford do anything that was too action-y, because he would break his hip and his back.
Heart-Shaped Box by Nirvana is an excellent example of a song that utilizes dynamic range to great effect. One reason the Strokes music is so bad is that they are dynamically one note. A New Hope is dynamically broad. A scene which perfectly exemplifies this is, of course, Luke gazing into the dual sunset while dreaming of escaping Tatooine. But that scene is massively oversighted in film criticism, so instead, let's look at a few different scenes. C-3PO walking through the desert after parting ways with R2-D2, Obi-Wan and the droids burning the Jawa bodies, and Obi-Wan and Luke entering the Mos Eisley Cantina. No talking, no action to propel the plot forward, just a pleasant tour of this bizarre, charming backwater establishment. George Lucas takes almost 2 minutes to establish the character of the Cantina before Assface bothers Luke. Compare this to the introduction of Cantina Knockoff in The Force Awakens. It starts well with a 13-second tracking shot, but then... Instead of allowing the viewer to bask in the ambience of the cantina as A New Hope does, The Force Awakens almost instantly kills the vibe. The plot immediately kicks into high gear. Han and crew head off to talk business with Maz. A resistance robot alerts the resistance that BB-8 is here, and an Imperial spy alerts the First Order, all within 1 minute and 20 seconds of the trio entering Cantina Knockoff. And what a coincidence that
we gotta move the plot along, come on.
And the resistance had assets in Cantina Knockoff. TFA is dynamically narrow. The movie is either loud or extremely loud. There is only one sequence in the movie that achieves a dynamic chill: Rey's introduction. This sequence contains nice wide shots that hold and let the viewer take it all in. There's a good scene in which Rey is cleaning a piece of salvaged equipment and she looks across at an old woman doing the same thing. Rey realizes in this moment that if she doesn't get off this miserable rock, she will be that old woman one day. Rey's character
and there's no dialogue at that part either.
The best sequence in the movie.
The viewer makes that connection for themselves.
The last great piece of Star Wars music John Williams wrote, which is the most popular track on the OST by a considerable margin. Rey's theme has over 43 million spins on Spotify. The second most popular track on that soundtrack is March of the Resistance, 17 million spins. After Rey meets BB-8, TFA goes loud.
Did you call him KK on purpose?
Even for a few seconds. Once you notice this, you can't unnotice it, and the experience of watching the movie becomes even more unpleasant. Here is another scene which illustrates the problem with TFA's dynamics perfectly.
Women are best seen, not heard. Confirm. Well, I'm just saying, look, objectively makes for a better scene.
So far, this is good. Now what we need is for Rey and Finn to have a chat. We can learn about their backstories, and the manner in which they chat will be a good opportunity for characterization. But then...
Rey.
Help me with this!
When Han boards the Millennium Falcon and starts talking with Rey and Finn, this is a great opportunity to get a bit of Han's post-Episode 6 backstory. What happened after the Battle of Endor? Did he get into politics when the New Republic took power? What happened to the New Republic? Why did he abandon it all? This is an opportunity for the movie to expand Han's backstory and do something it completely
Let's instead glaze Rey for knowing how to drive the Millennium Falcon better than Harrison Ford.
But then...
Tell me a Raptor's got loose.
Han Solo is killed in one of the worst deaths in cinema history, but
Whoa,
TFA doesn't
spoilers,
give him a
buddy.
funeral because a funeral scene would force the movie to shut up for half a minute and let the audience soak in the moment. Darth Vader, a war criminal, got a funeral, but Han Solo, a hero, gets murdered by his own son, tossed in a chasm, and immediately forgotten about. Right, that's done. Now off to Craggy Island to meet Luke.
And then we learned that Luke didn't want to be found.
Now let's examine the dated tropes that are all over TFA. From the opening crawl, TFA reeks of the update for a modern audience. The first four words of the crawl are Luke Skywalker has vanished. This is a perfect example of a politically informed plot. Luke...
perhaps this is a kind of a unpopular critique. I didn't like Adam Driver's Kylo Ren. He has like a weird face. He's got like a big schnoz, and I don't know. I didn't really take him. He just doesn't look intimidating. But I guess that's the point because he's in training. He's not like he's not the big bad. I don't know. I was not convinced of him as a threat once he took the helmet off. But I guess that's the point. He's supposed to have a baby face.
Luke didn't vanish for any legitimate in-world reasons. He vanished because Kathleen Kennedy wanted him gone so she could create a female-led version of Star Wars. That's it. The true Luke Skywalker would never abandon his duties as a Jedi for any reason. The Last Jedi is criticized for its obscene
It doesn't even make sense to hate whatever comes up anymore. Just all trash, get over it, move on to other medias. You can say this to Star Wars fans till the cows come home, but they got battered wife syndrome. To them, it means so much more. Star Wars is like a different horizon. It's a different ballpark entirely. It's a different, dare I say, galaxy. It's a galaxy far, far away. They will not move on. They can't move on. It's impossible for them to move on. This movie came out like a gazillion years ago. For some people, it's their entire life.
Characterization of Luke Skywalker, criticism which it thoroughly deserves, but Luke's character assassination started in TFA. The second paragraph of the crawl informs us that General Leia Organa leads a brave resistance. You hear that, you sexist pigs? It's not Princess anymore, it's General, and she is leading the franchise now. I mean,
that's
the
right.
rebellion. I mean, the resistance. It is an indication of just how much culture has changed since 2015 that Disney got away with this. Imagine the TFA was coming out in December 2025 and the crawl was leaked online. It would set fire to the internet. Everyone would know instantly
would rest about
what
it.
Disney was doing, excluding male characters as completely as possible in order
quartering
to push
would lose his
empowered
mind.
female characters down the viewer's throat. The fact that there was so much initial positive reaction to TFA really exposes the Hollywood perpetuated myth of the toxic fandom for the nonsense that it always was. The first line of the crawl makes the movie feel dated. Appropriately, so does the first line of dialogue.
Thus we will begin to make things right.
This is called
The Force is female.
Meta is when a piece of art makes reference to itself as a piece of art. By the way, I am not suggesting that TFA is a work of art. It isn't. It's a Disney remake. This opening line is a middle finger to the prequels. TFA asserts that the prequels ruined Star Wars, but don't worry, because The Force Awakens will begin to make things.
But that's how that was the initial appeal. Oh, we're gonna make things right, you guys. And then they just made it worse. To the point that now some people retroactively apologize and sweep for the prequels.
Right. I'm calling it.
The
This
prequels
is the
weren't
worst
that bad,
aged
guys.
line in cinema
But
history.
they were.
Not only did the
You've
Disney
been
sequel
gaslit by the
trilogy not
mouse.
fix Star Wars,
They were
it
bad in a
broke the
different way.
franchise so completely that it made fans nostalgic for the prequels. The opening
Yes,
scene
that's
is
true.
a knockoff of A New Hope's opening. The Empire, I mean the First Order, attack the rebels in order to secure a valuable piece of intelligence. The rebels are quickly overrun. A good guy hides the intelligence in a droid and gets the droid away from the battle. Darth Vader walks menacingly through the door, briefly surveys the wreckage of the battle, interrogates and kills a guy, and takes a high-ranking rebel prisoner with the intention of torturing information out of her later. I won't go over
But the
TFA's
prequels were boring as fuck.
extensive-
As a kid, they introduced me to nap time. I think it's a lot of 1 and 2s. It's just got a lot of... I can't spin for shit. A lot of 1 and 2 is politics. And a lot of 1, aside from the... When it's not politics, is just like Jar Jar. I think 2 is the one where like it's politics for almost the whole movie. I'm paraphrasing.
Of plagiarism
Being
of A New
hyperbolic.
Hope, as that has been extensively documented, but it is quite astonishing just how shamelessly Disney copied A New Hope. Often
The prequels fucking sucked, except for that pod race that was hyped. The prequels were lazy outside of that first one. Poor set design, costumes, and general pacing. I would say... to sweep for it, to you know, as he said, oh, people are nostalgic for the prequels now because the sequels were just that bad. I would say the prequels were bad, but for a soulful, they were soulful. they were bad, but had heart, and they were bad for a soulful purpose, a soulful reason. Whereas the sequels are just bad for a soulless corporate reason.
beat for beat, as in the opening scene. When Princess Leia, I mean,
Was
Poe,
George
is brought in
Lucas's
front of Kylo
misguided?
Ren, the
He was
movie does marvel
misguided.
humor.
But he tried.
I talk first.
His misguided
This is very hard to
dreams
understand you all
and
right.
prospects.
This is another example of
Meta.
Star Wars was never meta, and the little marvelisms that Disney excreted across their trilogy always stick out like a...
Hey, real Somali pirate, welcome back. Luckily you could stop by. Thanks for taking time out of your busy schedule to come back. We're watching a guy talk about Star Wars on the internet. But they're definitely nothing new or original. But I've been meaning to catch up on this guy's recent videos. He's talking about The Force Awakens. Revenge of the Sith had some soul. The second one sucked. The prequels were bad, but they were better than most of the shit that Hollywood crops out now. That's what I'm saying. It's like they were bad, but for a good reason. It's not that it was bad because like it was corporations and big money and Hollywood. It was bad because George Lucas had a few ideas that didn't entirely pan out. And then, thankfully, there was all the extended media that was coming out around the time that also contributes to making people look back on the prequels with some fondness. Namely, you know, like you were saying, the games or the books. Lego Star Wars, the first one, is how I consumed the prequels. Because the first Lego Star Wars, perhaps controversially nowadays, the first Lego Star Wars, even though it's a good game, only covers episodes 1 to 3. It doesn't even touch the original trilogy. You have to wait till the sequel to play the original films. I bet if they did that today, people would just spurg out about it. But I guess people looked the other way back in the day because it was just a genuinely good game. And I guess people had hype for the, like, but people, aside from, I guess, Jar Jar, you know, people didn't really entirely hate the prequels, and you had the hype from Episode 3 at the time. It was like right as Episode 3 was releasing.
Sexual innuendo in a lightsaber duel. Brienne of Darth appears to announce herself as a token female
Whoa,
character.
what? No! Stop the presses! What's going on? It's a Sleepy Zaw raid! Ah! No! This is a secret club! You're not allowed here! No! No, it's okay. Welcome in, Sleepy Zaw. A big old raid with a party of 16. You were playing Silent Hill 2 Remake. I know this because I was there getting distracted while I was supposed to be getting my own stream ready. Thankfully, I did all the stuff that I had to do for my stream, so I'm now ready to play Super Mario Galaxy while listening to a guy talk about Star Wars. Yeah, I was there! Let's get a shout-out. This is Sleepy Zaw. He was playing Silent Hill 2 Remake. The new bad one, not the old
Please
good
leave.
one.
I need to talk to you. I swear I'm not a cop.
He's a cop!
Please go away.
I didn't do anything wrong.
Wow, that was a grapevine! Oh my god. Okay. That was an amazing
No feds,
timing.
no
Grant.
feds here. Okay, that was the illustrious Sleepy Zaw. Last seen playing Silent Hill 2. Tends to play a lot of horror. I don't know if that's his shtick or not. His lore is that he's trapped in a hospital, which is very ironic, because most of his Silent Hill 2 stream was him trapped in a hospital. But yes, I'm playing Mario Galaxy 1 as Luigi. In order to 100% the game, you must complete the game not just as Mario, but also as Luigi. So I must play the entire game all over again, making this a great opportunity to turn my brain off and watch some videos in the background. But let me scroll up. Thank you very much for the raid. What are we doing? We're good. It's not letting me scroll up. No. Wait. No, I promise I've run a working stream. Big ups, Melon Pope. Big ups, Golden Apples. Big ups, Infinite Collector. Big ups, Kai Aster. That guy. Gross. Big ups, Grim Haunting. Arcidi Chris. I hope I'm saying that right. Big ups, Sleepy Zaw. Ultimate Biscuit. And anybody else coming in? All games should require a Luigi run for 100%. I agree, because Luigi is the cooler brother. Sometimes he has his, like, worse traction than Mario. He's got, like, he controls like he's on ice sometimes. It depends on the game. And then sometimes he's got the little scuttle jump. He's got the little flutter jump. There's really famous Honey High Galaxy, known for its remix. I'm catching him on chat. Dingus streams on a laptop too. That's true. That's true. Thanks for bringing that up, Kai. So yes, this is one thing I have in common with Sleepy Zaw. I also run a budget bum stream using just a laptop, but that's the good thing. That's the good thing. That's the gimmick. That's the appeal. You come to the Dingus stream because it runs on a singular laptop held together by duct tape. Laptop streamers gotta stick together. You guys missed this. Sleepy Zaw was playing Silent Hill 2 and he spilled water on his bed. Ah! It was like a whole fucking glass of water spilled on the bed. And in like some sort of weird, strange, oppositional defiance, he refused to get any towels to clean up the mess. He preferred an existence of playing through this super hard, super tough section of Silent Hill 2 Remake while like subsisting in a pool of a pool of wet blankets and water. I imagine you said it was like a big ass puddle. I imagine it was like a lake of water in the bed. Like there was just so much water, it didn't even all seep into the blankets. It was just like a big fucking pool. You almost drowned. But no, Sleepy Zaw is a god gamer. Was able to beat the hospital section. And then went out to the outside section. My opinion on Silent Hill 2 Remake has kind of soured since the initial release. But I'm glad you enjoyed it nonetheless. I think the original is the superior version. My thing about it is, it changes way too much. Despite like most of the main major plot beats are retained, but the actual gameplay segments, like they changed a lot of the puzzles. But they keep the old puzzles as like member berry moments, and then the town segments have been kind of changed from exploration to just kind of like shuttling you from dungeon to dungeon. We're gonna call them dungeons, like the hospital dungeon or the apartments dungeon. So you beat one dungeon, and then you're back in the town, but it just kind of rushes you through the town until you get to the next little dungeon. It's like especially apparent right after you get out the apartments, because you get like that thick gust of wind, and then the shit starts falling apart, and then like all the monsters start showing up, and it's like I feel like back in the second game, you just finish a dungeon and they just let you explore. Yeah, we're Luigi free mode. He's got a little bee mushroom. Better check for gangrene. Hello, Catboy Dice. Hello, Aster. Was the original not like that? You spend more time in the town or something? See, it's been a while since I played the original. I just feel like I know the original definitely didn't rush you from, you know, the major dungeons. You had like, you finish a dungeon and then you're back in the town, but you're not rushed to the next area. You can just kind of go at it at your own pace. I agree with that, but I love all that cast performances far more in the remake. I will say, and I've said this when the game released, I thought they did a great job with Eddie. I think Eddie is far more improved in the remake versus the OG. And it's not because he just reminds me of Ethan Ralph, who you guys don't know, but I know who that is. Mayhem Galaxy by Silva Gunna is so relevant right now. I never got into that guy's remixes. I remember when I was younger, I'd be like looking for video game music, and sometimes his channel would pop up. I'm looking for a particular track, but then it's one of his fucking remixes. It just wasn't for me. Most of the remixes suck, but there's a few that are artful. His torch lights the way, bish. You missed the white. Silent Hill 2 remake, woke or Synthetic Man schizo? Synthetic Man is schizo. Is the remake woke? No. Not really. There is that one scene where Maria grabs her old outfit from the old game and she's like, wow, I would wear this, right? And I feel like perhaps that was intended as a little joke, but it felt kind of catty to me. It's like, did we really need that in there? But no, when in doubt, the answer is always Synthetic Man is super schizo. Of course, sleepy's off. You gotta go eat. If you gotta go drink. I think it's pretty late for you. Go walk around. Go stretch and exercise and do all the stuff that keeps you going. Don't let me keep you. I'm just gonna keep losing in Mario Galaxy. Watching videos. But thank you so much for the raid. Very, very enjoyable stream. I'll try to pop back in if you continue the game. She says this will look good on me, right? With the winky fake and everything. I know, it's like, it's supposed to be catty though. Like, she doesn't really mean that. Zaz the #1 Maria stan. I didn't really take care of Maria when I played the remake. The ending I got was, okay, I don't know if you played the game before. I didn't get the ending that I was intending to get. You love the blonde temptress. I was not persuaded by her feminine blonde wiles. It felt that the joke Marvel shows would do when the hero would pull a classic costume and go, I'm not wearing this. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, that's what it felt like to me. Where they're mocking the original. Even if it's supposed to be like a lighthearted homage kind of way, that scene made me feel like kind of nah. I can imagine the kind of person who thought this would be funny to put in the game. Zaz supports women's rights and wrongs. I wasn't really getting that impression from the chat, though. It didn't feel like the chat was all too gung-ho about supporting Maria. This game tickles my brain. Yeah, it's because the bees are so fuzzy. looks kind of like a blurry kind of fuzzy. It feels like they didn't have the textures, like the source textures from the Wii version, so they just upscaled they upscaled it. I can't explain it. That's what happens when you toss the source code. Did the queen really have a triangle piece between her legs? That's the stinger. That's the queen bee's stinger. All right, we got Toad here. He's kind of hanging out. This was Toad before he got his Captain Toad game. Now, Captain Toad is an entirely different Toad from Toad. So Captain Toad is a Toad, but he is not the Toad. He's a separate Toad from Toad. You following along yet? This will be on the test. The thing you picked up looked like a triangle? That was pieces of the thing that launched me off. You have to shred all documentation after games are published for security reasons. They unironically did that back in the Square Enix days. At least Square Enix was known to do that. Square Enix would finish a game and just fucking toss the source code. They did this all the time in the 90s and the early 2000s. I don't know why. Well, I know why. It's because space was expensive, and they didn't think that they would ever have a reason to return to those old games. And then flash forward, fast forward 20 years later, and like, oh, I want to remaster Kingdom Hearts. Oh, I don't have the source code. God damn it. Guess I gotta reverse engineer a retail copy. That test is right after the one Garfield keeps saying is coming. The test is almost coming. The test is almost here. When I'm old and gray, and there are no more Dingus streams, that'll be when the test happens. Let's go back to Honey Hive. When's the book report due? I'm still working on the book report.
Our bonds are strong.
Oh my god. Wow. Thank you, Infinite Collector, for collecting a follow for me. I'll keep it safe. Honey Hive, Honey Hive, Honey Hive. Have you played Mario Galaxy before? You play so many horror games, Sleepy I didn't take you for a Nintendo enjoyer. Nintendo's not known for horror. Unless you like creepypasta. Then it's like, oh my fucking god, Majora's Mask, the Happy Mask salesman, been drowned. I remember being so into that growing up. I hadn't even played Majora's Mask. I still haven't played Majora's Mask. I was so invested in the story. I actually thought it might have even been kind of real. You played 0 Mario games? This is impossible. You're on an island all your own. You've played no Mario games ever. Ever. You've never played it. I can't even believe this. Not even at like a friend's house? Not even at like a demo kiosk at Walmart? Ever.
Hello, Expand Dog. How you doing, dude?
I'm doing great, Pim Pam. Thank you for asking. Welcome in, welcome in. Mario is Unk games. Mario is just Unk Slop now. Welcome in, Pim Pam. I'm watching some videos tonight, and I'm playing as Luigi in Mario Galaxy. Favorite Mario game, though I haven't played it at all, is probably Superstar Saga? Oh my god, Superstar Saga. Masterpiece. Superstar Saga and Paper Mario 64. For Mario RPGs, if I had to pick 2, it would be those 2. Yeah, the writing is really fun. It's funny in a way that predates the kind of quirk chungus humor that a lot of people are tired of now. For Paper Mario 64, I feel like it's a more wondrous and whimsical game with humor that is more charming than the proto-quirk chungus humor of Thousand Year Door. Thousand Year Door is a good game, but the humor is very... I would say... there are some amusing moments in that game, but some of the dialogue is like... It's like that proto-quirk chungus humor. It was funny in the 2000s, but now it's like, especially if you play the remake just butchers all the dialogue. It makes it even more quirk-chungus. I did try the remade Super Mario RPG, and I really much enjoyed it. I didn't even really play much of the original. I've tried on like 3 separate occasions to like emulate Mario RPG in the past, but I never got very far. Any time that I emulated it, I just could not get too far into it. But I played through the remake the whole way through, and I really much enjoyed it. That one didn't have a butcher localization. In fact, it actually fixed some translation errors of the original, where they like used the wrong English names for a lot of the Mario enemies. Focus, M. Oh my god, Peach. Toadsworth got you wrapped up into this too? Localization problems for Mario, that's unusual. I mean, I don't think people really hyper-focus on it for Mario too much outside of Thousand Year Door because it's got a cult following. I guess people just accept because, like, Mario is not anime. It doesn't need to have a scrutinized localization. It doesn't have, like, sexy anime girls or anything. So people just don't care if the dialogue is too jokey or quirky and, like, completely changed from the Japanese version because it's like, it's fucking Mario. You're caring too much. But again, Thousand Year Door has a super cult following, so when the remake for that came out, yeah, you damn sure, you damn straight, everyone was scrutinizing the dialogue for it. It just feels different for old games like Mario or Sonic or Final Fantasy. They have specific localization quirks that aren't too accurate, but became popular in their own way. For Final Fantasy, that would be you haven't played Final Fantasy, but even I know this. It's the Spoony Bard. That made its way into a lot of Final Fantasy games, including the most recent. I say the most recent one, but I mean like 16. What the? I want to know what the Japanese equivalent of cliche of, well, that just happened writing is. Dad jokes do have like an equivalent in Japanese, but I forget what it is. Like that type of humor does exist in Japanese, and it is associated with like older male characters. But if it has a term, I'm drawing a blank on it. Only play Little Final Fantasy by understanding a lot of the dialogue exchange because it's what they had to physically fit into the game. Makes you a bit friendlier towards the translations. Yes, that's true. Yes, that's true. It was what's his name? The guy who translated literally all the SNES games, or at least the most infamous one. What's his name? The dude. He had to fit all the localized dialogue in all the text boxes, and English has wider characters than in Japanese, so he couldn't fit all the stuff in English, and so he had to like truncate a lot of shit, or paraphrase and make acronyms and all that to fit everything. Yeah, Ted Woolsey. Thank you, Eddie B. It was on the tip of my tongue there, bud. He even spawned his own term, Woolseyisms? Woolseyisms for certain little quirks that he had added in the games that he translated. I'm not a fake fan. I'm a wiki warrior. The only reason why I know this shit is because I do a lot of autistic, pointless wiki warrioring. I do wiki warrioring, so these are just the kind of things that you stumble across when you spend days looking up shit on Wikipedia. That's not cope. It's not cope, guys. I said it's not cope, therefore it's not. You get it? Alright, where are you? Where are we going? Oh, this is the Switch one. No! It's the water one. Oh my god, I love motion controls, guys. War of the Wikis. It's just how I know all this useless trivia about games.
We did our best.
I'll know some stuff about games that I've never played before, and I'll know stuff about movies that I've never seen before. As evidence in the Star Wars diatribes I just went on. I do really wonder about the equivalent for Mario though, because Mario is so iconic, makes you wonder how could they not, for example, afford the best localization team in the world. Then it coughs, look at Pokemon. I think it's just about not really necessarily saving money, but it's that, you know, they could do that. They could do that, Melon Pope, but the question really is, do they have to, and do they need to?
Dine, Fulton!
Big ups Knock for the on-demand Nintendo factoid, and big ups Eddie B43, 30 months at tier 1 for 37 months, and he says, first Rayman 2, now Mario Galaxy. These games love forcing you to replay them. Rayman 2 was entirely my fault. Galaxy 1 requires a playthrough as Luigi. Alright, I'm turning. I'm trying to turn. You're the motion controls in Galaxy and WarioWare? I know that's the WarioWare emote. I'm not sure if I hate this or the bird in Galaxy 2 more. Yeah, I don't want to say it's because of a they'll just buy it anyway mentality, but it might have a little bit to do with that. I think they're just wise with what they invest in. It's like they could go the whole 8 Mile and get all the professional voice actors and do all the AAA bullshit, but it's never really been their MO, ever. Well, I wouldn't say ever. I guess they cared about graphics in the SNES days. They had to compete against Sega. Because Sega does what Nintendo don't. My heckin' blast processing, guys. That shit that didn't even exist. They lied in the marketing. Oh no. I remember this being harder when I played this when it first came out. The remaster, I mean. But what I'm actually remembering is the second harder variation of this course that comes later. The player knows now that they have mastered motion controls. Same with the Ball Star. The Ball Star levels have not gotten any easier. Motion controls are very hit and miss, not a bad idea, but you gotta make sure your dev team has ample time to playtest it, or you have a larger sub-team whose job is motion controls entirely. I think Nintendo does good with their QA. They do have a whole subdivision to test games, and that's the on-demand Nintendo factoid for Knock. The on-demand Nintendo factoid for Knock is that Nintendo has their own subdivision to test all their games, and it's known as the Mario Club. Growing up, I thought this was an actual club that you could join and have, like, membership with, but no, it's just what they call their QA department. The Mario Club. That's why in some Nintendo games that don't have anything to do with Mario, if you look in the credits, it'll credit the Mario Club. And I'm like, what the fuck? The Mario Club? In the credits? But it's not a Mario game, it's a Kirby game. Why are they crediting the Mario Club? The amount of people complaining about Skyward Sword was so intense. Now that's the problem with Skyward Sword. You were supposed to play it on the Switch, not the Wii. Look, people might disagree. The Raiders might not agree. But I've said this before on the stream. This is news for the Raiders. I liked Skyward Sword. I actually really enjoyed Skyward Sword. I didn't play it on the Wii, but I played it for the first time on the Switch. I thought it was a great game. And I haven't played any other 3D Zelda since then. But if I like that one as much as I did, and that's supposed to be the bad one, according to all the fans, just think. What am I gonna think about Wind Waker, and Ocarina of Time, and Majora's Mask, and Twilight Princess when I get to those games eventually 30 years from now? I might actually like them even more than I like Skyward Sword. Or I can just be a bastard contrarian and think they're all bad. They're all peak. But yeah, but you still have to rate them. I saw an article by the Zelda website. They rate the Zelda games every year. And this year they said Echoes of Wisdom was better than Link to the Past. And it had like a completion rate for all the moderators. It was like, such and such members of the moderation staff completed this title. And for Ocarina of Time, it was like literally only one person had not beaten Ocarina of Time before. Watch that one person ends up being me. But what's weird is that when it went to Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, both of them were in the top 5, by the way. When it went to Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, it was like everybody on staff completed this game. Twilight Princess is a 9 to me. It's a little bit of DSP's Rimworld playthrough. Now, guys, what do I do? I mean, that's just what's gonna be for any game of that nature. I don't know why he's still playing it. Well, no, I guess we're back to Desperate Side Phil again, because he's was what 4 streams, no coffers filled. Biggest Breath of the Wild playthrough in 2035. It's gonna be inevitable because I already have the Switch 2 edition. Is Echoes of Wisdom that new Zelda game that looked mid? Yeah, the one I was playing about a year or so ago. I liked it. I can help, send me to Phil. Wait, Dingus Save Me, Phil's asking on help to do with everything in Rimworld. Yeah, the P-Hat Summoning Simulator game. I did notice playing through that the P-Hats were kind of busted. Though later on, they got usurped by, was it Lizalfos? The lizard guys. I thought the lizard guys were awesome. Alright, I was supposed to be watching a video. I got distracted by the raid. Thank you again if you're still here. What part were we at? Let me rewind it a bit. Rembrandt von Regine, but DSP's playthrough is the body? What are you sending me? Is this porn? Oh. This reminds me of Mortuary Assistant. You know the ages of that Zelda review group? No, they didn't disclose their ages. But the fact that everyone on the staff played and completed Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom kind of tells me that they might skew a little bit newer? Not newer, but a little bit younger. I'm not sure. I don't know their ages. That's an old website, though. That's like an old fan site, Zelda Dungeon. It's been around forever. So I guess it's just as true that they could skew older. Because, like, who the fuck still visits fan sites anymore? Like, what is this? Fucking 2007? All 30 or younger. Zelda Dungeon is a boomer website. Look, the duality of man! I would say, now reassessing my opinion immediately after I just said what I said, I would now say they skew older. Because only older people would want to go out of their way to visit a fan site. Was around in the 90s? I remember going to the websites like that in the like mid to late 2000s. Who finishes Breath of the Wild over Majora's Mask? I can link it. It might still be on my thing. Here it is. 2025 edition. Best Zelda games. This is what I saw. What does it say for Majora's Mask? Majora's Mask is number 7. 3 out of 39 staffers have not finished Majora's Mask. They rated... What did they rate? They said Wind Waker, Twilight Princess, Tears of the Kingdom, Breath of the Wild, and Ocarina of Time are all better than Majora's Mask. And A Link Between Worlds. That multiplayer one... All the multiplayer ones rank, like, dead last. It's kind of hard to enjoy Triforce Heroes when you don't have anyone to play it with. No! It ain't easy being dingy. I meant to do that. Eco Zoomers. Is that Swollen Dingus how goes a Luigi Galaxy Big Dipper % runs? It's going. I'm trying to get 100% in the game. This requires you to beat the whole game again as Luigi, getting all the stars. So it's technically the second playthrough. As far as playthrough of the game that I've done, period, in all of my life, it's the 4th playthrough. But yeah, it's nothing I haven't seen before, so I'm just kind of chilling out and turning my brain off. I was watching a video about Star Wars, and how The Force Awakens is not as good of a movie as we all thought it was. I remember thinking it was okay. Apparently I was wrong. It was just A New Hope, but worse. But yeah, welcome in. It doesn't look the same as the last time I saw it, but it's not terribly dissimilar from GeoCities, whatever site it was back then. You don't really see a lot of that Web 1.0 shit anymore. Or if you do, you gotta go out of your way to look for it. I'm gonna make weird speedrun titles, I hope that's clear. Maybe we can aim for Luma Italian Rigatoni comment runs. No, I get it. I watch too much of Strava, so I know all the category. Just what? Hello, Infamous KS. Thank you for the Ethan Ralph update. The Ethan Ralph update is that he took to Twitter to talk about how he doesn't like President Donald Trump kidnapping another head of state, and it's fucking bullshit, bitch. We can't even pay our bills, but they want to take over Venezuela. A very smart and educated opinion from Ethan Ralph, a man dodging child support by hiding in Mexico. That's your Ethan Ralph update. Yeah, he was surprisingly not a fan of the Maduro thing, as Arlo would probably call it. Just call it the Maduro thing. He knows he's getting extradited next. Maybe I'm thinking of Hyrule.net. I'm sure I've seen Zelda Dungeon 125 years or so ago. I've heard Zelda Dungeon before. The fan site I used to visit was Lemmy's Land. That was the Mario site that I used to frequent. I think I even had an account, but I never submitted anything because I never understood how you were supposed to submit anything. The site may still exist today. I can't remember, but it's completely dead and nobody visits it anymore. It stopped getting updated around the 3DS era. I guess all the boomers either died, or they got COVID and then died, or they just got too old for Mario. Nick wasn't a fan of it either, and he's a Nick Ballglazer. Well, that's true. Dingus want a fun fact? Ethan Ralph follows me on Twitter! Ah, how much of this stuff do you know? What? You know about Ralph? No way, buddy. I always think now, especially now that I know this, how much of this stuff does Koizumers know? To what extent Koizumers knows this shit? And how much of it does he really want to talk about it on stream, but he knows that he absolutely cannot? Because nobody in his sector is gonna know anything. Let's get a shout out for being friends with Gator. I don't even have that accolade. I've never been friends with Gator. Gator!
Let's call that Eiffel Tower. Don't worry about it.
It's okay, your secret's safe with me.
It's called an Eiffel Tower. It happens to the best
Ralph
of them.
follows me on Twitter too.
I know, it's crazy.
Don't worry about it.
You want to know something really cool? Since you're here?
Oh my lord.
Yeah, you'll see.
Watch this. You won't believe what I'm about to show you. Ethan Oliver Ralph from the Ralph Retort of the Keel stream is my best friend on the Nintendo Switch. Bro, he hasn't used this thing in ages. Actually, the last time he used it was in 2023 when he was still with his last horse, and then I think he left the Switch at home when he went to Mexico. because as you can see, he played 10 hours of Tears of the Kingdom, which tells me his second horse actually played 10 hours of Tears of the Kingdom. And this was around the time right before they went to Mexico, I think, or they were in Mexico. I can't recall the timeline. It was around the time that she wanted him to buy her Hogwarts Legacy, and he wouldn't do it because he's broke. He doesn't have $70 to his name. But man, I fought Ralph in Smash as well. Now, sure, it ran at like fucking 2 frames per second. It was massively laggy with lots of input delay. But no, I played him in Smash. The VOD for it has not survived. It was a Stream.me VOD. Yeah, I actually was friends with Gator before the Great Zidane Fisher and other breakups. Met Ralph through him. Were you in like Ralph's server or something? I think, was I in... No, wait, I was in Ralph's server. Okay, I've said this before on stream, but, and perhaps it might be a mistake to admit this, but I've done so on stream because I remember it. The episodes might not even survive. But, there are at least 2 episodes of Ralph Retort in which I call him. and this is, and I go by a different nickname. You know, I don't go by Dingus in the episode, but there are at least 2 episodes of the Ralph Retort in which I call in as a guest. And I do not remember what episodes they were. I do not remember the time frame. But I remember calling into the Ralph Retort and being pulled up on live, and I was on the kill stream. I think I didn't really have a topic. I was a nobody. I think I just called in to give my thoughts on the stories that he was talking about. This was back before Ralph was actually... This was back when Ralph was actually funny and didn't suck ass. You did too? I talked to Yellow Flash and some other... Who are you? What? What a small world. Who is this guy? Could you imagine the odds of us crossing over like this? Is that one up here? I don't think there is. Do I use my real voice in those? Yes. You guys think this is just a filter or something? No, I do sound like this in back in those days. Well, I was a lot younger, so maybe I'll sound like even more of a dingus than I do now. Was I even... Oh no, I'm not gonna power level and tell you how old I might have been, but I was very much way younger than I am now. You know a lot. I enjoy a lot of Jim too. No, I totally, like, I'm all for that. Like, you have no idea. We're all about those guys over here. Just a little bit more Phil. but I, in particular, I guess you could say I orbit. I orbit that DSP sector a lot now, but I came from that very same internet blood sports sector that you came from. So I know all about Medicare and Ralph and Gator and Zidane and Flamenco, and all these other little goofy characters, Dick Masterson. I would pull up the Keel stream. I would watch that shit every night. Thing is, no, you weren't. That was like 2019 or so. It would have been late 2017 or 2018. By 2019, Ralph was already starting to suck ass. If you actually paid attention, 2019 was already like the beginning of the end for Ralph. If you knew the day by day, Ralph was already starting to lose it in 2019. It's like 2018 was the one unanimous good year, and I think it was 2018 because 2017 he would have still been in jail. And Tonkasaw versus Worski never showed up, and Tonkasaw proceeded to do his fucking lame ass whack show. Do you remember when no one's gonna believe this, but you're here, so you might be able to back me up. Do you remember when Ian Miles Chong co-hosted the Kumite? Yes or no? Because I bring this up, and I'm pretty sure not a single VOD of it exists, but Ian Miles Chong, the bastard that everyone hates on Twitter, including me, used to host a know-nothing YouTube podcast with fucking Tonkasaw? And nobody archived those shows. And that was back like after the fall of grace of the Kumite. So it's not even like I'm pretty sure that era of the show doesn't even have clips because they were already done putting out good shows by then. It was like the summer of 2019. Like they for some reason were still trying to hold it all together with duct tape. And it's like, oh well, we don't have failure. We need new hosts. So they brought in Ian Mouse Chungus and fucking what's his name? El Rariachi. That El Rariachi. I used to not like El Rariachi because he came across as like a schizo with like he took the sector stuff too serious. He'd always talk about these conspiracy theories and stuff, and maybe it was just because I didn't know what was going on in their fucking weird discords that they so obviously had looking back now. I was in the Ralph Discord for the call-ins, but then after the St. Jude's thing, the Discord server got shut down, and I never bothered to join any of the other ones they had, because it was, at that point, it got too Pride Monthy for me. But looking back now, it was just, I guess he was letting out some of the smoke from the Discords. He was letting it out into the public and speaking a little bit more on stuff that probably should have been kept under wraps. But I used to not like El Rariachi. I don't know what that guy's doing now. I liked Failure. Failure! Send the smoke signal! I remember when Ralph covered the Dimensional Merge, that fuckface was scrubbed. Mr. SWAT Column Murder, piece of shit. Now, I think it was... Wasn't the... Yeah. Now, I do have to give you some lore. And I don't have the clip for this, but Ralph admitted later on with one of the guests who was there when they talked about that they just made up they made up the Ian Mao Chong flashbanging the dog shit. Like years later, I want to say 2 or 3 years ago, Ralph had a guest on his dying show, and they were reminiscing about that particular stream in which Ian Mao Chungus got like fucking quote unquote exposed for flashbanging the dog. And then Ralph just admits with that guest, like, yeah, we made it all up. we just went along with it, and we never corrected the record, and the whole chat went with it, and it was fucking funny. So we just pretended like it was real. Then Ian Mao Chong found out about that, and then made a big tweet about it, and he was acting like he was vindicated. I guess he was vindicated because Ralph just straight up fucking made some shit up. And to this day, I'll still hear people say that Ian Mao Chong was responsible for flashbanging a dog. I'd sooner believe that he would eat a dog than flashbang it. Remember the Boulder King? How could I forget? I also was never in Ralph's Discord. I was piped in through some super chat shit and then personally called. Yeah, Ralph admitted the shit, but Ian apparently had a video of him trying to save the face. The shit was so scrubbed. Yeah, it's so weird. He also, now what he did do is that he did swat Worski. Now, perhaps your definition, depending on how charitable you might want to be, your definition might be different. But he called the police and was like, "Yeah, Worski, this guy has a lot of weapons, and you may want to watch out for him because nobody knows what he may or may not do with the weapons." That part, the call for that got leaked, and he had to sweep bigly when it got exposed. And on the Boulder King shit, so many people were in that call for the Boulder King segment. Now, Zidane was our fucking hero, but like, of course, Medicare was there, Ralph was there, Gator was there, hitting the soundboard. Gator didn't contribute too much. That was back when Gator didn't really have a character to him. He would just shut up and occasionally comment and hit the soundboard. But you had some people there that, like, people forget about. Like, the Quartering was there. The fucking Quarter Pounder, that fat fucking anti-woke Krypton asshole, the Quarter Pounder. You had, some other heroes. Jay Dyer was there, who I don't really know too much about, but he was one of the, like, recurring guests on the Kill Stream and, Andy's show back in the day. And I want to say Keemstar was there. Keemstar! Ralph had enough pull to get Keemstar to just call in randomly on the Kill Stream. I'm so surprised that your culture and all this shit legit didn't have anybody who believes this shit. I saw that. I know, it's again, it's such a coinkydink because we like came across each other through like Alien, so it's like through a mutual. Like, what are the odds? What are the odds? Most of the people I know that are aware of this shit, they're people who are already in this neck of the woods in our little sector here. They're not people that I meet outside of this sector who just so happen by happenstance are also well versed in it. It's like, again, well, like, what are the odds? I'm like, wow, kapow, my brain's exploding. Someone legitimate who showed up on the Kumite once, I forget who it was. Was it Billy the Fridge? I remember the episode of Billy the Fridge. It was right after they had a couple of bad shows. They invited Billy the Fridge on, and he just spent the whole episode slathering himself in mayonnaise and eating mustard. What a small world. That's really the takeaway I'm getting from this. It's like, damn. We could have went our entire lives without our paths crossing, Koizumers. What are the fucking odds? It makes you wonder, how many of these other people outside of the sector, how many other people have I rated that secretly watched the Ralph retort or watched it at one point? Thank you for the Sleepy Zaw shoutout. He's the appreciated viewer of the stream. He rated earlier.
Look how
I think he went to bed.
He is. He just slapped his bum.
What? Why did he notice that? Oh, it's Bowser Jr. time. For him to have noticed the ass slap means he was specifically paying attention to that actor's ass. Someone that was really big, I think they're still big. I didn't have any scandals associated with them. I remember Candace Owens, Ralph will still insist to this day that he was responsible for Candace Owens blowing up. I don't know how true that is, but he did factually have Candace Owens as like one of his first guests. Like, you know, more does streams talking about old sector shit every so often. I've seen his streams get recommended to me, but I haven't tuned into one yet. I like this quartering doc for all the old quartering shit that it covered. She was on there a few times, yeah. I don't think she went on after Ralph got out of prison. So those I definitely don't remember her getting on after Ralph got out of prison. Oh, wait. Well, no, you meant the Kumite. I'm remembering the Gab guy. They got Andrew Torba, the Gab guy, to go on the kill stream for the heal stream, the St. Jude's heal stream. But no, you're talking Kumite. Big guess on the Kumite. I'm really trying to remember. They had that self-admitted PDF file, AMOZ, on the Kumite, but I don't think that's who you mean. The only big thing he's doing is big time in the big house. Who was the guy that tried to blame Jim for Terry Davis Jr.? It wasn't Short Fat Otaku, was it? He was really crashing out after this recent Venezuela thing. Oh, and the Somali daycare thing. Was it Short Fat Otaku? I remember what you're talking about, too. Was it Mersh? I don't think it was. No, Mersh just said that Jim faked cancer. Yeah, no, it predates Mersh. Mersh is like a newer character, though he's always been kind of around because of Revenge of the Sis, an anti-woke show that even I don't care about. Hey, Chalky. Dev and Lilith both have been having huge crash outs lately. Dude, I was so curious because I saw V. Mate, it's me, the Romanian V. I saw him put out a video in my sub box that was like, look at Dev's shitty take on the Somali daycare situation. And I looked at the tweet and was like, yeah, that is a shitty take. He's like, guys, don't you know that these are just people running daycares on their off time? Wow, you guys are so dented. And it was like, well, I mean, it doesn't seem to be the case, but thanks, Dev. And then I remembered that Dev also got felted and banned by Pulper Penguin, Pippa Pipkin, and Kirsch, the Kirsch Fox lady. Because he's apparently a harasser, a surreal harasser of women, and they had to ban him from their communities. And then I ran into a really weird tweet. He was having a Twitter argument with Twitter check marks, and he was like, it's bad and cringe. Okay, the context for this is thus. So he posted a screen cap of Kirsch blocking him, and then he was like, wow, these anti-woke right-wing people, these are just the SJWs of 2015, but today. look how thin-skinned they are. Kirsch blocked me. And then the replies were like, she blocked you because you were being fucking weird and stalking her and harassing her. And then he replied in replies like, wow, you're simping for women. And then he posted the picture of the fat guy tipping the fedora. Wow, milady, you're simping for women. But it's like, that's why she blocked you. And then I didn't know this. Turns out, if you accuse him of being bad faith, he bans you from his community. So someone in the replies went, "Oh, you're being such a cocky bitch about Kirsch blocking you, and you're taking that as a W." But when this other guy called you bad faith, you banned him from your community. And then he was like, well, that's different, because if you block someone on Twitter, that's a public forum. But I reserve every right to remove you from my community because that's private, and that's my private. It's like how DSP calls this shit the public stream or the private stream. He called me out on his public stream, you guys. So if he wants to ban you or mute you from his community, that's entirely different from you blocking someone on a public forum like Twitter. And if you do that on Twitter, that makes you a coward and a bitch, and you don't like to debate on the online marketplace of ideas or something. And then he said everyone else was coping, even though it just came across like him coping for harassing a girl on the internet. I pushed V Monroe into doing the internet personality things. Sometimes I feel like I should apologize for that. No. You inadvertently led to the Kick V meme. But lauding Ace for calling him out honest. That's the guy. Ace is the guy that's been really going harder to him. I gotta catch up more with that guy's videos. I liked the few videos I saw that he was putting out. Boogie showed up once in the morning Kumite. That was a pretty funny episode because Boogie was an entirely different person back then. And then he showed up on the Ralph tour. He showed up on the Keel stream a couple months after that appearance. And he said he was a Nazi furry. And I gotta preface myself. Okay. To all Twitch admins, moderators, global staff, and what have you, what I am about to say is a quote. I am quoting noted internet personality and social pariah Boogie2988. This is something he said publicly on the internet. You can go out and you can seek this clip for yourself. I am not saying anything regarding myself, but I am speaking in the words of Boogie2988. He said he was a Nazi furry. He came out as a Nazi furry. That was his persona. And then he said the Nazis had some pretty good medical science discoveries in World War II. And then he said, at least rapists are doing something that they believe in. Again, these are the words of Boogie2988. I completely disavow. Nazis are bad, and we defeated them and felted them decades ago. And I disagree entirely. Raping people is bad, and that's not something you should ever joke about. That is a very toxic topic of talking. Well, let's see. I can't comment on that. He was wrong. He was absolutely unequivocally wrong. On a systemic level, he is absolutely wrong. Sure, Fat Otaku is a giant thing I can't say. Pippa fucking hated Dev after the whole harassment thing. She always reminds him when he pops up in her orbit. Dev is still pissed because he was IP banned from Face Connect server. Was he? I remember he called in a kill stream to say Jim is a bully regarding it. It was before Mersh. I just was bored a lot at work years ago. So much bullshit happened with Ralph and crew. I remember one fight that was so stupid. It was Jim versus some guy who made Terry Javis Jr. do the dumb shit. The argument made me cringe. I'm still trying to think about what you're referring to. Because it's on the tip of my tongue. I swear, I'm trying to remember what it was, but I can't. But what I do remember is Astrava VT being in my chat right now. Astrava, I hope you didn't hear that stuff I said about Boogie. These are the words of Boogie, not the words of me. I'm just quoting famous internet creator Boogie2988. Is this the PB clip? Whoa, wait. No, we had a good run.
Oh
okay.
my god, oh. My heart. My heart just...
You could hear it. Astrava was ready to yell.
Before my eyes.
It was gonna fucking chuck the controller.
Oh, man.
But welcome in Ostrava. I'm remembering old internet shit. What Koizuma is here. And I'm playing as Luigi in Mario Galaxy. I was supposed to watch videos, but I got entirely derailed. I'll go back to the video. Promise. Stephanie used to do a lot of Kumite kill stream watching. No, yeah, I know, because, yeah, that was before I watched Tevin, but, I, like, actively watched. But I would look at some of his older VODs, and, he covered the Worski stay back thing as it happened. So he'd have stuff like that, and then he would have, you know, Ralph clips on his soundboard and shit. So even when I started watching him, like, I would hear that shit and be like, oh, okay, so he's, like, familiar. He's familiar with all that. I know, it's a different time for me. Oh my god! It's Ann1337 in my chat right now, raiding with a party of 21. Big ups, Ann. Welcome in. We're playing Mario. His name is Ann. Thank you for the Ann check. Yeah, it's Ann existing right now. We're playing Mario Galaxy as Luigi, so I can 100% this new version. I must beat the whole game again, but this time as the green guy. Ann remembers, but I technically already streamed the game as Luigi. It just, the VOD for it doesn't exist. Many such cases. But that was on the old Switch 1 version. Yeah, I streamed 3D All-Stars as Luigi, and then I streamed this version as Mario. It's my 4th overall playthrough. 3rd streamed playthrough. Hey man, I just got done grinding again because I love grinding, but I got stopped grinding in Persona 3. Back then it was just Eddie, Leo, Dragger, Pseudobug, and a handful of others. Yeah, this predates my time. This was GPM still in the Tevin Chord era. The yearly obligations. Pretty much. Let's get an Ann clip. What was Ann doing? Ann, you make me angry, Ann.
Let's fucking go. I love Baby Park. I love Baby Park.
He loves Baby Park. He admitted it. He's a Baby Park enjoyer. He's all about Baby Park. GPM has trauma from the Tevin Discord, so I've heard. Hey, Loop 1. All I've heard from GPM and Goon is that he got mercilessly bullied in it.
What happened to it? Is this... Oh...
And apparently there's a years-long beef between GPM and Perez that I still don't understand. Poor GPM. No, I think GPM's over it. Look. Love Galaxy. I love it too, Aloof 1. That's why I'm playing it for the 4th time. Yeah, no, I hear everyone's cool now. Where's the GPM clip? No GPM clip? I'm like fucking Megamind, no clip? No clip? Did GPM do a fucking clip on it or something? You know what it is, Ann broke the fucking source for the shoutouts again. I was typing Ann's name. I almost typed Nag. Nag1337? Nikkei!
Bro, I got Asuka in one pull. Really?
Her name's Asuka.
Oh
Asuka.
my lord.
That's what I
One
called her
pull,
when I
baby.
was a fucking dingus.
Alright, well,
Yes, I have
that's the end of
acquired Asuka.
That's an insane amount of luck. That is an insane amount of luck. Holy shit.
My headcanon is people call her
what is the
Asuka because of the Star Wars person, Ahsoka.
2% chance.
5-star gold. Who is he? 5-star gold.
5-star gold.
Oh, bro!
Whoa, brother!
Oh yeah, we did it! Oh, all you Hulkamaniacs out there, all you Philomaniacs, we did it! We pulled our first Hogan live on stream! Hollywood Hulk Hogan! Yes!
Yes! It ain't a 5-star Hogan, I don't want it. Oh my god, it's Toad. Mr. Luigi, check it out. I'm a Battletoad and I have a letter for you. Look, look. It shows they put effort because the Toad acknowledges that you're playing as Luigi. Dear Mario. Oh. No! I just said it acknowledges that your effort. It's effort. They acknowledge who you're playing as. And maybe Peach just thought it would go to Mario. It was meant for Mario. Luigi's getting cucked. Wait, no! No! You're fucked! Get fucked! Get fucked! Get fucked! Get fucked! Get fucked! Effort! 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 Effort in real time! Effort in real time! Effort in real time! You thought it was laziness! You thought it was laziness! You thought it was, oh, they were cooking! They were cooking! You didn't let them cook enough. It's addressed to Mario! Don't be upset, Luigi! Hang in there! Princess Peach included 20 one-up mushrooms in her letter. Would you like the 20? The game's already easy enough. Why does Luigi get 20 mushrooms and Mario gets 5? But no, again, it's intended for Mario. Luigi just stole it. He's a fucking porch pirate is what he is. Hey, dog explained. Yeah, the game did a fake out. This is the Nintendo difference. It's the Nintendo magic. You think it's low effort, but it's actually not. All right, this is why they call it a feeder game. You think Josh played this when he was growing up? Luigi mode engaged. Hey, Rent Check. Hey, Pancake Mix, if I didn't say anything. Oh boy. We're already in the Suffa stages. Emberlyn Reed mode. This is so raw, guys. Fuck. Nintendo has a lot of feeder games. Kirby, after all, is a digital incarnation of gluttony. But yeah, Kirby doesn't get fat, though. He's got, like, an infinite stomach. The black hole tummy. That's the kind of stomach Will needs. Will's always getting sick. Sorry, guys. I canceled the stream. I'm having a tummy ache. Alright, we're gonna first try this. Oh god. The course correcting you can do with the spin jump is just, it's too broken. Driving and I'm racing and I'm fiercely masturbating. Toad loves mint chocolate. At least this yellow one does. I don't know. I can't really get behind mint chocolate. Things, remember the escapades of Noel? How they tried to police the pastures of the farms? They did. They did. He still does streams every Friday. I remember when those ladies came to his mom's house while he was on the shitter. And he had like a visual aid for it of like that one South Park episode where it's like Randy's on the toilet, but he puts like his face over it. Yeah, the ladies in quotations. So I gotta respect the platform. From how the story was relayed to me and the audience by Noel, these were women coming to his house for a little chat, and I think they were armed? Question mark? Or they had the license to carry. I can't remember. Comments like that are why you were perpetually sick for the past month? What do you mean? Because I don't like mint chocolate? Like Rodney Dangerfield over here, I get no respect. Oh, King Caliente? Is he really this early on? Alright, I'm gonna rewind back a lot. We got only 11 minutes in. I'm so sorry for being distracted. It's because of all the positive interaction! Let's see, when last we were watching, he said the movie was bad.
Star Wars was never meta, and the little Marvelisms that Disney excreted across their trilogy always stick out like a sexual innuendo in a lightsaber duel. Brienne of Darth appears to announce herself as a token female character. She'll be used as a plot device later on, but apart from that, Brienne of Darth plays no role in the movie.
Yeah, he's Scottish.
She's here to make Imperial leadership more female. This is pure tokenism.
Captain Phasma is the first female Star Wars villain. I find it very heartening that a franchise like Star Wars, it makes it a progressive character.
The Force is female.
A new relationship with a female character, which isn't about her being sexualized. Captain Phasma is the first female Star Wars villain.
It's crazy. Okay, yeah, so she's wrong. There's all this the expanded style media that's probably non-canon now, to be honest. Expanded style media with all these other villainous females, but like, you can't expect the actress to know this shit. And then you watch fucking Force Awakens, and Captain Phasma is like a know-nothing character that literally gets shoved into a garbage disposal, if I remember correctly, and then proceeds to also do nothing in the later movies. Really hyped her up in the marketing, though, like she was gonna have an impact. The books had scads of them. They were all shunted into the void.
Female first, female first, female, the first female.
Rey has become synonymous with Mary Sue, a term used to describe a flawless female character who is brilliant at everything. Prior to Rey, the term was almost entirely unknown. It exploded in usage after being used to describe how awful a character Rey was. I was well aware from viewing many YouTube reviews of...
I knew what Mary Sue had meant long before, you know, The Force Awakens. I think it was ER's videos that really cemented that character critique of Rey in, because like he would always bring it up in his reviews, like my Rey Sue.
The DST that
I think
Rey
he's got to put out his next Avatar video already.
I was surprised at the extent of her flawless mastery in everything. From the moment she shows up on screen, she elegantly descends a long, thick rope without a harness. She's a linguist.
Not
Her
that kind
first
of rope.
lines aren't in English. They're in some alien language. She speaks to scare an alien away from BB-8. She can perfectly understand what BB-8 is saying. She beats up two thugs at a market. She chases Finn, flanks him, and floors him with a single move. She flies the Millennium Falcon
and also tells him not to hold her hand.
Of the ship mechanics. Her knowledge of the ship is so encyclopedic that she solves a problem that Han Solo himself is unable to fix. She concocts a plan to trap two gangs in a corridor by manipulating the mechanics of a freighter ship she has never been on. However, here she does make her one single mistake in the entire movie. She opens the wrong doors, unleashing the Rancors. She saves Finn.
I like how he uses the Lego Star Wars footage, probably because of like copyright and shit. I think it's a nice workaround. Because like, look, those movies basically, those games basically, the newer Lego games just like straight up retell the movies without the Lego charm. They just straight up take the voice acting from the movies. Not the voice acting, but like the performance. They take the audio. They just reuse the audio. I say voice acting, but it's not like, no, it's a movie, so it's not like voice acting. It's actual acting. They take the audio from the movies and just reuse it. In addition to just like straight retelling the movie without any of that Lego quirkiness that the earlier Lego games had.
in from a Rancor, she charms Han Solo into wanting to hire her within minutes of meeting him. She is called to Luke's lightsaber. She shoots several stormtroopers the first time she fires a pistol. She successfully resists Kylo Ren's Force mind read. In fact, Uno reverses it and reads his mind. She performs a Jedi mind trick on a guard, despite never having been trained in the Force. And
yeah, I thought this part was kind of goofy. I was able to accept most of the movie, most of her actions throughout the movie, even if a lot of it was a bit contrived. But this part was, I remember looking at Papa Dingus in the theater. I was like, what the fuck happened there? She knows how to do that? When was it ever shown that she knew how to do that?
not even knowing the Force was real until Han Solo told her hours before, she sneaks around Death Star 3 undetected, despite the fact that the entire garrison and Kylo Ren are looking for her. She hotwires the blast doors of a corridor inside Death Star 3.
I prefer the pantomiming of the earlier
something
games.
Han Solo tried and failed to do in Return of the Jedi. She force grabs a lightsaber despite never having force grabbed before, and she defeats Kylo Ren in a lightsaber duel despite never having used a lightsaber before. A YouTuber I follow, writer Brandon McNulty, has brilliantly described Rey as Luke Skywalker with the cheat codes on. When Rey defeats two thugs in the market, it is essential that a would-be male savior is present to witness the event.
Lego Star Wars cheat codes on.
No man, she can take care of herself. The movie emphasizes that Rey isn't the typical damsel in distress with these cringe-tacular lines.
What are you doing? That was me! Come on, we gotta move! I know how to run without you holding my hand! Stop taking my hand!
These feminist inserts are a wagging finger aimed at this iconic scene from A New Hope.
I'm Luke Skywalker, I'm here to rescue you.
Times have changed. A New Hope is outdated and sexist. Women don't need rescuing from men. They can handle themselves. Don't you dare touch a woman without her express consent.
The only Daisy we like is Mario Daisy.
Rescuing from women now.
Follow me.
To call the messaging here hammy is a massive understatement. There are industrial pig.
Hi JPM. We're learning about Star Wars while playing Mario Galaxy. Again! Basically an annual playthrough at this point. But guess what? I'm doing it as Anne's favorite character, Luigi, now. So it's kind of different. The characters acknowledge that you're playing as Luigi, but that's kind of it. It's kind of like the same game. So, since it's a game I've already played before, I'm watching shit. This guy is tearing The Force Awakens apart, which is something that is not unique to him whatsoever, and definitely isn't something that nobody has done before. But I like him, so we're watching it.
Farms that are less hammy than
yeah,
this.
it's the guy that Conky likes.
After bossing the Millennium Falcon around for a bit, Rey flies off planet, and literally within minutes of leaving Tatooine Control CV, Rey, Finn, and the Millennium Falcon are captured by Han Solo. How did Rey not notice the approach of Han's giant ship? The level of plot contrivance required to get Han and Chewie back in the Millennium Falcon is astronomical. Han and Chewie just happened to be in the neighborhood in a vast galaxy spanning millions of human-inhabited planets. They were scanning for the...
Yeah, this is a point that I think about too. The galaxy is so wide and so vast, and there's all these planets and shit. There's so many locales in the galaxy far, far away that we just don't know about, and this aren't talked about until they're shown for the first time. Like the fucking planet that Palpatine is on in episode 9, Exal or something. Like that planet was just always there. It's 9 fucking movies, nobody knew where it was or that it even existed. All of the people on that planet were enslaved by Palpatine's forces or something, and nobody knew it existed because it was hidden away, and we didn't know it existed until it did. But yeah, the galaxy is so far and so wide and so vast, but all these convenient characters, they just keep conveniently running into each other. It's a small world.
The Millennium Falcon, which they lost years ago, and wouldn't you know it, it pops up on their scanner, and they capture it with no difficulty
Star
at all.
Trek
A couple
would
of
never.
minutes later, Han's ship is boarded by some gang. Then a minute or two after that, it's boarded by another gang. Both gangs are hunting Han to retrieve money they loaned him. 3 infinitesimally unlikely events all happen in perfect sequence so that the plot can happen. This is some of the laziest writing in the Disney sequel trilogy, perhaps second only to...
Somehow Palpatine
Palpatine returned.
I have not watched either The Last Jedi or The Somehow Return of Palpatine since I watched them when they came out. In fact, I watched a shitty cam copy of The Somehow Return of Palpatine while in bed with my wife. So to say I've watched that movie would be an exaggeration. So I can't say if The Force Awakens is the least bad movie in the DST, but when I consider how wretched some of TFA's writing is,
the Dark Side
I find
trilogy.
it difficult to believe that the follow-ups could have been worse. Here's another example of TFA's disgustingly lazy writing. Finn is captured by a Rancor. Rey pursues but gets lost in the corridors. She stops to call out to Finn, and by an astonishing coincidence, there is a console a few feet away from the spot she stopped in, which allows her to close a blast door on the Rancor's tentacles and save Finn. The entire movie is like this. Popcorn action scenes full of contrivance, which are not integrated into the plot in a believable way. The scene is acceptable theater spectacle on its own, and audience.
I think that's a good critique to just popcorn action, because I feel like Papa Dingus liked it, and then he walked out of theater kind of reassessing what he just watched in real time, and then realized he didn't like it so much, and then we never saw Last Jedi.
Audiences are too distracted by the constant action to notice the abysmal
They ruined
writing.
his
This is one of
childhood,
the main
chat.
reasons initial audience reaction to The Force Awakens was so positive. The only geopolitical world building in TFA comes in a Skype call between Snoke and General Hux. Now, in order to avoid copyright, I have had to recreate this conversation using cutting-edge AI. I know a lot of my viewers don't like AI. Look, all I have to say to you Luddite apes is AI is the future. Get over it. Karen iPhone, roll it.
He's one of those guys.
It is ready. I believe the time has come to use it. We shall destroy the government that
Don't worry,
supports
it's not
the
actually
resistance.
AI.
The Republic. Without their friends to support them, the resistance
It's
will
just
be
a bit.
vulnerable, and we will stop them before they reach Skywalker. Okay, before we get to the politics, I have to talk about how atrocious this dialogue is. Hux is telling Snoke information Snoke already knows. So much of the dialogue in TFA is exactly like this.
It's for the
Immersion-breaking,
audience.
exposition-heavy, and
Exposition,
dumbed down. To emphasize just how
exposition.
sophisticated this dialogue is, I will transpose it to a real-world scenario. In this scene, General Ivan talks to Vladimir Putin in English for some reason. The whip.
I walked out of Last Jedi and said, you know, I think Star Wars just isn't for me anymore. Did you? I see, it was already by the end of Force Awakens, Papa Dingus realized it wasn't for him anymore.
In this scene, General Ivan talks to Vladimir Putin in English for some reason. The weapon, it is ready. I believe the time has come to use it. We shall destroy the government that supports the Ukrainians, the Americans. Without their friends to support them, the Ukrainians will be vulnerable, and we will stop them before they reach Skywalker. The general was also using a shitty Hollywood Russian accent. The one reference to the government that supports the resistance, the Republic, is the entirety of TFA's
I'm not even touching the controller.
geopolitics. If I remember the two follow-up movies correctly, that's all of the sequel trilogy's geopolitics. Disney decided from the very conception of the sequel trilogy that politics would play no part, because at the time, a major criticism of the prequels was that they contained too much politics and world building. Ironically, these are two aspects of the prequels that have aged particularly well. For example, The Phantom Menace presents a clear picture of Naboo as a socio-political entity, informs the viewer why the Trade
I think George
Federation
Lucas is
attacks
thanked for
Naboo,
that.
what the Trade Federation hopes to gain from the attack, and the risks they are running, why Naboo is unable to obtain help in getting rid of the Federation, and how Palpatine is manipulating the entire crisis to his advantage. Compare
Yeah, the
that
Maduro
to
stuff was
TFA.
big dogging
What Republic
Russia.
is Hux talking about? What system is destroyed by the third Death Star? What are the planets called? Why do they support the Resistance? Who are they? Are they the Resistance's only supporters? Do the First Order have systems that support them, or are they just an upstart gang who completed an unfinished Imperial project, the third Death Star? Why don't the First Order conquer this system using a conventional attack? Why is it necessary to use the third Death Star? What are the geopolitical implications of destroying this system? The sequel trilogy never answers any of these questions and never had any intention of doing so. The result is
If
that
it was the prequels, it'd be the whole
geopolitical
second
conflict in
act.
The Force Awakens doesn't feel galactic in scale. It feels like a minor
The shitty
turf
motion
war
controls
fought
don't work,
between two
look.
gangs in some barely relevant region of the Mid-Rim. On board the Millennium Millennium Falcon, Rey says,
This is a Millennium Falcon. You're Han Solo.
how is it
They're
that Rey
doing the
knows
morph
Han
ball.
Solo and the Millennium Falcon
Isn't
exists,
that- wait.
but she thinks Luke is a myth?
It's Metroid. It's a Metroid. Oh, you're Samus. You're Samus Aran. You're doing the morph ball.
Luke blew up the Death Star. Vader spent years
That's
looking
where they got
for
their
him.
inspiration for that
He
scene.
sent probe droids all over the galaxy to find Luke. At one point, Luke Skywalker would have been the most famous man in the galaxy. The notion that anyone would think he was a myth is absurd. In Cantina Knockoff, Han asks Maz to take BB-8 to Leia. This is something Han could do himself, but he doesn't because he says Leia doesn't want to see him. Han exposes himself and BB-8 by going to Cantina Knockoff. He is taking a huge risk to secure help that is completely redundant. This is like if instead of taking R2-D2 directly to Alderaan, Obi-Wan took him to Naboo and asked an old friend there to take R2-D2 to Alderaan. Han has no legitimate reason to go to Cantina Knockoff, but the script makes him go there because it wants to rip off the Cantina from A New Hope and have a big battle. General General Hux makes a speech in which he makes reference to the New Republic. He says Death Star 3 will destroy their cherished fleet. This raises a few questions. If the Republic has a fleet, why have they not united it with the Resistance? In fact, if the Republic are at war with the First Order, then there is no resistance. This is simply a war between two political entities. There should be a major conflict on a galactic scale. How could a Republic at war with the First Order remain completely ignorant of the First Order's attempt to build a third Death Star? This would be a major fear among the Republic's leadership, and enormous intelligence gathering efforts would be made to ascertain if the First Order is constructing a Death Star. There is no way the First Order would be able to keep their efforts to construct a Death Star secret given the enormous scale of the project. The Republic would find out about it, they would tell other systems, and these other systems would immediately declare war on the First Order. In TFA, the First Order are portrayed as being an all-powerful force in the galaxy who are at war with the New Republic, but also too weak to conquer the New Republic. The New Republic are at war with the...
He finally got to my question. How is there resistance if they're the Republic? Well, it's because they needed a rebel alliance. They needed something to rebel against.
First Order, but don't actually wage war against them. Instead of joining the New Republic's military to make war against the First Order, the Resistance operates as a separate entity, and neither the Resistance nor the Republic figured out that the First Order were building a Death Star, despite the fact that the old Empire built 2 Death Stars. This doesn't make any sense! But the First Order's ability to destroy 4 planets at once, instead of a piddling 1 planet, does make sense. Firstly, because The Force Awakens is 4 times better than A New Hope, and secondly, because it looks cool. Next, the First Order show up to Cantina Knockoff Planet and trash the place, and it looks like they'll get away with it too, but then those...
Well, yeah, that's the thing. So, like, the first Death Star destroys Alderaan, and you have, like, context for why that's so impactful to Leia or whatever the fuck. But the 4 planets get blown up in Force Awakens, and it's like, okay, well, it's a bigger threat, because 4 planets simultaneously got destroyed. But I don't know anything about those planets. Who fucking cares? What impact or connection did that have to the cast? Nothing? They didn't bother explaining it. So I don't care as much, even though it's subjectively a greater spectacle. But it doesn't have the contextual emotional weight, you guys. I don't know who the fuck lived on that planet, so why do I care? Those planets could have been uninhabited for all I know.
Adline kids, the Resistance, show up and spoil the party. This is another flashy action scene which looks good but doesn't make much sense when you think about it. The First Order committing major resources to secure BB-8 makes sense because Kylo really wants to find Luke. That's fine, but why does the Resistance want to find Luke? Leia wants to find him, sure, but why would the rest of the leadership go along with that? Their position would be that Luke has abandoned the cause and they will not spend vital military resources competing against the...
And they were right, by the way. He did abandon the cause.
Much more powerful First Order in a MacGuffin hunt so they can get to Luke first. And let's say the Resistance do get to Luke. So what? He has no vital intelligence or secret weapons they can use to defeat the First Order. And he's not
just a guy.
Military genius like, for example, Thrawn. The hunt for Luke is pointless from the perspective of the Resistance. And why do they
No, it's
commit
not. They
their
have to look
entire
for him 'cause the
fleet to
audience wants
Cantina
him.
knockoff planet? If the Resistance think BB-8 is there and they do want him for whatever reason, they would send a special forces squad to secure him, not a fighter fleet. So Darth Vader captures Princess Leia, and now Han, Luke, and Obi-Wan have to go to the Death Star to save her. But this movie wasn't made for some antiquated dinosaur brain 70s patriarchy. This was made for the modern audience, so Leia don't need no Luke Skywalker to rescue her. After Kylo takes Rey, why doesn't he order a counterattack on Cantina knockoff planet? There are a ton of Resistance assets there. This could so easily be a major victory. Han and Leia have a brief reunion, but this is a Marvel movie, so C-3PO ruins the moment that fans have waited over 30 years for because funny. Also, Disney used this as yet another reminder to the audience that women don't get to be princesses anymore, they get to LARP as men.
Excuse me, Princess. General, sorry.
This insistence on calling Leia General doesn't even make sense. Royal titles supersede military titles. When Napoleon was imprisoned on St. Helena, the idiot the English had running the island insisted on using the title General Bonaparte instead of Emperor Napoleon in correspondence. Napoleon returned all letters addressed to General Bonaparte unopened. Calling Leia General instead of Princess would be an insult, not a mark of respect. If she did have a new title, it would be Queen Leia. But let's not pretend that Disney was ever interested in a lore-accurate title. Their only priority was to assert ideological dominance over the OT and to propagate the idea that women should stop being women and instead imitate the social behaviors of men. Han and Leia's reunion amounts to a grand total of 19 words. There were more years between Return of the Jedi and The Force Awakens than there were words spoken between Han and Leia in their reunion.
There are many piles of rubble, but this one is mine.
Once again, JJ refuses to let the movie take a breath, because if it does, stuff has to stop happening, and JJ doesn't like it when stuff stops happening. Finn and Poe get more screen time for their reunion
make you
than Han
hard?
and Leia do. It's almost as if Disney was deliberately trying to diminish Leia's significance as Han's love interest in order to emphasize her role as a military leader. On the topic of Finn and Poe, their brief romance and screen chemistry is one of the strongest aspects of TFA. Poe letting Finn keep his jacket is a really nice moment, but rewatching the movie, I was surprised how little screen time they share together. They have a 4-minute long escape sequence, which is interrupted by Hux on several occasions, and a 30-second...
Yeah, and then okay. Again, I didn't watch The Last Jedi or Rise of Skywalker, but the later films try to get you to think that these guys have some like big buddy bromance and friendship, but they barely interact in The Force Awakens. I think they fed into all that fan bromance theories and shipping shit. They just threw the fans a bone in the later ones.
Reunion. And that's it. Finn and Poe are on screen together for less than 4 minutes. JJ had other plans for Finn. Also, how did Poe get from a crash site on Tatooine Control CV to the Resistance? He would have had to evade the First Order and steal a ship, but there were only 2 ships in the area. One was destroyed, and Rey and Finn stole the other one. When BB-8 finally gets to the Resistance, they can't make use of his map because it's incomplete, and the rest of the map is in R2-D2. Now, if Luke created a map to himself, you would think that he would have programmed R2-D2 to wake up once the missing piece was brought to R2's attention. But no, R2 remains asleep because the script doesn't need him yet. How does the 3rd Death Star consume a sun in a matter of minutes? The mass of Sol is 333,000 times that. The
weird shipper started trying to break up Adam Driver's marriage to get him and Daisy together? Lamau? Really? I never heard about that. What's wrong with people?
Of the Earth. And where does Death Star 3 store the sun once it has consumed it? How does it compress material that is already super compressed? And why would the First Order design a weapon like this? It's massively inefficient. Just build a Death Star. They don't need to destroy 4 planets at once. A Death Star can destroy them all in turn in minutes. But even that won't be necessary because once the First Order destroys one planet in a system, the other planets will surrender immediately. This is a textbook example full of spectacle over logic. It looks cool, so who cares that it makes 0 sense? And another thing, if Death Star 3 can generate the gravitational power to suck up a star, then it's already a planet-ending weapon. The First Order could just suck up a planet's atmosphere instead of destroying it with a laser, but of course that wouldn't look as cool. Death Star 3 pushes the franchise far outside the established boundaries of verisimilitude within the Star Wars story world, and in doing so, breaks that story world. J.J. Abrams' defense of his obvious plagiarism of the Death Star is that it's different because it's way bigger.
It's another Death Star.
I wish that were the case, Major. This was the Death Star. And this is Star Killer Base.
It's totally different. It's a rap song. Doesn't sound anything like theirs. Ding, 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 diggy, ding, ding. Ding, 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 diggy, ding, ding. Ding, 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 ding. That's the way theirs goes. Ours goes ding, 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 diggy, ding, ding. Ding, 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 diggy, ding, ding. That little bitty change. It's not the same.
Also, the Resistance has somehow obtained a full internal scan complete with schematics of not the Death Star. I couldn't
Sorry,
be
complaining
bothered
shippers with
rewinding
people
the copy
that
of
just said last
TFA
that I wasn't good
on my
content.
desktop to see what the movie's
That was one of the
excuse for
toxic
this
part of the fan base.
absurdity is. Finn says he can disable the Death Star 3's
So
shields because
toxic.
trust me, bro. So the Resistance trust him, bro, and Han volunteers to go with him. The Resistance plan to disable the shield goes thusly. Send an old man who hasn't fought for the Resistance in years and a guy who was working as a stormtrooper literally yesterday, and they will
He was the
somehow
Janny.
disable the shields.
I remember
Why
that
does
part.
no one even consider the possibility
Humiliation
that
ritual
Finn
for
might
fucking
be an
Finn.
Imperial spy? And why don't they send a ground squad as an escort for Finn and Han? The level of incompetence on display here makes me wonder why General Organa is still in charge. The Disney sequel trilogy doesn't get enough criticism for how completely it destroys Leia's character. In the OT, she was an intelligent, tactically competent warrioress with good instincts. In the Disney sequel trilogy, she is a criminally incompetent blunderer who concocts insanely stupid plans, places toxic leaders in charge of existentially important operations, and sends some random bint she met literally 2 minutes ago to retrieve Luke. Han Lightspeed jumps through Death Star 3's shield because bullshit.
Their shields have a fractional
Plant that filter
refreshing,
Phil,
keeps
the
anything
easy
traveling
version,
slower than Lightspeed from getting
not the
through.
on fire
If he missed
version
his
that filtered
timing
them.
by a fraction of a millisecond, they would all die. But hey, it looks kind of cool, I guess, so shut up. Also, Davis, I think you had a question.
4 hits and
How
done.
did Han Solo know when to bring the Millennium Falcon out of Lightspeed?
The Millennium Falcon comes to a halt at a cliff's edge because it looks cool, and the boys set off to somehow
And because
disable
the movie
shields.
couldn't continue
So
if
they
it didn't
somehow
fall to the
sneak
cliff's
into the core
edge.
of the base undetected and somehow find a perfect ambush spot to capture Brienne of Darth, whose whereabouts they somehow knew about in detail. Then they somehow escort her undetected to the central shield controls, which are unguarded despite the fact that Super Rey is on the loose, and Phasma agrees to disable the shields, and they toss her down a garbage chute off screen. But she somehow escaped and got off the planet before it blew up, so she could be in the next movie. After Han
That was
and Finn
also
get
off
the
screen,
shields
if I
down,
believe-
the
if I
Resistance
remember
fleet
correctly.
jump out of Lightspeed and begin their attack run. But how could they have timed this so perfectly unless they knew in advance exactly when the shields would be down? They started their Lightspeed run to Death Star 3 while the shields were still up without having any idea of when they would be down. This defies both military and temporal logic. Not a single stormtrooper spots Rey, but Han sees her by sheer chance. The trio somehow make their way to Rey without detection. Rey asks, "Finn, what are you doing here?" And Finn replies, "We came back for you." Now, there was a time in cinema history when this would signal a passionate kiss, but sexual attraction between men and women doesn't exist in The Force Awakens because Disney, so Rey gives Finn a platonic hug. Han Solo gets the worst death in cinema history, the Resistance fleet successfully complete the trench run to destroy Death Star 3, and Rey Mary Sue's Kylo Ren into the dirt. Finn defending Rey during this sequence was one of the few genuinely compelling moments in the movie. TFA is filled with farcical plot contrivances, nonsensical scene logistics, and insane character decision-making. But the most obviously ridiculous moment is when Leia gives Rey a
There's a
big
Death Star 3.
maternal hug.
That's the name he is ascribing to Star Killer Base, which is essentially the Death Star of Force Awakens.
These two have never met.
But it's bigger!
They don't know each other by sight, but they embrace one another in a manner one would expect of a mother and daughter who haven't seen each other in 3 years. And what makes this moment somehow worse is that Leia walks right past Chewie without even acknowledging him. Han's partner for
I remember this. People noticed this and criticized it when the movie came out. She just walks past Chewie, but like, no, you spent like three movies with Chewie. Ah, Chewie. That was so, yeah, that was there's really no better word. It was just straight up nasty.
Walks right past Chewie without even acknowledging him. Han's partner for
Chewie,
decades, who is no doubt heartbroken right now. Chewie gets zero attention from Leia, so she can smother a girl she has never seen before with affection. This scene perfectly encapsulates the Mary Sue effect Rey has on the story. Everything is always about her all the time. Han meets her, wants to hire her. Finn meets her, suddenly his entire reason for being becomes Maz meets her and immediately insists she take Luke Skywalker's lightsaber. Kylo spends a few minutes with Rey and immediately becomes obsessed with her. Kylo mentions Rey to Snoke, and Snoke demands Rey be brought to him. Leia takes one look at Rey and ignores Chewie so she can go mourn with Rey. The Resistance finally get the map to Luke they have been searching for all this time, and what happens? They send R2 comes back online because the plot needs him now and completes the map. After searching for Luke for years, the Resistance finally know where he is.
Remember when the trailers made it look like C-3PO was going to lose his memory or something?
To go get him. There is really nothing I can say to communicate the plot's level of stupidity here, so I have brought Jonathan Frakes into the video to sum up my feelings.
Could Danny have been hallucinating? But if Dan was hallucinating, who ate Hal's food? I'm Jonathan Frakes.
Watch this clip from the recent Red Sonja trailer.
What? Whoa! Ladies and gentlemen, stop the presses! E-celebrity alert in the house. It's Almighty underscore Heaven with a massive raid with a party of 238. Big ups Capitalization, big ups Circadian Sequence, big ups Infamous Chaos, big ups Max Marin, big ups Commissar Authority, big ups Zerpachi, Zidrus LLC, Bode Line. Everybody else coming in like too quick too. Welcome in. I'm playing Super Mario Galaxy. If it's a wage quit, I assume the night stream is either over or still going on, in which case I will definitely watch the Daily Wrap. Big ups, this is Shev. Big ups, Higher God. I'm playing Mario Galaxy. Not the one Phil wage quit, the older one. The first one. He was playing the second one. I'm playing the first one as Luigi, but I still have to 100% the second one. But I'm doing it in order, because I'm like that. Big ups, welcome in. As we wait for the Daily Wrap. Whoa! Holy shit, is that Shin the fucking robot? I see this guy like once a year, but I've never forgotten him. Thank you for Let's Fucking Hunt. Ain't no way it's quit yet. It's gotta get dragged on just a little bit longer. But look! The Rimworld streams are just him asking the chat to what to do. Like the whole chat, the whole time it's just him talking the chat. Oh wait, that's what he likes doing the most. All right, yeah, maybe it'll stick around. Yeah, big up Shin the robot. Welcome in, welcome in. But yeah, we're gonna wait for the wrap. Big ups for the raid. Let's get a clip. Let's get a shout out. No, I realized it as I was saying. I was like, no, why would he enjoy a game where all he does is talk to the audience? Yes, and the robot's contractually obligated visit.
I'd share my cookies with you.
That's my favorite one.
I wouldn't.
Share my cookies.
My cookies are mine. Oh, that's your clip? Whoa, big ups your clip then. And big ups Commissar Authority for the 5-stream streak. Alright, as I was saying, I was in the middle of watching a guy rant about Star Wars, which is definitely not something new or unique or exclusive. But I've been meaning to binge my playlist of this guy's videos, the backlog of videos I gotta watch. So he's complaining about The Force Awakens. We're gonna go in order with the sequel trilogy. But when the rap comes up, I will swap over to the rap.
And these.
And that protects.
Nothing. The crowd will love it.
Now ask yourself, what did the filmmakers do wrong, apart from everything?
I was about to say.
They gave the audience what the audience didn't want. At no point in
the audience
history
didn't
of
know
the
they
Red
wanted
Sonja
it.
fandom did one fan turn to another and say, you know what would be awesome if they made a Red Sonja movie, but instead of her wearing her iconic bikini armor, she doesn't wear it, and it only appears in one scene, so it can be mocked.
This critical drinker.
And Sonja can reject it as
No, it's the Despo of Antrim. Watch him for movie reviews and shit. Big ups to Infamous KSC 5-bit here. Says, I'm confusing. Is this an Arlo? I had my rage primed. Now what? We caught up on Arlo. There are no more Arlo vids to watch until there is. But for now, there is not. Big ups to Amron. I finally understood the plot of the prequels when I saw that video of Alex Jones explaining them. I don't know. The only Star Wars I saw was Force Awakens and Rogue One. But I have memories of the prequels from playing Lego Star Wars. I'm not a boomer, you guys. Just kind of how it is. I saw some episodes of the Clone Wars. The CGI one? It is a CGI movie of it, but I never saw that.
A feminist political statement. If Disney had conducted a Twitter poll asking the question, in the upcoming episode 7, Luke will be off-screen the entire movie. He won't show up until the last scene.
You must be 12.
Not speak one word of
Sometimes
dialogue.
I
the
wonder.
Options of the poll are:
I like it.
Or
I hate it.
what
I've never seen in
percentage of
classics. I've seen
respondents
clips.
Do you suppose would have chosen?
I like it.
Post your answer in the comments. And how many fans would have approved of the decision not to give Han, Luke, and Leia an on-screen reunion? Before I move on, I have to share this comment from the Red Sonja trailer comment section. This feels like the kind of movie you buy for someone when you forgot about Secret Santa at work and you're right about to get in the checkout line when you see the DVD bin.
I'm not really a movie guy, so there are a lot of classics out there that you can name. And if there's a classic you want to name, 90% chance I haven't seen it.
Character. The narrative goes that his character intro was great and he had so much potential, but then they turned him into a clown and a simp for Rey. This is nonsense. Finn was never a good character. His initial decision to desert from the First Order comes from seeing his comrades die in his arms and his reluctance to kill villagers who harbored rebels. Okay, so he's a conscientious objector. When you talk about destruction, man, don't you know that you can count me out? I love it. Minutes later, he does this. He indiscriminately and joyously slaughters a hangar full of men he has trained with, broken bread with, probably laughed with. This is the only family he has ever known, and he massacres them with glee. He goes from a conscientious objector.
We didn't see him interact with those guys on screen, so there's a chance that he never did.
To a psychotic mass murderer in minutes. Finn's immediate motivation is to escape the First Order, but then Rey smashes him in the face with her Ray stick, and his entire reason for being immediately
Don't get snacked by the Ray stick.
The last pretense of a shred of integrity in Finn's character is completely destroyed when he knowingly lies to the Resistance, claiming he can get the shields.
Yeah, no, you're right. Not everyone likes their coworkers. He probably hated those assholes.
Down on Death Star 3, he doesn't really know how to disable the shields. He just wants to rescue Rey because
they were probably
he's willing
racist.
to risk
You're right.
the lives of billions to achieve his goal of finding Rey because the cliche that Finn was a good character in TFA needs to stop. He was an awful character from conception.
Something, a consistent opinion I see about the sequel trilogy is that they meant to have more for him, but because they were racist and incompetent, he ended up having a smaller role. I think it was because of China. Because if you ever look for you look at the posters for the sequel trilogy, he's either got the helmet on or he's like in the background. Like they don't want Chinese people to know that a black person's in a movie.
Kylo Ren is a Nepo baby. His character is that he's Han's son and Darth Vader's grandson, and the movie repeatedly smashes the viewer in the face with this fact.
Nerfed in China, and that probably resulted in him getting like less importance in the sequels.
The movie would have us believe that Kylo's character comes from his insecurity, as Rey tells the audience he's afraid that he'll never be as powerful as Darth Vader. But his character motivation only makes sense if Kylo has a personal enemy to surmount, Jedi to defeat. And he doesn't.
Oh, the actor's an
only
unreliable
Jedi
narrator?
left is Luke, and he took off to
That came
Craggy
directly from
Island
him?
years ago. He's not an active participant in this conflict. Kylo Ren
money,
is
Kira.
like a bodybuilder determined to win the Mr. Universe
need that Chinese
competition,
money?
in which he is the only
No,
participant.
you're right. No,
Palpatine had to overcome.
You're right. We have to export our movies to China, or else they'll make their own movies and make a gazillions of more Chinese dollars than our own movies make.
The Jedi Order when he was coming up. Darth Maul wanted to slaughter any and every Jedi he could get near. Vader had Obi-Wan, Luke had Vader, and Kylo has no one. It's actually kind of sad. It's like a guy left alone on the dance floor because all the other kids left the party. Let us imagine a different scenario for Kylo. He does want to find and kill Luke, but Luke's been gone for years, so that's become very much a back burner project. Kylo's main goal right now is to hunt down Avlis Near.
Wait, is that how the Lego games treat him? Because this is how I always saw Kylo Ren. I could never take him as like a serious threat.
He does want to find and kill Luke, but Luke's been gone for years, so that's become very much a back burner project. Kylo's main goal right now...
He's got the Darth Vader bedroom. He's a little super stan. No, that's perfect. That's perfect. Okay, maybe these newer games aren't all that bad.
Is to hunt down Avlis Near. Avlis
Silent
is a
Assassin.
Padawan the same age as Kylo, who was training at Luke's Jedi Temple when Kylo destroyed it. Avlis escaped the attack with two much younger Padawans. Avlis has somehow completed his Jedi
Darth Vader
training
man
and
cave.
continues to train the two Padawans. He has been conducting attacks on First Order outposts, attacks which have recently been growing in scale. Instead of the big set piece in the middle
Secret
of the
area.
movie being, our gun is way bigger than the OT's gun, sequence, it's a showdown between Avlis and Kylo. Kylo attempts to overwhelm Avlis with his trademark alpha dickhead hack and slash brute force fighting style. Avlis backs off gracefully for a few seconds, then counters, taking off Kylo's arm in 3 moves.
Check this out. Only 3D Mario game where the Koopas walk on all fours. Doesn't it look fucking weird? What was Miyamoto thinking?
Then force pushing him into the dirt. Avlis walks over, pulls off Kylo's mask, and force crushes it, then stares down at Kylo with a mixture of pity and contempt, and says, "You're not Vader, Ben." Yes, Avlis has a Belfast accent. Then he walks off. Avlis's comment has a double meaning. 1, you will never be as powerful as Vader.
How you doing, dude?
And 2,
I'm doing
you
great,
aren't
Says.
a
Thank you for
true
asking.
dark side user. You can
It ain't
never
nothing but another
escape
Sunday.
the pool of the light. There is good in you yet. Kylo can struggle with the humility.
Yeah, they're walking on all fours like the animals they are. It's like gamers see me like a fucking dog. They get me like a fucking dog, bruh. They get me like a fucking animal. I'm pissing on the floor like a fucking animal, bruh.
Of the defeat and his determination to overcome it for the rest of the movie. In
Hey, Krusty
TFA,
Punky.
Kylo's initial motivation is to find Luke, which is the same motivation as Rey and Leia. Then he meets Rey, and like everyone else who meets Rey, his motivation immediately changes to... It has been well established that neither Disney nor J.J. Abrams laid out a 3-movie story plan for the sequel trilogy. In fact,
Yeah,
they
that much is obvious.
sneeringly rejected George Lucas's sequel trilogy plans without even considering them. This is perhaps the most criticized aspect of Disney's approach.
Is probably, I don't know if that's like incompetence or stupidity, or if it's like directly responding to the prequels. Like, okay, here was why the prequels sucked ass and had way too much politics and nonsense, like pod racing, except the pod racing part was cool, actually. And Jar Jar was all him, so let's just not listen to any ideas he has. They never really, so it was reported that they ignored his sequel trilogy. But do we know what it actually was about? Has he talked about it at all?
to Star Wars, Disney's lack of a plan for their sequel trilogy. Disney's lack of a plan for their Star Wars trilogy is a bit like Mao's cultural revolution.
Practicing my impressions.
To an onlooker, it makes
Only my
no
Ralph
sense.
impression.
He sees only this great orgy of violence, philistinism, destruction, and state-sponsored immiseration of the entire population. But it made sense to Mao. And when you study China's cultural revolution, you understand why it made sense to Mao. Disney's make-it-up-as-we-go-along approach to the sequel trilogy makes no sense to us, but it did make sense to Disney. The Disney Corporation's...
Thankfully, Papa Dingus walked away from the sequel trilogy before he could be entirely compromised.
Priorities for Star Wars were as follows. Reboot the franchise as quickly as possible. Sell merch, push woke messaging, tie the movies into attractions at Disneyland, turn Lucasfilm into an assembly line
Star Wars areas in all the Disney
content
parks
for the upcoming Disney Plus streaming service. Create a coherent story for the sequel trilogy was not on Disney's list of priorities. Bob Iger trusted the creative direction to Kathleen Kennedy. Kathleen Kennedy does not have a creative atom in her body, so she passed story on to JJ, who doesn't do originality. He does steal shit and mystery boxes. A good example of Disney priorities taking precedent over story is The Mandalorian. Baby Yoda infamously shows up at the start of Mando Season 3 despite being handed over to Luke Skywalker at the end of Season 2. Disney decided to keep Baby Yoda in the story because he was a top-selling toy. That didn't work, by the way. Mando Season 3 lost 97% of its audience over the course of the season.
Now that merch got
checked
clearanced
out in
out.
Episode 1 because they were confused by the presence of Baby Yoda, and the audience were sick of him by that stage anyway. J.J. Abrams didn't have a script or even a script treatment for Episode 8, but when one considers the state of the constituent story elements and where characters were placed at the end of The Force Awakens, it becomes obvious that J.J. did have a clear idea for the direction he wanted to take with Episode 8. Rey is in an isolated region of the galaxy with a Jedi Master she has sought out. Snoke has commanded that Rey be brought to him. Kylo is now dead set on finding Rey. Finn is in a weakened state and could be easily captured if, say, the First Order launched a major attack on the hidden resistance.
On the subject of Snoke just being like a hologram of like a one of Palpatine's fucking holograms, of which he has a, you know, like in cartoons, the character opens the closet and it's like the same outfit but 1,000 times. Like Palpatine just opens the closet cartoonishly and it's like a fucking thousands of Snokes that all look identical to each other. That couldn't have been that couldn't have been in the cards the whole time, right? They just didn't know what to do with them.
Base at the start of Episode 8. You've probably guessed by now where this was all intended to go. JJ was setting up to copy The Empire Strikes Back in Episode 8. Craggy Island is Dagobah, Rey is Luke, Luke is Yoda, Snoke is Palpatine, Kylo is Vader, Poe is Han, and Finn is the bait
I didn't watch
that
any of The
Kylo is going to
Mandalorian.
use to draw Rey to him. JJ's Episode 8 would have started with Kylo Ren searching far and wide for Rey. He somehow finds the Resistance base, the First Order launch a major attack, and the Resistancers mostly escape. Finn is unable to escape because he's in a comatose state, and the First Order capture him.
Yeah, the
Maybe
Snoke
Poe
stuff
manages
came
to get
across to
Finn
me like they
onto
couldn't
ship
commit
in
to
chaos
a
and
like a
take
new
off.
villain.
Then the First Order pursue and capture them both. Kylo Ren uses Finn as bait to lure Rey
So
to
they just
him.
brought
She goes to
Palpatine
face
back
Kylo despite
to bait
Luke's warning
people
that
into
she's not ready
theaters.
yet. She and Kylo fight. Kylo cuts off her hand, and no, I'm kidding. Disney would never have allowed Rey to lose a battle. Rey cuts off Kylo's hand and reveals that she is Kylo's father. Much of the criticism of The Last Jedi has centered on the idea that TFA did a good job of setting up a sequel, and The Last Jedi squandered that setup. The sad reality is that The Force Awakens does nothing more than reskin the characters and plot of A New Hope in order to set up a knockoff of The Empire Strikes Back. That is where the Disney saga was heading. J.J. Abrams was never going to do anything interesting or original. Snoke wasn't wasted in The Last Jedi. He was a mystery box with a Palpatine action figure inside. There was nothing to waste. All of The Force Awakens' most commonly cited redeeming aspects turn out
kinda
not
true,
to be
isn't it?
gems in the junk pile, but actually just more junk.
Finn was a great character.
He could have been more.
No, he was terrible.
Finn and Poe were awesome
them in that movie, though.
They shared less than 4 minutes of screen time and only one significant plot beat.
Kylo Ren was an interesting character.
He was a Napo character without a foil who gets the same Rey fever as everybody else.
Snoke was an interesting and mysterious character. There was so much potential there.
Snoke was an empty stand-in for Emperor Palpatine who gets the same Rey fever as everybody else.
It was a well-edited, action-packed, well-paced, fun time.
It was a headache-inducing series of non-sequiturs.
There's supposed to be a movie based on Rogue Squadron, the game?
Through the magic of plot contrivance. The plot is designed to ensure that the volume on the popcorn action sludge-o-meter never drops.
And 1337 says, there are some that would attempt to argue that people who talk at length negatively about a thing must actually really like said thing. Those people deserve to be in Alderaan. No, this motherfucker hates it. And you would think with channels like this one, like based on the trend of channels like his, you would think that he complains about this shit all the time, like Synthetic Man would. No, it's actually his first time revisiting the movie since it released, which is going to continue with the next two videos, in which it revisits episode 8 and 9.
Drops below a 9.
The movie was a great setup for episode 8, though.
It was a plagiarism that set up for another plagiarism.
Star Wars was always political and always left-wing.
Just to avoid any more female advice, we gotta be able to get out of here.
The Force Awakens isn't the worst thing Disney Star Wars has created. That would be The Acolyte. See my 3.5-hour-long Acolyte video for details. But I
don't think we'll be watching that one
worse
on
than
stream.
I remembered. And despite the uncountable amount of videos that have been made about The Force Awakens, the movie has yet to receive the full measure of criticism it is due. I, the Despot, here decree that there will be no Disney sequel trilogy nostalgia. There will be no positive retconning. No
Is
one
prequel trilogy
is
nostalgia all
permitted to
okay?
assert that the sequels have aged well. This is not the prequels all over again. They were hated at first, but then we realized that the true Star Wars was the prequel movies we hated along the way. So everyone loves them now. No. That's not happening.
No, but like
I'll get to the
Yoda
Last
flipping
Jedi
around
and
was
the somehow
cool.
Return of Palpatine in time. But for now, The Force Awakens is an absolutely abysmal movie that has aged like a carton of milk in the belly of the Sarlacc pit. Now, I'm going to bomb Mos Eisley while Jonathan Frakes gives his assessment of The Force Awakens. Jonathan, if you would.
What really happened? Did 3 acrobats really choose to avenge their sister's death? And haven't dogs and cats been known to predict earthquakes? But what about the detail of the
Is that Shadows of the Empire?
Then I'm Jonathan Frakes. But then, how do you explain the chocolate? How
I never played it, but I always hear good things about it.
The same, I'm Jonathan Fairshot. If not, how could the boy suddenly speak Chinese? But then how do you... I'm Jonathan Frakes. I'm Jonathan What about this unusually shaped chair? Why did the insult machine suddenly give compliments?
Oh, that is Rogue Squadron? Sorry. And we were just talking about it.
I'm Jonathan Frakes. How do you explain the dog? Jonathan Frakes. I'm Jonathan Frakes. Then, I'm Jonathan Frakes. I'm Jonathan Frakes. I'm Jonathan Frakes.
He's Jonathan Frakes.
The men's room attendant knows so much about art. Jonathan. I'm Jonathan. I'm Jonathan Frakes. I'm Jonathan Stokes. I'm Jonathan Frakes. I'm Jonathan Frakes. I'm Jonathan. Murdered Professor Wainwright. And how do you explain Jonathan Frakes? And how do you explain the fact?
Thinking back on it, it's kind of wild to think, because even though Shadows of the Empire was a third-party developed game that Nintendo was just involved with, Star Wars was such a big draw and such a big name. It was such a iconic part of the American culture and zeitgeist that it got major marketing, a big fucking push when the N64 was coming out, and I'm pretty sure its release definitely predates the Phantom Menace, so it was before the prequels, so you couldn't say that, oh, they're just pushing it in the marketing because the prequels was coming out. I think that Shadows of the Empire was 97. It was like 2 years off from the Phantom Menace. Star Wars was just that big back then. It was just that powerful that just having an exclusive Star Wars game on your system, that was like a big fucking deal. And now nobody cares, man. And now all the Star Wars games that come out, they're just like Soulsborne clones.
Welcome to the Despots.
Oh, wrong one. No, that's his worst movies of 2025. That's his worst movies of 2025 thing. I also have that on the playlist. Oh, Frakes? Sorry. There's no N in his last name. My bad. The Toy Store had a Star Wars section throughout the 90s. I'm sure they still do, maybe, question mark? But they're nowhere near as big as it might have been 30 years ago. Anyway, that was his retrospective on The Force Awakens. Let me see if we have the daily wrap-up. Because the Empire is one of the hardest code inputs ever, I think. Hold A, B, D left, C right, LRZ, and then move the stick halfway left and halfway right again? My brain's already mashed potatoes. I definitely couldn't do that. No, it's not up yet. Okay, we're learning about The Last Jedi then. Here it is.
We will begin our assault on The Last Jedi by examining the second worst aspect of the movie. Why not the worst aspect?
A good question. For another time.
We all know what the worst part of The Last Jedi
Move the stick
is.
with your
Luke
mouth?
Skywalker's deconstruction.
Gross.
That topic has been exhaustively covered on YouTube, and while I will
Dude, you input the code and then play a two-player game with your friend, you pass them the fucking controller with this control stick full of saliva. Here's your controller, bro.
on it in this video, going over Luke's character assassination in detail would be like launching an attack on the Super Star Destroyer after the Battle of Endor. Let us instead commence our attack by focusing all fire on the plot. The plot of The Last Jedi
This
is
minigame
more
can be annoying.
broken than Anakin at the conclusion of his lesson in why you don't attack the high ground. When broken down into its constituent segments, the plot of The Last Jedi consists of a chase scene, 3 fetch quests, and 3 battles. The chase scene is the Last Order's pursuit of the Resistance. This lasts the entire movie. The fetch quests are Rey trying to fetch Luke for Leia, Rose of the Potato Sack, and
Luke
her
not-
wacky
Luke not
sidekick
wanting to be
Finn heading
bound.
off to fetch a code breaker, and Rey leaving Craggy Island to redeem Ben Solo and fetch him for the light side of the Force. A plot element I will henceforth be referring to as Reylo. The 3 battles are the opening Imperial attack on the hidden Rebel base on Hoth Stand-In, the Throne Room lightsaber battle, and the battle on Salt Hoth. All of these segments make no sense. The chase scene is the central plot around which the entire movie revolves, and it has a nonsensical premise. The script informs the audience that the reason the Resistance can't escape
Last Jedi was literally like 3 plots, all to not get wrapped up, and that's the movie. Now, that's the problem with Hollywood. They know how to write intros. They don't really know how to write endings. They definitely don't know how to write middle parts.
the First Order is that the First Order are tracking the Resistance fleet.
This took me 50 tries when I did it. Maybe I'm retarded. I had trouble with it when 3D All-Stars first came out, because I never played the version on the Wii. I played Galaxy 2 on the Wii at like a Walmart. But I played it for the first time when it came out, the first time on Switch, 3D All-Stars. And I remember struggling with that bomb minigame. Now, you might be mistaken. They make you do it again later, and I think later there's a stricter time limit. But even then, when I played that, like back in October as Mario, I still didn't have trouble, even with that harder version. You know, I'll tell you the one that I did have trouble with. In Galaxy 2, they rehashed the objective, but you have to use the Fire Flower to break open the crates. I failed that one like once or twice.
Through lightspeed, and the Resistance only have enough fuel left for 1 lightspeed jump. Okay. The solution is simple and obvious. Every hyperdrive ship in the fleet simultaneously jumps to a random Resistance-friendly system. Upon arrival in the system, they get planetside ASAP and melt into the friendly populace. The First Order are probably only tracking 1 rebel ship, and so will lose track of almost the entire Resistance. But even if they are tracking every ship, in the time it takes them to set up the logistics for a pursuit in many different directions, the rebels will have spirited themselves away among friendly populations. But the rebels and TLJ have the collective
DSP failed the Fire Flower one 10 times. All you have to do is like know where you're aiming.
Obvious solution. Not Leia, not Holdo, not Poe. There are other major problems with the chase scene.
Watching the Dingus versus DSP gameplay of this was wild. He made Dingus look like a god. The thing that bugs me the most about DSP when it comes to Nintendo gameplay is that Nintendo games, at least stuff like 3D Mario, Donkey Kong Bonanza recently, they're all about movement and the movement tech and just how free it is to move around as a character. You get a little bit of that in Zelda too. He uses none of that. When he played Donkey Kong, he ran around spamming the hand slap R button. No roll jumps, no chaining moves together. When he plays Galaxy, he just moves around very slow. Oh, I'm playing Galaxy. He doesn't do long jumps, doesn't do spin jumps, doesn't do any of the cool shit. Now, I'm not going to act like Galaxy has a lot of movement tech to it, unlike Sunshine or Mario 64. But there's stuff you can do that's pretty... Look at that. Look what I just did. Look at that. He does none of that shit. He makes every game look fucking boring. Like you don't have anything to your moveset. He doesn't, yeah, there's no, he wants to talk about era of discovery in like fighting games. There's no fucking period of discovery when it comes to him playing a platformer game and trying to explore around with your options. Which is weird for a guy who spends the beginning of every playthrough mashing the buttons to figure out what each button does. It's such a prominent thing that I do it now every time I start a game to make fun of him. We've been monitoring that's happening. Gameplay is shifting in a flow state sort of tech lately. Yeah, I really enjoyed movement in Donkey Kong Bonanza. It felt so good to control Donkey Kong in that game.
But we'll get to those in the plot hole section. As I pointed out in my The Force Awakens video, Rey's fetch quest made no sense from the word go. Why would Leia send a girl she met 26 seconds ago to fetch Luke? In Leia's
why would she hug that woman over Chewie?
Retarded mind, retrieving Luke is the single most important task the Resistance can pursue. Really, Leia should have gone to Luke herself. Instead, she sends a rookie rebel she met an hour ago who no one has ever heard of. When Luke makes it clear that he won't be returning to the fight because it's 2017, and in 2017 men aren't allowed to be heroes anymore, Rey's prerogative then becomes to return to Leia and say,
Queen Leia, I mean General Organa, sorry for a second there, I forgot you'd been updated for a modern audience anyway. Luke won't leave Rian Johnson's script because he's been updated for a modern audience. Maybe you should go remind him that he's Luke Skywalker and not a mouthpiece for a deconstructionist feminist agenda.
But instead,
it's because he has no curiosity. He's not interested in figuring out an interesting way to play. He just wants to win the game and get paid. Yes. And it's you can examine that in not just platformer playthroughs, but any playthrough that requires him to think, any playthrough that gives him the freedom of exploration to do shit. Just look at how he solves puzzles in fucking Tears of the Kingdom. He has no imagination, no exploration, talks about the era of discovery, but doesn't want to discover when you actually allow him to do so. You put him in a sandbox, and he's like, okay, what do I do? What do I do? The game's not telling me what I do. What am I supposed to do here? And he solves the puzzle in Zelda, doing completely the autistic, like, long-form approach. Like, he solves the puzzle in a way that no one would ever think to solve a puzzle. Anyone with a shred of imagination then is like, oh my god, that puzzle was so hard. That really demanded all of my mental faculties. There was no fucking way I couldn't have solved that on my own. Nintendo, right? And then he wants to talk about this puzzle in routine, where he's like, the devs, the dunce devs fucked the puzzle up. And then you look at the puzzle, and he enters the numbers wrong, and nobody corrects him. Well, someone corrected him, but I don't think he read it. And then he just rage quits the game. And Saru put out a video about that recently.
Ed, Rey stays on Craggy Island and starts training with Luke. Love, this is not what Leia sent you there for.
Yeah, it's not even that he's stupid, but he is stupid. It's that he doesn't care.
Back to the Resistance.
It's a business, idiot.
If
you
leaving without Luke makes you feel morally ill at ease, then make a quick confession to Father Ted, get back to the fleet, and tell them they need to send somebody else to go get Luke. You insubordinate wench. The second fetch quest is Reylo.
Got the numbers right once, but entered the numbers wrong.
Reylo is the one aspect of TLJ,
and it was a randomized puzzle too, so the chat couldn't help him.
The subplot of Rey and Kylo meeting on Force Tinder and having a series of online chats before Rey gets honey-dicked into meeting Kylo is too good not to enjoy. And fair play to Rian Johnson for accurately depicting modern dating.
So tell me about yourself.
Well, I'm 28, a heart surgeon, though I sometimes do underwear modelling on weekends. My first business is about to launch an IPO,
You
and I spend
man
much
plus
of my
cat
time
moment.
volunteering at my local homeless shelter.
How tall are you?
Oh shit, remember they were calling him
tall.
Kylo
Oh
Dent?
my god, get away from me, you creepy loser. So what's your story?
I'm a total psychopath.
Oh, I completely forgot about that.
Luke Skywalker's Jedi Temple participated in the genocide of
And then people realized he was actually kind of
based.
Oh my god, he's so hot. I can
And then he
totally
had brain
fix him.
surgery.
This is the one aspect of Disney Star Wars that is consistent with the OT. Women in dating. In the OT, who does Leia go for? The morally upstanding farm boy who never chose to be anything other than a hero who willingly risks his lives for others? Or the smuggler and scoundrel who is out for himself and openly states that he doesn't give a damn about anyone he's not paid to give a damn about? And
Nice guy, bros. No, we lost lost a Chud Han.
Who does Ray go for? The hero
That's okay.
who almost died.
They were brother and sister, even if they didn't know it.
He's not paid to give a damn about. And who does Ray go
No,
for?
it's not
the
snowing,
hero
GPM.
who almost died defending her, or the guy that almost killed him? Women. Am I right, boys? What exactly is Ray's plan for when she arrives at Kylo's place? Convince Kylo that he's actually good during the 5-minute journey to Snoke's throne room, then escape with him? Even if she turns Kylo back into Ben Solo, they will both be captured and killed there and then. Ray's endeavor to fix him doesn't even qualify as stupid.
I can
It's
fix him, you
insane. And
guys.
don't tell me that it's no difference to Luke trying to
Snow
redeem
up to your
Vader.
ankles?
Luke saw the
Hope
redemption
you're okay,
of Vader
GPM.
as his destiny, and he had no illusions that he would leave the second Death Star alive.
Soon I'll be dead. And you with me.
And let's be real here, son. We all know what happens every time a girl thinks she can fix a bad boy Alpha Chad.
If I go to him, Ben Solo will turn.
5 minutes later.
Mom told me to pick the best one, and you are
I guess you come
My
back
biggest
right now.
issue with Raylo is that it leads nowhere. It's a
Sorry
circular
for the
arc.
ads, you
Rey and
guys.
Kylo end up right back where they started at the end of it. The ideal end point of
Look, I'll pause the video, and you can let me know when the ads are done. Now, guys, it sure would be great if we can get a huge rallying of support, so that the people can't be felted by the ads. There's a lot of attendance and engagement, but where is the support for Mario Galaxy? I thought you guys liked this. Don't you like me? Don't you like the gameplay? Don't you like the Luigi gameplay? I'm playing the game so good, you guys. I'm not even dying anymore. But you guys, most of you didn't see me die in level 1. That was sandbagging. It was the redemption story. I die a lot in the first level, then I proceed not to die in any of the later levels. The ads are done, you freaking sellout. Thank you.
My biggest issue with Raylo is that it leads nowhere.
Yeah, that
It's
was
a
all of my
circular
shit.
arc. Rey and Kylo end up right back where they started at the end of it. The ideal end point of Raylo would have been...
Wrap is up? Okay. We're only 6 minutes into this one. He's still kind of recapping before going through the movie. Thank you, Kai_Aster. And thank you for the and check. Let's hope he's still awake. Alright, wrap is up. Let's see. What's the title? What do we got? Anne is barely awake. This does not surprise me. Anne has had a long day. Had the big 24-hour stream yesterday. He's really sleepy. He wants to go Mimi time. He's basically crashing out in the bed. Oh, I just want to watch anime, guys. Are you working from home anytime this week, Anne? Because we gotta finish the Ding Slop. The new season of Ding Slop is about to start, and we haven't finished the old Ding Slop. Just any day when you are available, I would like to finish these shows. Okay. Clear Obscure down again, all caps. Can it recover? Rimworld second stream rocked. The Daily Wrap, January 4th, 2026. Going to work from home Monday if you feel like doing catch up. Okay. I won't be available for all day, but I still would like to do it tomorrow. So I think tomorrow I'm good till about like 4 is when that'd be like as late as I'd be able to go. 4 p.m. of course. So yeah, I'll try to be awake. Be sure to set my alarm. Alright, let me copy this. Copy paste.
Good evening, everyone.
Well, of course, the first thing I hear is way too loud music. But yeah, here's the title so you can see it. Clear Obscure down again. Can it recover? Rimworld second stream rocked. Daily Wrap, January 4th, 2026.
Good evening, everyone. Phil here, and welcome to the Daily Wrap for what was the first day of my 6-day streaming week, Sunday, the 4th of January, 20.
Make sure you 1080.
How did today go? Let's talk about that, because I would argue it was a day of great gameplay and fun, but Now, a few things that honestly I was nervous about are coming to fruition. So
he says he's never nervous, so he's not paranoid. This guy is not falling.
I talked about it on the podcast today. Today, my tips links has changed. I updated it.
I heard about this. He refused to explain why.
Send me a tip during a live stream or off stream.
He's trying to
via
scam.
my PayPal. The link was updated today. So
I thought maybe my theory was it's a new year, so maybe he wants to change it to make it easier to track for the purposes of doing the taxes. And it's like, oh, it's easier to keep track if I change the link every time a new year rolls around. But it's already January. It's already January 5th. That wouldn't make sense. He would have done that from the first day already. That was the only theory I could come up with. Probably got frozen again from a big tip. Probably. He didn't say what it was though, so we can all we can do is hyperfixate and wildly speculate.
Check out the description of any video I upload today or the streams today had the new link. I just want you to be aware because a few people were trying to tip me because they
better not argue Clay Obscure was slow because no one
didn't work.
Oh,
so there you have it. Okay.
No, he said the cope. He said the cope right as I was gonna say it.
Yes, I've got to.
Oh my God, tuna sandwich! Thank you for the follow. We prefer lunch meat sandwiches over here, but well, I guess tuna is a form of meat. It's just fish meat. Yeah, thank you, thank you. Imagine you own a tuna sandwich shop. What was I gonna say? Oh, he said the cope right as I was saying the cope. I was like, oh, he better not say the cope is, oh, they don't have the don't have the new link and they thought it was the old link, so that's why support was down because maybe they tried tipping the old link and the old link didn't work, so they just decided not to tip and not to explore further as to why the link was not working. They didn't go ask Phil why the link wasn't working. Oh, they just had it bookmarked, saw it wasn't working, and then just decided not to tip. Just not to explore and see, like, hey, maybe there's a reason why it's not working. Maybe I'll go to Phil's chat and directly ask him why it's not working. No, it just didn't work the first time, so I'm just not going to tip today. No, I don't believe that's what happened. I want to believe these people do not have the tips link bookmarked. Surely this can't be true. Surely this say it ain't so. They don't have it bookmarked so that they just go directly tip Phil. And then what's the implication of that? That they tip Phil, they bookmark the page. So they tip Phil using the bookmark, meaning they don't even have to watch the stream to do it. So the implication is that these people were not already watching the stream. They tried to tip using the bookmark link so they don't have to watch the stream to tip. Saw it wasn't working, and then were too retarded that they didn't think to go ask Phil on the stream what was up with the link so that he could go provide the new link to them. And this doesn't make any sense no matter what way you slice it. You want to help Phil, but if the tips link isn't working, you aren't explorative and curious enough to go ask him what the hell is going on? And if you were on the stream, watching the stream, unlike these hypothetical dents who have it bookmarked who don't watch the stream and just tip them to tip them, if you were watching the stream, you wouldn't have an issue with having the old link because he spammed the new link everywhere. Hey, Kanji Monster. The implication is that they type to watch him instead of they type to him instead of watching. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. That they give him the tithes just to give him the tithes instead of, you know, for watching the content as reciprocation. What happened to reciprocation? The suggested implication would be that these people just tip him to tip him rather than tipping him as reciprocation for the content.
FYI. Today's podcast was a good one.
Yeah,
basically
main character syndrome tuna sandwich.
What happened on Friday? How Call of Duty did work as a stream, but as a day stream, I feel like maybe it didn't work as well as when it was a night stream.
I know he did this already, Ann.
Call of Duty Black Ops 7 again as a night stream because I was actually doing much.
I know he did this. That's why I was arguing that maybe it's for the purposes of like record keeping.
Better with my new equipment.
With the tips
link.
link.
I wanted to keep it in the rotation and play it more, so we were going to do that later in the week. However, I explained that I really felt that sadly, Tainted Grail just wasn't working. You know, we had tried 3 separate streams of this game, and the third one had the least attendance, least engagement, and least support of all, and that's very disheartening.
You're right. Content dictated by people who don't even watch it. But then he's the guy who's on stream reminding you about King Tut every fucking day. If you're on his stream and you remember who the hell King Tut is, I always say this. If you're on his stream and you know who King Tut is, you don't have his best interest at heart. You're a fucking troll. There should be nobody on his stream acting in good faith, operating in good faith, who knows who King Tut is and knows everything about that saga.
You know, so I felt, hey, I gave it enough tries. I like it, but if it ain't gonna work, it ain't gonna work. So we're basically retiring that game, which is a shame, but what can you do, right? People didn't show up enough to really warrant me to keep playing it. We also talked about the schedule for the week. The 5 games that are staying in rotation, the new game I'm playing later in the week. We talked about the year-end series, and I gave everyone a big update on that one of the year-end series will actually be this week, and more. So if you didn't see it,
top
check out
8
the
now.
podcast from earlier today. It was a
This
really
motherfucker
good one,
plays so
very
few
informative.
games,
I
it's
think you're
now
gonna
a
wanna
top
check it
8.
out and not miss it.
Next week, the next year
it
will
was
be a
time
top
for more
6.
Clear Obscure Expedition 33. This is where my disappointment came in today.
Uh-oh.
Here's why. We had
Allow me
good
to explain.
attendance, good engagement,
I saw Mark
and
one
actually
watching
good
this,
support during
watching
my
the day stream.
podcast. As soon as I started playing Expedition 33, half the viewers left.
Everyone left.
Okay, a lot of trolls stuck around, which was
They
stupid
smelled
because they
blood
think
in
they're
the
gonna be
water.
on my streams. They're not. They're just wasting their time. But
you
as for people
derailed
who
enough for
actually
you to bring it up
Expedition
today.
33,
Tonight.
there are some, but it's not a huge crowd, and definitely it's way less than what I had just a few weeks ago.
Do they
You know,
show
if
up
you
and
remember,
support
I
like the
brought
small
back
Pokemon
Expedition
crowd?
33 because after the
guess
Asmongold
not.
interview in November, there was this
still playing
reinvigoration of
Pokemon?
people who were like, "Ooh, I like Phil now."
Still playing Pokemon. Oh my god. Okay. I paused at a good point. As I was going to say, the Pokemon crowd has about the same kind of small ass crowd as Expedition 33. But notice the difference? The Pokemon crowd actually shows up and gives him money. So he keeps playing it, buys the DLC. This motherfucker doesn't buy DLC for any game anymore, really. Buys the DLC, is about to finish the DLC, talks about doing the post game of the DLC, potentially, but he probably won't. And then it's like, that game's okay because it has like one or two people that fund it just so they can keep a Pokemon in the party or whatever. And it has Jade, and Jade likes it, and Jade liking it means it's a positive and organic engagement. But this other game, Clear Obscure, the Asmongold people don't exist if they ever existed at all, and they never gave him any money. And they sure as shit are engaging in the chat. And a game like that doesn't have Marvel characters in it or Pokemon, so Jade isn't too interested.
Let's check out his content. Let's have him play this and that. And I said,
no, I know he played the Liza P DLC, but for the most part, because he'll bring it up too. He really doesn't do DLC too often anymore. He played DLC much more consistently back in the day. Liza P, you can say, it got a boost, like an interest because it was a Soulsborne style. Same for something like Shadow of the Earth Tree, but that's a DLC so big it could be its own game.
My biggest regret of 2025 was quitting Expedition 33 and not doing the Act 3 content. People said, bring it back. It's game of the year. Everyone likes it. We'll watch you play it. So I did. And people did actually come back and watch me play it for about 2 weeks. Today, it feels like we're back to the crowd that we had when I was playing this game back in April, May, and June. It's sad because I love the game. I'm actually doing some of the toughest content in the game. Today I fought Clea, one of the 3 big super bosses
make people
of the
stick
main
around,
game.
I guess.
I went back and rematched the dragon that kicked my butt a couple streams ago. And overall, the stream was actually very entertaining if you're into the combat and you're into the challenge. A lot of people are like, well, there's no story. I'm like, yeah, we beat the story. Like, that was what you told me to do last year. You said rush through the story, so we did. There really is no story left.
Once again, pawning responsibility onto the viewers. It's the viewers' fault for telling him to do the story.
So, I'm liking it. I'm having a great time.
They told him to rush through the story because there was no guarantee that he was going to return to the game. So it's like, okay, if you're giving yourself only a few streams left to do this shit, yeah, just rush through the story because we want to see the end of the story. So he rushes through the story, but then because they told him to rush through the story later on when he returns to the game in the now, because Asmongold told him to, now it's the viewer's fault for telling him to rush through the story in the first place. But back then, there was no guarantee he would talk to Asmongold, so that Asmongold would tell him to go back to the game.
But today, it was disappointing. Engagement was slower.
It felt disappointing.
Support was bad. Not to lie, it was bad. You know, and that's
he'd never lie to
now,
us.
Here's the thing.
Here's the deal.
I have done so well recently that it's not the end of the world that the stream didn't do good.
Yeah, he can face tank like 4 bad streams in a row, but he'll sure as shit complain about it.
It's not. To be honest with you, if I was looking at my schedule right now,
I'd be getting a little nervous.
There's one game that I want to keep playing despite the fact it didn't do good, it's Expedition 33. So I will keep it in the rotation.
And Pokemon's
we
the
will
opposite.
be playing it again.
He does
want to
drop it, but can't
Wednesday
because
at
of
the
money.
Daytime stream. I am hoping.
Hey, Stinky Zug.
That maybe that some people who couldn't
Lip
make
smack.
it today will come
Aggressive
by
lip
on
smack.
Wednesday to support the stream. Really, like I want to keep playing this game.
Like, I want to play
and
this
I'm
game.
going
Like,
to
I
talk
want
through
to
this
play
right
it.
now, and I am going to keep playing it. But here's what's on the line. Everyone says they wanted to see me fight this Simon, the super ultimate boss of the base game. I'm willing to do that. But after that, there was a new DLC that just came out in December. And people were like, will you play the DLC? It's even harder than Simon. And I'm like, I'd like to, but
I need your
realistically do
buy-in.
that when again,
He never says buy-in
the
anymore.
popularity of the game has dwindled. So it's going to be a tough decision. Like, I want to keep going, but how long can I keep doing it? Like, if this is going to be the one game that's not doing well on streams, that's going to actually irk me because it's
definitely ain't
such
the
a
only
great
game.
It's lots of people's game of the year. Why people can't be entertained by
It's
game
not
of the
everybody's
year, I
game of the
don't
year.
know. I just don't get it. I
you
love
do
the
get
game.
it. No,
So-
no, because I listened to today's stream on Tevin's stream. Say that again.
Such a great game. It's lots of people's game of the year. Why people can't be entertained by game of the year, I don't know.
You do know, because on a day stream, when someone asked him if it's worth playing, he's like, oh, yeah, it's worth playing if you like RPGs. Like, this is a lot of people's game of the year because it is an RPG, but if you're not into RPGs, I could understand how you would be interested in it. Well, guess la-di-da, guess the fuck what, Burnell? It's a lot of people in your audience that don't like RPGs, so when you make them watch an RPG, they're not too interested, even if that game is game of the year. It's not even just exclusive to you. A lot of streamers, when it comes to lengthy games that are RPGs, like Yakuza or Yakuzama, as one of my coworkers used to say, like Yakuzama. There are just certain games that are harder to sell than others to a viewing audience, and that's just how it is. It doesn't matter if it's game of the year or not. No, let's be real. Clear Obscure, kind of hidden different. It really appeals to a broader mainstream audience than your average anime waifu JRPG. So it's got a greater potential to enrapture an audience. I've seen a lot of popular streamers able to stream that game, no problem. The problem here with Burnell, the X factor, is that Burnell is Burnellio. He is who he is. It doesn't matter what you play, Burnell, because you're the one playing it. So you're not going to have anyone watching, bish.
I just don't get it.
I just don't get it.
I am.
I don't know.
love the game.
I don't know.
So watch the content today if you didn't see it. It's great stuff.
I don't know why you guys
Fighting
see
super
like
bosses,
me.
learning and changing builds and challenging them again and, overcoming. And it's great. It's good stuff. It's just a shame that not everyone is really along
Yeah,
for that
he
ride
didn't.
with me.
I
A lot
heard
of
he's
people
not
are just
interested in
against this
Kiwami 3.
turn-based RPG. It's a weird mentality to have in 2026.
That's
honestly.
a shame.
So
That's such a shame to hear from the guy who made Yakuza what it was in the West. This is the guy who popularized Yakuza in the West, right? That's what he always tells us. Now he won't even play it anymore. Dude, this guy should have been the guy voicing who's the guy? The main guy? not Young, yeah. Phil made the series popular in the West. They should have cast him as the guy.
that was the first stream. Okay?
The Dragon of
Second stream was
Denshiba.
RimWorld. Only my second stream of it. And I'll just
Yeah,
tell
Kiryu.
you, it
Sorry, I
was
was
a good
blanking on it.
stream. We had good attendance, good engagement, good support.
Hello,
Was it
Kira.
nearly as huge as the first stream? Of course not. It
Oh, yes,
wasn't
he has
expected
claimed
to be
that.
because this is the second stream. The whole gimmick of me doing it for the first time is gone. But tonight, I feel like I learned a heck of a lot more. I learned about recruiting.
I'm paraphrasing, but whenever he plays a Yakuza game, he will often say that a lot of people didn't know about the series prior to him playing it on YouTube way back when, and because this was popularity side fill, he was so popular back then, white hot popular. He attests and will still claim to this day that he probably, more than likely, maybe kind of exposed the series to someone who did not previously know. Someone who didn't previously know about it otherwise if it wasn't for the fact that they watched one of his videos of him playing it badly. So yes, that is something that he claims. Hey, Weagle. Who was the guy that was just like him for real, for real? That was the guy from Infinite Wealth. She was the other guy, Afro guy, voiced by Kaji Tang. What was his name? I keep wanting to say Kazuya, but that's the Tekken guy. Ichiban, yeah.
People like taking prisoners and starting to recruit them and heal them and have them be recruited to your group. I learned about running wires and being able to have electricity. I actually set up refrigeration in a storage room, started having serious harvesting.
I learned about Yakuza from Two Best Friends Play. I'm pretty sure that playthrough was before Phil's. It probably was. This is the same guy who insists that he invented the term Let's Play. Well, not Let's Play, playthrough. Insists that he invented the term playthrough, or at least that he had a major hand in popularizing it, even though you can easily go to something like Something Awful and get the true history of the term for yourself. Thank you for the follow, Eagle.
Setting people to cook and do their affinities and things like that. And it's cool because...
And the first Yakuza he played was the spin-off,
really
wasn't it?
Boring at any time because
Souls.
other stuff kept happening. Ooh, a trader shows up at camp. Find my character who has the highest social rating and go trade, right? And actually, the cool thing happened. There was a storm at the very end of the stream. And basically, there was a lightning that set stuff on fire, but I was out of time. And I'm like, oh, I know. Next time when we play, we'll tackle the fire. That'll be a cool way to start the next stream. Support was great. So RimWorld right now, very well supported stream. I'm very pleased with that. Thank you to everyone who's coming by and supporting RimWorld. You guys are awesome. I hope you enjoy the videos after the fact.
Let's see how long that lasts.
I hope that this playthrough will continue to be something fun and chill and interactive. Right now, it's working very well.
I don't know, Dingus. Aside from that comment Guru Larry responded to on how many takes he needed to make Phil do, I think the people at Studio would have beaten the shit out of him. Oh, yeah. You know, I remember what you're talking about. Yeah, Phil had a cameo in one of Guru Larry's videos. Guru Larry is the guy who comments on every video ever. If there's a video on YouTube, chances are Guru Larry has commented on it.
Something so different. And personally, I want to thank anyone who over the course of 2025 tried to convince me to play it. 4 hours in.
He also talked to
I'm having a
Synthetic
great
Man.
time with it. Let's keep it going that way. Okay? So here's the thing. RimWorld doing well helps offset the fact that Expedition 33 isn't doing so well. All right? I hope that things will change with Expedition 33, but the thing is, if other streams are doing well...
You like how did you catch what he did there? Remember the old sandwich shop analogies from back in the Twitch days? Where it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter what I make on the day stream because I still have to hit the goal on a night stream. Imagine you own a sandwich shop and you do good one day. That doesn't mean you close the next day. You know why I know that analogy? Because I got yelled at on Twitch and I got force-fed that analogy with a spoon. He mailed me a spoon and force-fed me that analogy during a Street Fighter stream because I wanted to have a little bit of fun and remind him just how much he made playing Divinity, I think. I'm the one. I'm the one who got the sandwich shop analogy. And now look, in the modern day, modern style era, it's not even the first time he's done it either. He goes on and uses that same argument to justify why it's okay that he did poorly on the day stream because he did so good on the night stream. Oh, but if you brought this up to him in 2020, you would have been sent to ban world.
Helps offset that way, okay? So here's the thing. RimWorld doing well helps offset the fact that Expedition 33 isn't doing so well.
Wrong.
All right? I hope that things
The
will
shop
change with
doesn't
Expedition
close
33,
tomorrow
but
just
the
because
thing
you
is,
did
if
good
other
on
streams are doing
RimWorld.
well, then maybe Expedition 33 can actually be that one game that we can say, I guess we're not going to get that much.
Don't quit your Rim
attendance
job
and support
because
for
of
it, but we can still
RimWorld.
play it. So let's see how things continue to go. All right? I'm being hopeful here that we can just keep it going. It won't be a big deal. All right? All right. So here's what's going on. Tomorrow, there is no podcast in the morning. Instead, I'm going to do a major stream of Pokemon Legends ZA DLC. Now,
Oh my God, is this the last
I don't have a
one?
humongous crowd for Pokemon anymore. This
Okay,
is
explain this. Again, it's the opposite of Clear Obscure. Nobody watches it, but 2 or 3 people show up to give a bunny for Pokemon names. And he is well aware of this. It's the opposite of Clear Obscure. He wants to continue playing it, but can't because of no money and no people watching. You can hear it. Just this preamble before he even talks about it. It's clear that he wants to put the game down because he's been playing it since day 1 of its release in October. It is January now. January. I don't even think he played Bonanza this long. The only Nintendo game I think he stretched out even longer than this was Fire Emblem Three Houses. And that was like, chef's kiss Dingus playthrough. Me and Will's playthrough right there. But holy shit, look at his face. He's so done with this.
Podcast in the morning. Instead, I'm going to do a major stream of Pokemon Legends ZA DLC.
He is so checked
I'm
out.
well aware I don't have a humongous crowd for Pokemon anymore. This is a gameplay that's over 60 hours long, and we are heading to the end of the DLC for the record. We have actually gotten into the final, like, third or
Bro, not even Arlo
last
swept for the
quarter of
DLC. I watched his
slot.
review yesterday. If you weren't
I think 2-3
here.
more streams, we probably will beat the DLC as long as we keep making the
Arlo got
progress
it
we've
for
been
free
making.
and still
So,
shat on it.
that's the good news, is that we're not stuck right now. We're doing well, and the DLC hopefully will go well tomorrow. People will come by, engage, and support it like usual. We will be doing a 30 to 40-minute hangout session. Before that, gameplay starts roughly a little after noon Pacific time. So come by and hang out. Stick around for Pokemon if you're interested.
The fake short podcast instead of
Tomorrow
the
night,
real
the late
long
stream will be
podcast.
Call of Duty Black Ops 7 multiplayer, now on a late stream again. I'll be using the new setup. Actually, now I have a new wrist rest. And
Yeah, the DLC is literally the same map with a different color scheme. It's not out of the norm. It's not out of the ordinary for a DLC to repurpose assets from the main game. In fact, a lot of DLCs do that, but it comes across particularly lazy in the case of this Pokemon game.
an actual new cool thing for my wrist, as you can see.
My idea, and I said this yesterday, so some people here may not have heard it. My idea for the Pokemon DLC is everyone was hyped for the sewers under the city, but then in the final game, the sewers are just like 2 hallways and that's it. My idea would be the DLC expands the sewers. It expands the sewers and like this whole catacomb network system, and maybe it's kind of like macabre, and you run into Darkrai down there. It's like a whole maze, a labyrinth. It's like Tears of the Kingdom, where you can go underground, except there's actual shit down there. And it's like, you could have had that be the whole DLC without having the repurposed assets from the city, just with a different color palette. Wheelchairs love Pokemon, you get it? Imagine you ran a sandwich shop and you have a Pikachu sandwich. And every week, a lot of people come to buy the Pikachu sandwich. Every week. So why would I stop selling that sandwich? You get it? I don't think they're really buying the Pikachu sandwich anymore. It's being kept afloat. It's like, imagine you own a sandwich shop and you're the one guy who likes meatball marinara. And it loses the restaurant money to continuously order the ingredients to make the meatball marinara. But it's kind of offset by you and your buddy being the only people who consume and purchase the meatball marinara. So it's kind of worthwhile for them to continue investing the meatball marinara, even though you're the only person that buys it.
Top 7 multiplayer, now on a late stream again. I'll be using the new setup. Actually, now I have a new wrist rest, an actual new cool thing for my wrist. As you can see, it's new. I didn't have it earlier today. It showed up today. That is meant to be supposedly for competitive shooters. It's meant to glide around with your hand.
Sorry, GPM.
And I'm curious how this is going to work to help me aim and everything. I didn't really have a good one before. I was using crappy ones, and now I've gotten better stuff that hopefully
you should
will,
express
again,
ship
help
a
me
Corona
improve with the
Zen,
gameplay.
use
So
it,
we'll
and then
see
get
tomorrow
banned
night.
from
It should
Call
be
of Duty.
fun. We have a new drone we unlocked that has like a sniper rifle attached. I'm excited to try all this stuff out.
I'm excited.
I hope you'll be here for Call of Duty tomorrow. So
I hope you're
chill
excited.
Vibes, Pokemon, and Call of Duty tomorrow. Remember, later this week, we got so many games coming up. On Tuesday, we got Arc Raiders, and we've got a new game that we're going to try to pick and try on Tuesday night. I don't even know what yet, but we're going to do something fresh. On Wednesday, there's going to be more Clear Obscure and more RimWorld. All right, so maybe we can have a little turnaround from today, and it'll do better. I don't know. But anyway, thank you. Great start of the week. All right, had fun with all the gameplay and streams today. Hopefully tomorrow we have another great day. All right, everyone. Oh, and by the way, code Violet coming out Friday.
Oh.
Say hello to your little friend right there.
I hear it's a spiritual successor of Dino Crisis,
See you tomorrow.
but not on
We'll do it all
PC for
again.
some
Have
reason.
A great day together. Peace out, my friends. Enjoy the gameplay that comes out overnight, and I'll hang out with you in the AM. Good night.
Just a hard, awkward cut off of the music. It's just no outro at all. Just like music hard cuts off. Thanks, Burnell. I'm back in dead fucking silence. They didn't want Gunnar mods, so I didn't release on PC. Really? Is that all it is? Oh, this is good. Sony needs more exclusives, even if they're not the ones making it. Philboard! Dude, Philboard is back! Yes! The signs are gonna beg me for money! No, he's just gonna give me a tutorial. It is unironically because of Gunnar mods. I think the real reason is that they want to sell outfits as DLC and mods compete with that. Oh. Or just give it like a year exclusivity like Stellar Blade. Remember Stellar Blade? Yes, hello my children, Santa Claus here, and I'm gonna be aggressively balding, seething, and coping as I finally give you what you want, but I'm not gonna be serious at all as I play through it. Ah, yes, my children. Alright, back to Star Wars. We were 6 minutes in? Yeah, Kai loves Stellar Blade. For some reason. I can't imagine why.
We will begin our assault on the Last Jedi.
Alright, we're skipping to 6 minutes in, talking about Raylo.
Told me to pick the best one.
Hey, Sardguard. I don't have any hopes for Code Violet. Their last game was really crappy. Those devs do console war to get Sony ponies to buy their crappy games. At Swollen Dingus, have you heard of the Quantum Era? That was their last game. No, I have not. I just thought it was interesting that like a PS5 exclusive was coming out in the big 2.6.
My biggest issue with Raylo is that it leads nowhere. It's a circular arc. Rey and Kylo end up right back where they started at the end of it. The ideal endpoint of Raylo would have been for Rey to turn to the dark side. Rian Johnson thinks of The Last Jedi as a highly subversive work of cinema, but it really isn't. There are a bunch of cheap twists tossed in there for audience shock value, but when TLJ has the opportunity to do something truly subversive and shocking, the movie instead plays it safe. Rey should have turned to the dark side after she and Kylo killed Snoke and the Praetorian Guard. Rey gives in to Kylo and becomes
Then
a
Finn
dark
can
queen
save
of the
today
Force. At the same
and redeem
moment Rey
himself
turns
and
to
actually
the
do
dark
something
side,
of relevance.
Finn force grabs a saber and uses it to kill Phasma. We discover that the Last Jedi was not
Phasma,
Rey,
no.
but Finn.
You had so much potential. She
His
was
force powers
potential
awaken within
woman.
him, and he goes off with Leia to train to become a Jedi and defeat
Hey, Parker,
Reylo in
sing.
the third movie. That
Low
would
expectations
have been
for Code
truly
Violet.
subversive. Not look,
I'm sure DSP
everyone,
will do a good job
I
selling
broke
it to the
JJ's
audience.
Palpatine knockoff action figure. Don't you feel subverted? The third fetch quest is Rose of the Potato Sack and her sidekick heading off to find a code
Oh
breaker
no!
so they can break in.
Dude, I completely forgot about the Asian character. This is the one who got like allegedly harassed and then she got so toxified that they didn't even have her in the 9th movie. And then she had the weird romance with Finn.
Into the Star Destroyer and disable the tracking device, thus allowing the Rebel fleet to escape. This subplot has more holes than General Grievous's latest lightsaber practice victim. If Rose, her sidekick, and Poe have figured out that the First Order are tracking the fleet from only one ship, why don't they suggest all Rebel ships take off in separate directions? It will be impossible for the First Order to track all of the fleeing ships from a single ship console. The trio contact Maz, the plot device from The Force Awakens. The plot device informs them of
Yeah, the
code
orange
breaker
Yoda.
who might be on planet Vegas, possibly, because trust me, bro. The trio trust her
The weirdo
bro, so
Disney
Rose
adults
heads
that got
to
super
planet
toxic
Vegas
with her
with
now.
her trusty
I wouldn't be
sidekick
surprised.
following at her heels. There is no guarantee that the code breaker will be on planet Vegas, or that they will find him, or that he will agree to work for them, or that they can get back to the fleet in time, even if he does. The plan has too many mission-critical variables. At this stage, the trio would just grab whoever the best code breaker in the fleet is and go for it. Or infiltrate the Star Destroyer and force an Imperial officer to open the doors to the tracker at gunpoint. Similar to what Finn did in The Force Awakens when he got Brienne of Darth to lower the shields on Death Star 3 by holding a blaster to her blaster-proof armor. Rose and her sidekick managed to fly away from the fleet.
Well, no one's
without
ever
the
said
First
Phasma
Order
was
noticing.
bright.
This confirms that the First Order cannot track every ship in the Rebel fleet and may only be tracking one. Why do Rose and her sidekick not then inform the fleet of the possibility of splitting up and taking off in many directions? Why do the Resistance not have a single expert codebreaker within their ranks or on their personnel files? Surely they would have a codebreaker on board whose job it is to decode First Order communications. If the Resistance are so incompetent
Fantasy
that they
14
don't have
sex
a sprawling
parties?
network of capable agents
FF11
spread
would
across
never.
the galaxy, as excellently depicted in Andor, then the Resistance are not fit for purpose and deserve to be eradicated so that the mantle of chief resistor to the forces of evil can be taken up by a more capable organization. The three battles in TLJ are the First Order attack on the Rebel base, the throne
not
room
curious
lightsaber
about it
battle,
at all.
and the Battle of Salt Hoth. The movie opens with the attack on the Rebel base. There is no
I pressed CL by
explanation for
accident.
how the First Order found the base or why the rebels didn't escape sooner, since it seems that they were aware of the First Order's impending arrival. The First Order are able to bomb the rebel base from orbit because the rebels don't have a deflector shield. Leia, the leader of the
Deflector
rebels,
shield.
was with the rebellion on Hoth Hoth, she knows the vital importance of having a shield to protect from orbital attack. So why did she allow this
I knew
base
it
to be
popped the
set
bubble.
up
I was
without
just,
a shield? The rebels' escape plan
you
depends
can't say fat finger
entirely
because I
on
don't have
Poe's
fat
genius
fingers.
level
But,
piloting skills. This plan was greenlit by Leia personally, but later Leia tells Poe this.
There are things that you cannot solve by jumping in an X-Wing and blowing something up.
Also, why is the rebel plan
she sounds
so
so old.
shockingly bad? Why don't they
Get
have
off screen,
ion
you
cannons
bit.
like on Hoth, or some other reliable means of disabling attacking ships? Why and how did Leia become the galaxy's worst military leader after Return of the Jedi?
She's
was
old.
once a highly capable
She
officer.
died after
First
the
Order
movie
sees
came
Poe's
out.
attack, but wait until
Oh, no,
it's
she
too late
died
to deploy
before
their
the movie
fighters because
came
the
out,
plot
actually.
requires this delay. Poe overrides Leia's order to retreat. Leia protests, but does nothing. Leia is in communication with Poe's bombers. She could order them to retreat, but she doesn't. Why does Leia hang around with the rest of the fleet when Poe is launching an attack on the Dreadnought? Why does she not leave one ship to retrieve Poe and order the rest to jump away? How do bombs drop in space without a means of propulsion? These look like Y-wing bombs, which are designed for terrestrial combat. All munitions in space combat in Star Wars are projectiles, either lasers or rockets, because, you know, 0G. The Last Jedi's opening battle is an absolute ruin, riddled with plot holes, nonsensical physics, and illogical character decision-making. And don't worry, we'll get to Leia's iconic Mary Poppins in space scene later in the video. TLJ's second...
I was just about to ask. I can't wait to hear what he thinks of that scene.
Iconic Mary Poppins in space scene later in the video. TLJ's second battle is the throne room lightsaber battle. This scene is infamous for its horrendous fight choreography and is widely considered the worst fight scene in Star Wars. A YouTuber named Michael J did an excellent video explaining in detail how
It's the same Dent? Yeah, it's the same guy, the movie
choreography
guy?
in this scene is. Ironically,
He's gonna do the whole
throne room
sequel
scene
trilogy.
was widely hailed as brilliant when it first came out.
That lightsaber battle also works, right? That lightsaber battle is really, that scene is one of the best scenes in all of Star Wars canon.
That scene is like a
Yes,
microcosm
hello, I'm Ben
of The Force
Shapiro, and my
Awakens,
sister
highly
has giant
praised for about
tits.
5 minutes until the internet
bet you wanna
realized
suck
how
on her
bad it
Gazar
was,
milkers,
and
don't you?
eventually the only people left praising it were Disney shills and copium addicts. The setup for the throne room fight is insufficient. What is Rey's plan? Her task, which has been assigned to her by the leader of the Resistance, is to retrieve Luke. So why is she going off on a side quest to hook up with some guy she met on Force Tinder? Girl, are you an astromech droid? Because you are too hot.
Are you going to teach me how to duel with your big lightsaber?
I might, but first I'm going to show you my awesome Force choke.
I knew it was you I was sensing when I felt a great
This is why I can't even buy this, because like Adam Driver's, I don't know, it's his nose, it's his facial structure. He just looks like a baby. He looks like a dingus. He's like if you put me in a Darth Vader outfit, yeah, you wouldn't be able to take me seriously as a villain at all. It reminds me of that dude from Spaceballs. Is not a very effective villain here. No, I guess he gets redeemed or whatever, and then the final movie. This doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It was on purpose that he wasn't meant to look intimidating.
Disturbance in my
Dong
panties.
Vader.
If I made you my apprentice, would you get on your knees before me?
You don't need to make me your apprentice to get me on my knees.
You're hotter than the hole I left in Han Solo.
This guy isn't
Rey
slaying
heading off to
pussy.
hook
This
up with
isn't
Kylo
believable.
Doesn't go anywhere. It is just Rian Johnson's excuse to set up Kylo's assassination of Snoke, which is the best part of the movie. Snoke was an empty Palpatine knockoff. Rather than pretend otherwise, Rian Johnson just kills him. This is correct. And it looks cool. The follow-through should have been to make Reylo the new big bad and set up Finn as the Last Jedi, but Rian didn't do that because TLJ isn't a masterpiece of cinematic subversion, it's a Disney movie. The third battle is the Battle of Salt Hoth, which is another plot hole-ridden mess similar to the attack on Hoth's stand-in. But while the opening battle's premise was merely broken, the Battle of Salt Hoth's premise is
The only actor who
shattered to
could act in that movie?
pieces. The First Order
Thankfully, I'm
have
not
just
commenting
been
on his
wrecked
acting expertise.
by Ryan Johnson's lore-annihilating Holdo maneuver. Their supreme leader is dead. Their flagship is destroyed. Many of their capital ships are destroyed. This is a Battle of Endor-level event. At this very moment, many low-level officers and enlisted men will be grabbing what loot they can and bolting. Within hours, word will spread throughout the galaxy that the First Order are done. Massive uprisings will begin. First Order generals will declare themselves independent warlords of the systems they are ruling over. Many systems will rebel. Those that are loyal to the First Order but are not under direct occupation will declare independence. The First Order fleet is an absolute mess right now. Their chain of command has been decimated. Morale has been destroyed. Their fleet logistics have been so broken by Holdo's attack that launching any coherent military operation is now impossible. The only priority right now is to round up as many survivors of the attack as possible and get to the nearest loyal system in order to regroup. Instead, Kylo declares himself supreme leader despite there being no clear order of succession. Kylo somehow communicates this change in leadership to the survivors of the Holdo maneuver despite the attack rendering fleet-wide communication impossible. The survivors go along with the sudden change in leadership because Ryan Johnson wrote the script. They somehow bring a well-organized, well-supported attack down to Salthoth and waste time attacking
It's me
the
saving
pathetic
me.
little remnant of a thoroughly
He actually uses a
beaten
different
rebellion
model in
while
the playable
First Order
Luigi.
power collapses across the galaxy. The premise of the Battle of Salthoth is so irretrievably broken that the plot holes don't even matter. They're just piss on top of the shit. Imagine if the Rohirrim arrived at the gates of Minas Tirith in helicopters and a viewer jumped up and cried, "That doesn't make any sense! That model of helicopter can't fly the distance from Rohan to Minas Tirith without refueling." That is what pointing out plot holes in the Battle of Salthoth is like. It's irrelevant, but I'll discuss them in the plot hole section, I guess. As anyone who has watched the OT can attest, Luke Skywalker turning into a misanthrope and taking off to a hermitage on Craggy Island to hide like a coward is a total inversion of his established character. Mark Hamill himself told Ryan Johnson that The Last Jedi's version of Luke was wrong.
I said to Ryan, I said, Jedis don't give up. I mean, even if he had a problem...
You don't understand your own character, Mark.
It would take a year to try
You're
and
crazy, you have
regroup.
TDS.
But if he made a mistake, he would try and right that wrong. So right there, we had a fundamental difference. But it's not my story anymore. It's somebody else's story, and that's the whole crux.
Oh, what a cuck. Go back to voicing Skips.
It's not my story anymore. It's somebody else's story, and it's the whole crux.
Don't never meet your
my
heroes.
Problem. Luke would never say that. I'm sorry. Well, in this version, see, I'm talking about the George Lucas Star Wars. This is the next generation.
You're talking about when it was good.
This version, see, I'm talking about the George Lucas Star Wars. This is
But
the
it's all
next
the same
generation
canon.
Star Wars. So I almost had to think of Luke as another character. Maybe he's Jake Skywalker. He's not my Luke Skywalker.
Watching Luke,
dude, he says he pretty much said I had to think of it as fan fiction in order to do it.
In The Last Jedi is totally immersion breaking because this isn't Luke. This is just shite anti-Star Wars fanfiction. Luke Skywalker seriously considers murdering his own teenage nephew. He loses a duel to a novice. He advocates for the abolition of the Jedi. Rewatching The Last Jedi, by far the most irritating aspect of the movie is Luke's constant meta dialogue. For example, in this scene, Luke speaks not to Rey, but to the Star Wars fan base.
What did you think was going to happen here?
Ryan Johnson uses Luke as a mouthpiece to express Ryan's ideas. It's unnaturalistic, cheesy, amateur, sixth form writing that makes my fucking ears bleed.
Let the past die. Kill it if you have to.
Sorry, wrong clip.
Get it?
You don't need Luke Skywalker. It's time.
Stop having nostalgia. Stop enjoying old things. Enjoy new things.
Luke's dialogue sounds like something a 16-year-old English student would write after his teacher introduces him to the concept of misanthropy and the misanthrope character archetype. But character assassination aside, Luke on Craggy Island is simply dreadful cinema. Who in their right...
I remember watching this shit Christmas Day thinking the whole time, this is a joke. I'm asleep. I'm gonna wake up and laugh about it.
testicle wants to
Now we
watch
can laugh
Luke
about it together.
Skywalker mill around a wet rock off the coast of Ireland for half the movie.
Luigi.
Criticisms of The
Why?
Last Jedi have been so focused on Luke's character assassination that they often fail to point out just how mind-fuckingly boring this subplot is. The principal hero of the franchise spends the entire movie grouching around Craggy Island, then does a brief hologram performance and dies. He spends 2 movies on a miserable heap of bird shit stained rock, which he never
One of those movies we
leaves.
barely see
If
him
you
until
had
the
asked
end.
10,000 diehard Star Wars fans what they envisaged for Luke in the sequels, 0 would have said he hangs around Craggy Island complaining about stuff for 2 movies.
The legacy of the Jedi is failure.
But it's subverted your expectations. Look, it's me. Oh my. Oh, it's unique dialogue. Unique dialogue. They wrote unique dialogue, knowing that you would eventually play the game again as Luigi and then run into Luigi as Luigi. Oh my, are you me? Well, I guess there's enough people in the universe for one person to look like me. Anyway, I found the Patasar. Let's take it back. Whoa. The level of effort on display. This is way too much Luigi for me. Game of the year. What other developer would think to do that? They wrote Luke like this so they could have more Jedi stories without having Luke. It just seems like such a waste. You bring a character back and you just to kill him off. Put him through a humiliation ritual. Oh, our twin? We just have 2 Luigis? We just casually have 2 Luigis now? Let me show this off before I resume. So, the model for the NPC Luigi is different from the playable Luigi, so if I stand next to him... Yeah, look, it's very subtle. It's very subtle. You gotta put them next to each other. The NPC Luigi is taller than the playable Luigi. What? What? That's kind of weird. Hey, me. You're looking for Palastars, right? I think you missed one in Good Egg Galaxy. I'll write you a letter if I find it. Check your mail. Thank you, slightly darker, taller Luigi.
Envisaged for Luke in the sequels, 0 would have said he hangs around Craggy Island complaining about stuff for 2 movies.
The legacy of the Jedi is failure. Hypocrisy, hubris. 3 hours later.
They all suck, and their music sucks, and I just couldn't take it anymore. And I hope they all go to hell, and that Satan takes his pitchfork and pokes them in their stupid asses, and they all burn.
Dingus, are you standing a step below other Luigi and saying that he's taller? No, I wasn't. I was level. I was level next to your A-logging. I'm being gaslit in real time. I was not. Look, there is no elevation. Okay, there might be a little elevation. Okay, I'll do it over here. Look, he is slightly taller. He is still slightly taller. Yup. Uh-huh. Look, there's China. So, yeah.
Then dies of a force overdose. But be under no illusions, Luke was never getting off Craggy Island. Kathleen Kennedy was not
Luigi,
going
like,
to
like a
allow
fucking
some
Pokemon.
old patriarchal character from the dark times to steal the spotlight from her perfect heroine.
No,
I
the
mean,
NPC
hero,
Luigi was
because
crouching
we
too.
don't use
Or slouching.
sexist, gendered language anymore. Right!
But I didn't say anything.
Every segment of The Last Jedi's plot
The power
is
bottom Luigi.
totally broken. The Craggy Island subplot, the movie-long chase, the battles, the fetch quests. Of all the movies I have reviewed on this channel, there are only 2 that come close to being this broken. The Marvels and a 2013 movie called Trance. See my Danny Boyle video for details. And I haven't even mentioned the vast majority of TLJ's plot holes. Now, I want to briefly examine Rian Johnson's arguments told through Luke. In order to avoid copyright claims, I have had to use advanced AI to recreate recreate the scenes in question. Karen, iPhone, roll it.
And this is the lesson. That force does not belong to the Jedi. To say that if the Jedi die, the light dies is vanity. Can you feel that?
Yes, Ryan. I was 15 years old too once.
Very
If
advanced
humanity
AI.
dies, life will continue to thrive without us. So what makes us so important? And Ryan's argument here is a straw man. No Jedi ever asserted that the Force belongs to the Jedi. The opposite is true. The Jedi believed that they were servants of the Force, and that by opening themselves up to the Force, they would be instruments of its will. And when the Jedi assert that without the Jedi, the galaxy will become subjugated under darkness, they are not saying that the Force itself will end. They are saying that in the absence of the Jedi, the Sith will rise to ultimate power through the dark side, and that this will result in great misery, which is true. Luke himself personally witnessed the truth of this assertion when he saw the ruins of Alderaan.
Now that they're extinct, the Jedi are romanticized. But if you strip away the myth and look at their deeds, the legacy of the Jedi is failure, hypocrisy, hubris. At the height of their powers, they allowed Darth Sidious to rise, create the Empire, and wipe them out. It was a Jedi Master who was responsible for the training and creation of Darth Vader.
Here, Ryan asserts that a historical entity is to be judged only on its ultimate failure. To judge the Jedi on this basis would be like dismissing the Roman Empire as a failure because it failed to prevent the rise of the Muslim Caliphate in the East, and because the Western Roman Empire's collapse gave rise to the Dark Ages and a disunity of Europe that continues to this day. But this criticism fails to take into account the vast achievements of the Roman Empire before the onset of the
didn't know I was
Empire's
gonna get a
final
history
disasters,
lesson.
and Rome's legal and philosophical advancements, which formed the basis of Western civilization, a civilization that created the modern world and liberated much of humanity from barbarism. Before the rise of Darth Sidious, the Galactic Republic, which the Jedi protected, lasted 25,000 years. That is a deific achievement, one which stands as a testament to the Jedi and definitive proof that the Jedi Order must continue. Using a character as a mouthpiece to launch a general criticism of the Jedi was also featured in The Acolyte.
I think the Jedi are a massive system of unchecked power, posing as a religion, a delusional cult that claims to control the uncontrollable.
Good writing.
I heard about the Elephant Man in a restaurant, but I didn't make it to
Hey,
send a
this guy.
message.
Rest in peace.
I made it because I loved the story and the time of the story and the mood of the story and all these different things that swam with, the story.
Bad writing.
I think the Jedi are a massive system of unchecked power.
Legacy of the Jedi is failure.
There can be no greater condemnation of a piece of entertainment media than to liken it.
This is a big problem with people that talk about Star Wars on the internet. They usually talk about the movies and nothing else outside the franchise. He has talked about the games before in previous videos, not the ones that I've shown on stream today. I don't know if he's read any of the books or comics.
To The Acolyte. See my 3.5 hour long Acolyte video for details. Luke in The Last Jedi is a dreadful character. Character assassination aside, he's tedious,
Get a star in one
arbitrary,
upstream without opening the lock.
flaky,
I didn't know that.
sophomoric, and boring.
Probably requires
Rian
some good long
Johnson
jumps.
gets all the flack from the fandom for Luke's assassination, but I think this is unjust. A huge portion of the blame goes to Kathleen Kennedy and J.J. Abrams. Luke's deconstruction had already been initiated in The Force Awakens. TFA turns Luke into a failed Jedi Master. A fucking Padawan defeats him, slaughters his students, and destroys his temple. And rather than pursue Kylo and bring him to justice, Luke runs away, flees to Craggy Island to cower in shame. That
One good thing about the sequels is to make people go back and love the prequels. He said that in the last video, that it gave people nostalgia for the prequels, and the thing that people hated about the prequels was the excessive politics is actually one of the things that he argues aged gracefully with the prequels. Because now, like, the sequel trilogy's got none of that shit. There's, like, no context for anything. Things just happen because Rian Johnson dictated it under the orders of Kathleen Kennedy.
was all The Force Awakens.
I'm not a fan of
Rian
sand.
Johnson's treatment of Luke just follows the blueprint set out in TFA. The notion that Luke Skywalker was going to somehow come to life
Oh, you just hop around the door?
was a massive copium overdose by the fandom. Luke was never getting off Craggy Island. Watching him on screen in TLJ is dispiriting by design.
Let a chicken in
The
it, make her
Craggy Island
gay.
sequences are like one long, drawn-out sigh, depressing
There he is.
and monotonous. Later in the
This
video,
dude.
I will get more into how, contrary to general consensus, The Last Jedi mostly follows through on the story elements set up in The Force Awakens. Now let us turn to the rest of the characters and the complete absence of character arcs. Rey's arc is that she goes from being a massively overpowered Mary Sue to an even more massively overpowered Mary Sue. She remains morally perfect throughout and is never even vaguely tempted by the dark side. Her arc is a flat line. She is the main character in the movie, yet I have dedicated the least amount of words to analysing her because she doesn't have a character. Rey is a female version of Luke Skywalker who possesses 10x upgrades of Luke's strengths and none of his weaknesses. Leia starts the movie as an absurdly incompetent leader, leading a disorganized, failed retreat from a base she was unable to keep hidden and which she neglected to have protected from
Female
orbital
Luke
attack
was
by
kinda...
deflector shield.
Kinda what?
She fin-
Kinda what? Kinda would you? Would you?
Finishes the movie as an absurdly
maybe.
incompetent leader by callously ordering the last of the fighting ranks to conduct a banzai charge against AT-ATs in slow-moving ground vehicles with negligible firepower across a flat, open plain. At the end of the movie, she flees with the pitiful remnant of the Resistance who have, by some miracle, survived her leadership. In a final, pathetic demonstration of
Someone
her
was at
total
your computer,
inability to
bro.
lead,
Oh, I'm
she
sure.
copes by vaguely asserting that the Resistance will somehow overcome the First Order because trust me, bro, Leia's arc is a flat line. Leia is every bit as character assassinated as Luke. Her abysmal leadership gets almost the entirety of the Resistance killed, and she throws the last handful of survivors against the First Order in a suicidal attack because maybe their sacrifice might slightly delay the inevitable breach of the door, possibly. Admiral Holdo is the most incompetent military officer in Star Wars, and Leia...
That's supposed to teach the kid how to spam long jumps. The player now knows to spam long jumps to get anywhere quickly. You hear that, Burnell? When I'm watching The Mandalorian, they give context that this was that was in the extended universe books with the scattered empire groups having small little warlord groups trying to maintain any control. See, that makes sense. It wouldn't just be a, black and white binary. Oh, okay, they're all defeated. All of them, literally all of them just gave up. No, it's realistic that there would be remaining factions that would try to maintain any semblance of control. Like they wouldn't want to give up just because the rest of the opposition, the Empire, was felted.
Admiral Holdo is the most incompetent military officer in Star Wars, and Leia promoted her to Vice Admiral. Holdo is prickly, arrogant, domineering, has zero communication
He fell
skills,
upwards,
and
as Phil
no
would say.
people skills. She has Brie Larson level charisma, and her personality is about as inviting as a free sample stand at a cyanide factory. She is morale kryptonite, far more interested in aura farming than in keeping her subordinates informed and motivated. She withholds vital mission critical information from Poe that she has zero legitimate reason to withhold. She does this solely to grandstand. Holdo is a textbook toxic leader. Not only should Holdo not be commanding the fleet, she isn't fit to clean the toilets. I do not mean that as a figure of speech. If Holdo was placed in charge of cleaning the toilets, she wouldn't do it. She would just mope around with a salty look on her face because she would regard the essential work of cleaning shit off a bowl to be beneath her. She is literally worse than useless. Wherever she was assigned, Holdo
Look
would
at her and
sap
instantly
morale,
dislike her.
make
Admiral
enemies,
with dyed
slow
hair is
down
insane.
operations.
I can't even really accept the character design. It almost seems like a caricature. Like, this would be a made-up character that a quartering style channel would like make up so that as like an example of an exaggerated kind of example of these kind of characters, but it's unironic. Like that is the character. Why is her hair dyed? Why is she so old? Why is she such a bitch? Why wasn't she in the last movie? Where was she in the last movie? Why is she just existing now?
and get in the way. She's an HR Karen who failed upward until she was so vastly beyond her level of incompetence that she gets almost the entire resistance killed. She could have ordered every ship to lightspeed jump away in a different direction. Instead, her plan is to trade lives for time so she can make it to some uncharted planet, hide there, and hope the First Order doesn't notice. A plan she keeps secret for no identifiable reason, and in her last act, she stands at the window and watches countless rebel ships get destroyed for 8 minutes before she finally decides to defend them with her ship. When she takes command, the field toilet cleaner spews out a few platitudes clearly written by ChatGPT. She offers no plan of escape. She gives no specific
was that big
to
in 2018
anyone,
though?
nor does she infer that she is even working on a plan. Karen iPhone, transfer all reserve power to the advanced AI video generator and create a copyright-free reproduction of Haldo's speech. 400 of us on 3 ships. We're the very last of the resistance, but we're not alone. In every corner of the galaxy, the downtrodden and oppressed
Watch me first try this.
know our symbol, and they put their hope in it. We are the spark that will light the fire that will restore the Republic. That spark, this resistance must survive. That is our mission. Now to your stations, and may the Force be with us. What? That's not a plan! And what do you mean, that is our mission? You haven't given anyone a mission. What is this? How are you planning to prevent our deaths? Why is this woman in charge? Can we send her back to the toilets? If getting this regally attired idiot out of command means I have to hover to take a shite because she won't clean the bowl, then so fucking be it. Compare Haldo's word salad of vacuous bilge to Leia's briefing to the pilots in The Empire Strikes Back during the evacuation of Hoth.
The heavy transport ships will leave as soon as they're loaded. Only 2 fighter escorts per ship.
Leia is confident and authoritative. Her manner encourages
massive
confidence
Leia dub,
in the
I guess.
pilots. She presents a clear
Loss.
plan, responds to questions, invites questions, and wishes everyone good luck. Every pilot leaves Leia's briefing knowing exactly what he has to do, how and when he has to do it, and what everyone else will be doing during the operation. No one at Haldo's pep talk has any idea of what they're supposed to be doing. They won't walk out of that briefing feeling confident. They will be horrified that they are now under the command of this purple-haired moron. Many of them will be thinking, if I don't get to an escape pod now, someone else will get there first, and I'll be left to die under the bumbling leadership of this Halo tiara sporting ponce. Haldo's incompetence is so absolute that many viewers thought she was a First Order spy when they first watched The Last Jedi. Many assumed she was the reason the First Order found the hidden rebel base and were able to track the fleet. A reasonable assumption because the movie never explains either of these plot points. Finn is turned into a tag-along. His status as Chief Diversity Token is usurped by Rose of the Potato Sack, and he is demoted to the position of Rose's sidekick. She flies, he sits down and shuts up. She plans, he agrees. She makes tedious speeches dripping with moral sanctimony.
But what about her own sad backstory that makes you care about her?
It's fucking pathetic.
I guess we'll get to that.
Once again, Finn's motivation is... And on the one occasion when Finn tries to do something heroic that does not involve him being Rey's simp or Rose's sidekick, well... Rose starts out as a sanctimonious, conscientious hero and never strays from that path. She is the most boring character in the Disney sequel trilogy. Sexless, morally perfect, she possesses a midwit worldview characterized by childish naivety and a total deficiency of critical thinking skills. She never says anything memorable or expresses an interesting opinion. Even her accent and appearance are disgustingly boring. She speaks with a totally plain middle American accent with no interesting idiosyncratic features such as Han's sardonic inflections or Leia's sassy cadences. If the sound of Rose was a flavor, it would be bland. Her voice isn't even interesting enough to qualify as vanilla.
Oh yeah, cat. Words of wisdom. Drop that 0 and get with the hero.
As for her appearance, for the entire movie, she wears a shit brown corn sack, loosened at the waist so as not to scandalize the audience by accentuating her female form. The actress seemed absolutely determined to dress as provocatively as possible during promotion of the film, seemingly determined to make a defiant stand against Disney's demented insistence on uglifying her character to the extreme. Poe is used as a punching bag for feminism. Leia slaps him for winning a victory because it wasn't a flawless victory, and because male heroism is bad. Admiral, not even qualified to clean toilets, publicly puts him in his place. The movie invites the viewer to bask in his public emasculation. Leia knocks him out for the crime of trying to save the fleet. He gets nerfed by Rian Johnson's garbage writing when he agrees to go along with Rose and her sidekick's awful plan, and when he allows Leia to order the banzai charge against the AT-ATs, which he is forced to retreat from after a few utterly pointless casualties. Poe is like Davis. He's the whipping boy who never gets to win and is forced to eat shit for the entire movie. Right, Davis?
I said right. Actually, I think that
Kylo is evil, angry, murderous, and power-hungry for the entire movie. Like everyone else, his arc is a flat line. However, he's the most fun
Rose's
character
space
by
Jenny?
far. His
I thought that was Finn.
chastisement and humiliation by Snoke is satisfying, and a good setup for his later assassination of Snoke. He teams up with Rey to slaughter the Praetorian Guard, takes command through brute force, orders that his own mother be shot in cold blood, shouts, screams, and smashes stuff, and generally wants to kill as many people and do as much damage to as much stuff as possible. Luke finally accepting that Kylo is simply evil and telling Leia that he is beyond redemption is actually a good moment. It is Luke's only good moment. Kylo telling Rey the cold, hard truth about her Alco parents is the strongest moment in the entire movie. J.J. Abrams was setting up for some hideous cliche in which the hero is a blood relative of the plot.
It won't stop until they have it all.
It's you! It's you!
Yeah.
How could you? My own son!
It's a tired movie trope, and Rian Johnson tossing it in the trash along with Snoke's corpse was correct. Not everyone has to be a Skywalker or a Palpatine. This is a big galaxy. Some people are just born strong with the Force, and that's good. People aren't dogs. They don't require pedigree to be assigned value. But then, of course, the somehow return of Palpatine undid Rey's lack of pedigree because JJ was determined to demonstrate that his dick is bigger than Ryan's dick. But more on that in the next video. Kylo's problem in The Force Awakens is that his only motivation was to find Luke, which was an extremely weak motivation because Luke was not an active participant in the conflict or the plot, quite the opposite. In TLJ, Kylo wants to destroy the rebellion. He personally leads attacks to achieve this end. He wants to find Rey and use her to help him kill Snoke so he can declare himself supreme leader. He wants to turn her to the dark side, and as an afterthought, he wants to kill Luke. Kylo is the only redeeming aspect of The Last Jedi, and easily the best part of the movie. If Rey had gone over to the dark side and joined Kylo, Reylo could have been a great big bad for Episode 9. Hux is the same histrionic caricature villain that he was in The Force Awakens. Ryan also uses him as a prop for cheap slapstick gags. Oh, and Brienne of Darth? She is so forgettable that I literally forgot to include her in this section and only went back to write this paragraph after consulting my notes. Right, moving on. Here is a very brief clip of my video on The Force Awakens detailing what JJ was setting up to do in Episode 8. Rey is in an isolated region of the galaxy with a Jedi Master she has sought out. Snoke has commanded that Rey be brought to him. Kylo is now dead set on finding Rey. Finn is in a weakened state and could be easily captured if, say, the First Order launched a major attack on the hidden Resistance base at the start of Episode 8. You've probably guessed by now where this was all intended to go. JJ was setting up to copy The Empire Strikes Back in Episode 8. Craggy Island is Dagobah, Rey is Luke, Luke is Yoda,
you guys
Snoke
said that
is
earlier.
Kylo is Vader, Poe is Han, and Finn is the bait that Kylo is going to use to draw Rey to him. The critical narrative that has emerged around the Disney sequel trilogy holds that JJ had no plan at all for Episode 8, but he set story elements up well enough for the sequel to develop in an interesting direction. Then Rian Johnson ruined it all by ignoring JJ's setup and taking the trilogy in a wayward direction. In fact, JJ was setting up for a plagiarism of The Empire Strikes Back, and Rian Johnson actually follows JJ's
blueprint quite closely, and in the process carries the story threads JJ set up in The Force Awakens to their natural conclusion. Much of The Last Jedi is a reskin of The Empire Strikes Back. The movie begins with an Imperial attack on the hidden Rebel base, and the Rebels deploy a clever trick to escape. A great battle takes place. The Rebels lose. During the retreat, a small group of rebels take off on their own and end up in an affluent city. There, they meet a man who will betray them to the Empire. An aspiring Jedi arrives at a remote planet seeking an old Jedi Master. The aspirant first argues with the Jedi, who is reluctant to train her, but after some badgering, the Master relents and agrees to train the upstart. During the training, she has a vision brought on by the dark side of the Force and determines to go confront the Sith Lord, who is hunting her on the orders of the Emperor. The Force is with our young hero, but she is not a Jedi yet. Our hero engages in a
Having different directors is such a stupid move. Reminds me of the old Simpsons Treehouse of Horrors, where every segment was by a different director. But it's like, that's for like a fun little cartoon. You don't do that for a super serious canonical space opera.
With the Sith, then escapes. The captured rebels escape the trap and link up with our hero. At the end of the movie, our heroes escape the clutches of the Empire on the Millennium Falcon. The final scene shows a character staring in awe at a celestial body and dreaming of the fight to come. There's even a Battle of Hoth. Now let's look at how The Last Jedi mostly coheres with The Force Awakens character setup. Luke is established as a coward deserter in The Force Awakens. The Last Jedi...
The original trilogy was directed by different people, but I feel like they were still tarred-wrangled by Lucas, no?
Portrays him as such and does what it can to justify this portrayal. Leia is a criminally incompetent military leader in The Force Awakens. Her intelligence network, assuming she even bothered to set one up, failed to detect the First Order's completion of Death Star 3. She unquestioningly...
Little Lucas was tarred-wrangled by them, but yeah, my bad. The prequels is what happens when you give them too much power.
Trusts a man who was working as a stormtrooper the day before to disable Death Star 3's shields and sends him to accomplish this mission-critical task without an escort. She sends a girl she met an hour ago to retrieve Luke, despite the fact that this girl has only been with the Resistance for a few hours. In TLJ, Leia is equally incompetent. Rian Johnson's characterization of Leia is exactly in line with what was laid out in The Force Awakens. Finn has Rey fever in TFA, he still has Rey fever in TLJ. He spends most of TFA following a woman around. He spends most of TLJ following a woman around. He is exactly the same character in both movies. Poe is a hot rod in both movies, though The Last Jedi does force him to eat quantities of shit that even the Sarlacc pit would have trouble.
I don't think JJ signed up for a trilogy. He was hired as a safe bet for a reboot. Lucasfilm Disney would carry the ball story-wise from there, but no one sat down and formed a story outline. That's how you get an auteur like Roundhead and Rian Johnson make it a fan fiction on screen. No, yeah, it doesn't seem like they had a plan. JJ signed up, not thinking that he'd be brought back to sweep up the mess that Rian Johnson had made. And he only expected to do one movie, and thought that they would probably have somebody else do the other movies. And it ended up being the case, but it ended up going terribly. They had to bring him back. Lucas was tarred-wrangled by Gary Kurtz. That's why Episode 6 is considered a step down from 4 and 5. Kurtz and Lucas parted ways after Empire Strikes Back. Oh. So the Ewoks would have appeared earlier if it wasn't for Gary, is what you're saying.
Digesting, but at least he doesn't take it lying down, unlike Davis. Rey is Luke Skywalker with the cheat codes on in both movies. Hux is the same 14-year-old's idea of a villain as he was in TFA. Brienne of Darth is equally as irrelevant as she was in TFA. Kylo Ren murders his own father in TFA. He attempts to murder his own mother in TLJ. He is a psychopathic, blood-hungry hothead in both movies. There is no politics or world building in The Force Awakens. There is none in The Last Jedi.
No, because they didn't like it in the prequels.
In TFA, we know nothing of his backstory or his rise to power. He remains a mysterious character in TLJ. We learn nothing about him. Fundamentally, Snoke is a stand-in for Emperor Palpatine. He has no innate value as a character, so in killing him, Rian Johnson destroys nothing of value. In fact, killing Snoke is correct because it reduces cast bloat and rids the trilogy of its second weakest character, the weakest being Rose Tico. Some critics of the decision to kill Snoke would argue that Rian Johnson should instead have done something with the character, but
he did.
Do what exactly?
He killed
Snoke
him.
is a master Sith at the height of his power. He has nowhere to go in terms of political dominance or mastery of the Force. Giving him backstory would result in tedious exposition that would add.
While it was a epic subversion of expectations, it also comes across as just like, yeah, we didn't know what the fuck to do with him.
Nothing to the plot and plenty to the runtime, and would serve only to kill Snoke's soul-redeeming aspect. Mystery. The only useful thing to be done with Snoke is... Also, killing Snoke frees up Kylo Ren to go off and do more interesting stuff in the next movie. As I pointed out earlier, Rian Johnson's mistake was not in killing Snoke, but in failing to replace him with Reylo. The Last Jedi is regarded, particularly by its shills, as a highly subversive movie. It isn't at all. It's mostly a rehash of The Empire Strikes Back. It closely follows the character setups and story threads introduced in The Force Awakens, and when it does have an opportunity to be truly subversive, it instead goes with the predictable, dull option. The biggest problem Rian Johnson created for Episode 9 is that he destroyed far too much of the Rebellion and the First Order. JJ intended to use Snoke as the Palpatine stand-in for the inevitable ripoff of Return of the Jedi in Episode 9, and with the Rebellion and First Order fleets destroyed, JJ couldn't do his planned Battle of Endor knockoff. Fortunately for JJ though, Palpatine somehow...
I think I heard about that capitalization. He was A-logging the people theorizing about Snoke. I guess no one theorized that he would just fucking die.
I returned and found a Star Destroyer fleet underground. Then all the good guys came to fight them, so JJ got
on the
his Battle of
platform
Endor
formerly known
knockoff
as Twitter,
after all.
on the uppercase I
After the destruction
internet.
of the Rebel fleet, the Holdo maneuver, and the death of Snoke, both the First Order and the Resistance are geopolitical smurfs. The galaxy must now undergo balkanization. The First Order breaks up into warlord factions, and many systems declare independence, similar to what happened to China following the collapse of the Qing dynasty. I can't remember the geopolitical setup in the somehow Return of Palpatine, because I never really watched that movie. A cam copy was playing in the background, while I did to the Duchess what the Greenhouse Gang did to Davis. Many of The Last Jedi's problems originate in The Force Awakens. One of the main reasons The Last Jedi is so utterly abominable is because Rian Johnson didn't subvert what was set up in The Force Awakens. He went along with it. Rian could have gotten Luke off Craggy Island and back in the fight, and in doing so, subverted his TFA characterization. He chose not to. He could have had Rey turn to the dark side, or at least lose a battle, thus subverting her Mary Sue characterization. He didn't. He could have returned to Leia the mental faculties that Disney robbed her of in The Force Awakens. He didn't. He could have turned Finn from a simp into a character by making him a Jedi in training. He didn't. A handful of cheesy, betcha didn't see that coming moments does not make a movie subversive. Genuine artistic vision that goes against the shitty tropes of the day does. The original Star Wars is a far more subversive movie than The Last Jedi, because in the 70s cinema landscape filled with gritty, depressing, hero-less mirror to society drags that were boring the shit out of everybody, Star Wars brought wonder, adventure, and heroism back to the movies.
It was
The
a movie
Last
about
Jedi
hope.
was made at a
A
time
new
when
hope,
wonder,
if you will.
adventure, and heroism were being shunned by Hollywood in favor of deconstructing old heroes,
Sorry,
social
Twitter.
engineering,
My rival is
postmodernism, and
imminent.
updating legacy franchises for the modern audience. The woke era. And what did The Last Jedi do? Deconstructed old heroes, vomited out woke messaging, pushed postmodern ideas, and continued Disney's
Look, it's that thing
update
from
of Star
Sunshine.
Wars for a modern audience. I can't decide which is worse, The Force Awakens
Patrick
or The Last
Boo?
Jedi. Both movies are such...
No, I added that as an emote to my stream chat in Tevins. So now you can just do that. Wow. You're welcome.
Total fucking trash that I can't choose between them. I mean, I suppose if you held a lightsaber to my throat and forced me to rewatch one of them...
Oh, wasn't sure. That's fair.
Nope, not doing it. So you can get fucked. No,
We got the Toxified emotes now.
Karen, iPhone.
Now you can show
hit
Rian
that
Johnson
shit.
how you feel about his movie. We can LARP as Phil's kick chat, true. Oh my god. Not that part. This part. It's coming up. This part. This is your franchise! You wanted this!
How is the First Order able to send their legions to seize control of the galaxy in the aftermath of Death Star 3's destruction? They have just suffered a massive defeat which has damaged their military power and political influence. They are in no position to launch a galaxy-wide offensive. Our only explanation for the First Order finding the Resistance base is the Resistance has been exposed. How? By who? When? Did the Resistance know they were exposed? What happened? Why
It happened
isn't
off
Carrie
screen,
Fisher's daughter
dummy.
hotter? Why doesn't the Rebel base have a shield? Why don't the First Order deploy their TIE fighters as soon as a Rebel ship approaches their dreadnought? If disabling the dreadnought's surface guns is essential to the Rebel escape plan, why do they deploy only one fighter to accomplish this task? Why doesn't Leia order the bomber fleet away from the dreadnought when she wants to retreat?
Gara.
If Leia has decided to give the
We're learning
bombing
why
run a
Star
shot,
Wars
why
sucks
does
now.
she not then order sufficient fighter escorts to the bombers? Why doesn't Leia order the cruisers to lightspeed jump out of the battle when the dreadnought targets them? How do bombs fall in space without propulsion? Finn wakes up because the plot needs him now, just like R2-D2 in The Force Awakens. His first word after waking up is... His second word is where's, and his third word is...
Disney adult from my dog park had to put her dog down on Christmas because of a botched surgery. Oh no. It's not very funny. It's actually sad. I was doing some scouring around, since you brought up Disney adults, so don't end that on a completely sad note. I found out about these park hoppers, these Disney adult park hoppers called the plus size park hoppers, and I'm pretty sure I may have even watched a video about them on stream before, but they're maybe during a monkey ball stream. I feel like I did. These are plus sized Disney adults who deliberately go out of their way to visit Disney theme parks and wait in line at the rides to see if they can fit in the rides, and if they can't fit in the rides, then they complain. You watched the Heat Rash video. We did. Oh, it's the same people then. They go around documenting their Disney days at the Disney theme parks and then try to see if they can fit in all the rides. I think we watched like a video or two during the monkey ball segments, but I rediscovered them. I always wondered if Park Hopper, was that like a reference to Bugs Light Hopper? I said Bugs Light, but Bugs Life Hopper? Or is it just like a quinkadink? I don't know, it kind of ages terribly since that guy was voiced by Kevin Spacey. I always, like, I kept getting his voice actor mixed up with Dennis Hopper, because the character is named Hopper, but no, he's voiced by Kevin Spacey. Dennis Hopper was Bowser from the Bad Mario movie. Not the new Bad Mario movie, the old Bad Mario movie.
Why has Luke Skywalker been replaced with a clone programmed to exhibit nihilistic misanthropy?
Yeah,
The
they just
clone
went around and
asks,
ate food the
"Where's
entire
Han?"
time.
I would point out that Luke Skywalker would surely have detected his old friend's death through the Force, but as we have established...
I assume because now rides these days put the seats out outside the line, so their whole thing was going and waiting in line and then seeing if they can fit in the ride to get on the ride, but they can't do that anymore because now they just have the seats outside the ride to see, you know, if you want to see if you fit in the ride, just sit in the seats outside the line. So now they can't use that excuse anymore. And so there's like an expectation that if you're of a certain weight, don't even bother getting in the line. You might even get turned away if you visually seem like you're too plus sized for the ride.
This isn't Luke. Rey tells Luke there's no light left in Kylo Ren. Why then does she think she can fix him later in the movie? Why does the clone think the Jedi need to end? They are needed now more than ever. Why does Leia demote Finn after he successfully destroys a dreadnought? Her rationale is that he deserves his demotion because he lost the bomber fleet. Does Leia not know how war works? Military operations cost lives and materiel, and those lives and materiel are then replaced. And does Leia not share a significant
portion of the blame here. She didn't provide
using
a
2
proper
gigabytes
fighter
of RAM.
escort for the bombers. Why
The absolute
in the
state
name
of the MSI.
Jabba the Hutt's death wank
It's
is
doing-
this
it's doing
woman
its best,
still in
though.
charge? She should have resigned in disgrace after she failed to detect the First Order's construction of Death Star 3. She has no legitimacy after her recent failures. Why is anyone still listening to her? So Finn shows up. Guess what's on his mind?
How's Ray gonna find us now?
Officer Karen says the plan is to get to a new base, which has enough power to send a distress signal to Resistance allies in the Outer Rim. But minutes later, Poe, Rose, and Rose's sidekick send a signal to the plot device from The Force Awakens. So why can the Rebels not send a signal now? Leia figures out that the fleet has been tracked through lightspeed, but conveniently for the plot, the Resistance only have enough fuel left for one jump. Why then does Leia not order every ship to jump to a random system of their own choosing? Hux tells us, keep up the barrage, they won't last long burning fuel like this, it's just a matter of time. But once the cruisers reach maximum propulsion,
Oh, you meant
they
your
can
brave
just turn their
instance?
engines off
I thought you
and
meant mine.
maintain the same speed. There is no drag in space to slow them down. Kylo
Clear
carries
your
out
cache,
a
Maya.
successful assault on the Rebel fleet with TIE fighters. The First Order order him to retreat, reasoning, we can't cover you at this distance. Why does the First Order not deploy every fighter they have to annihilate the Resistance fleet there and then? Leia's Mary Poppins flight through space is one of the most iconic moments in the Disney sequel trilogy. I have nothing bad to say about it. It is as hilarious now as it was in 2017. Well done, Ryan. I could go on about how everything Luke says defies his characterization in the OT, but I'm done examining the rape of Luke Skywalker. How did a failed toilet cleaner get promoted to Vice Admiral? Why does Holdo maintain Leia's demotion of Poe? Leia is a serial blunderer who just got the entire leadership of the fleet blown up and almost died herself. At this point, the first act of the remaining rebels should be to strip Leia of all military authority and declare her recent orders null and void. If she survives, she
Not
will
that
be a
null.
symbolic figurehead, but will never again be allowed to exercise military authority. There are only 400 rebels left, and the Resistance need their remaining officers, but Holdo affirms Leia's demotion of Poe out of spite because Poe had the temerity to ask her a question.
I just want to know what's going on.
Why doesn't Holdo tell Poe the plan? Holdo tells Poe, stick to your post. What post?
What do you mean a
didn't
windowless
assign him a
hotel is
post.
gonna be
You
popular?
didn't
It
assign
was for
anyone a post
immersion.
because you didn't present
You're on
an
a ship.
actionable plan of operation to the fleet. You insufferable old
That's
school
in the backyard of a theme park.
looking bent. How is this potato sack able to talk? Oh wait, that's Rose, my mistake. How do the rebels have the full schematics of the Star Destroyer? How does the plot device know where the codebreaker is? Why do our heroic trio not realize the futility of going after a codebreaker who might not even be where the plot device says he is, and with no guarantee he will agree to help them, or that they can get him back to the fleet? This plan is a no-go. Since when was Force Skype a thing? How does physical matter move through Force Skype from one part of the galaxy to another? Why did Rose and her sidekick park on the beach where everyone can see the ship? Why did they not make an effort to hide their ship? Rose says, there's only one business in the galaxy that will get you this rich, selling weapons. Is she really this uneducated about economics? On Earth, weapons sales and or manufacture isn't even in the top 10 biggest industries by revenue. Why does a ship suddenly start floating in midair when it runs out of fuel in space? There is no midair for it to float in. If it runs out of fuel, it will simply coast along at the same speed it stopped at. Why does the pilot tell the failed toilet cleaner, it's been an honor, Admiral? No, it hasn't. This purple-haired moron got you killed through her criminal incompetence. After another cruiser is destroyed,
But they
Holdo
want to be
tells
abused
Carrie
by
Fisher's
her.
daughter to
But they
maintain
want to be
current
me.
course. Why does Holdo not use this opportunity to reassure the crew that she does in fact have a plan? Oh look, Rose and her sidekick have, by an astonishing coincidence, been imprisoned in the same cell as a master codebreaker. Why do Rey and Finn initially refuse the codebreaker's offer of help? What else have they got going on in terms of a plan? How does the codebreaker knock a guard unconscious by hitting him over the helmet with a pair of leather boots? How was this uncanny valley CGI monstrosity allowed to rise from the depths of hell from whence it was spawned into the realm of the living? Why does Rose take pleasure in trashing the Vegas resort? The rich assholes aren't the ones who have to clean that shit up.
the kids are. After releasing some of the CGI monstrosities, Rose tells her sidekick, "Now it's worth it." What are you talking about, you silly bitch? Those creatures are going to be rounded up and back at the track tomorrow. You didn't free them, you just created more work for the kids. Craggy Island shows up again, but instead of torturing ourselves with yet more tedious analysis of the Luke Skywalker clone, let's watch a clip from Father Ted.
I am Chinese, if you please. Come on, Dougal.
Ding dong die.
So Yoda's Force Ghost shows up to burn Jedi texts. I fucking can't. Karen iPhone, just play another Father Ted clip.
Hello there, Father. Hello, Colin. Out and about. Same as yourself.
Yeah, R2-D2 is just there because you remember him from other movie. Oh my god, it's Guy from other movie!
After the rebels lose another ship, Poe demands to know Holdo's plan, and once again, for some unfathomable reason, she does not tell him the plan. What is Rey's plan for getting Kylo away from the First Order once she fixes him? When Poe presents Holdo with his plan, she refuses but does not tell Poe her plan. Again, there is no reason why she should withhold this information from him. Why doesn't Brienne of Darth execute Rose and her sidekick on the spot? Why is command returned to Leia after she wakes up? She's bad at this. Everyone would have recognized that she's bad at this and removed her from command. This woman is the Kathleen Kennedy of Space War. No matter how much she loses, she somehow retains command. Leia says Holdo's plan will work because they're not scanning for small ships. Why aren't the First Order scanning for small ships? And how does Leia know they're not scanning for small ships? After the First Order begin destroying rebel transports, why does Holdo wait 8 minutes to defend them? We'll skip the many problems with the throne room lightsaber fight. See Michael J's video.
Meanwhile, this one guard
She
willingly
should have been the
throws his
spy.
weapon away so Kylo can run him through. What? I don't get this.
I'll spare you
There's a
from the
subversion of expectations.
6,538th explanation from a YouTuber about why the Holdo maneuver breaks lore. Instead, here is a video from X Clips titled "The Holdo Maneuver, but it's lore accurate."
God, I'm running out of air.
How are the decimated First Order able to organize an attack on Salt Hoth? Why is the First Order not in freefall? Why is there no geopolitical fallout from the death of Snoke and the destruction of his fleet? Why does Leia
Not important to the movie.
charge
It
to be
ain't
carried
relevant,
out
idiot.
against AT-ATs with old junk equipment that no one knows how to use? And why is this woman still in charge? How did Rey get from the throne room to the Millennium Falcon without detection? Rose prevents Finn from
She's just
destroying
that
the
good.
First Order cannon by crashing into him.
Stuff with Solid Snake.
Right.
She's the
Oh,
master of
fuck it, Karen
stealth.
iPhone.
Don't do it, Father. I won't let you do it. I know it hurts, but believe me, you're gonna thank me for it.
How did Finn carry Rose several kilometers back to the rebel base across an open plain under enemy sights? So the clone's hologram shows up and does a fake-out duel with Kylo. Why did Luke not show up in person? He had his X-Wing, he could have gone to Salt Hoth in person to face Kylo, and maybe even kill him, but Disney was never going to
Very
let
brave of
Luke
them
be
to have a
hero
female
again.
kamikaze pilot who's Asian. But yeah, she can't even do that right. She ends up surviving, only to go on to do nothing in the next movie. Women, right?
Because Disney. Since when do Jedis die of a Force overdose? So at the end of the movie, Rey stands before the last remnant of the Resistance and says, "Snoke is dead, everyone. I saw his body with my own eyes, and the Holdo maneuver has shattered the First Order fleet. Me and Chewbacca have been broadcasting the news throughout the galaxy. From the second we got on the Falcon, major rebellions are already underway against the First Order in many systems." Then Leia says,
Wow, was that
"Excellent.
easy?
We need to get to Coruscant immediately to coordinate the uprisings and the formation of a new republic. And the rebels speed off into a galaxy breaking free of its chains, ready for the struggle to come. Oh no, wait, actually Rey doesn't mention Snoke's death, and everyone just assumes the First Order are still in charge, despite Snoke being dead and his battle fleet destroyed, and no one broadcasts news of Snoke's death to anyone, and Leia asserts that they have everything they need to foment a new rebellion, completely ignoring the fact that the political conditions for total victory have just come into being in the past few hours. So, yeah, that was The Last Jedi.
So, yeah.
Okay, that is worse than The Force Awakens. I will be releasing
Was
my
there
analysis
a
of
debate?
The Somehow Return of Palpatine next month. If you want more Star Wars content from the Despot before then, you can watch my Acolyte video, my TFA video, or my review of the now completely forgotten Solo: A Star Wars Story. By the way, Davis, have you subscribed yet?
No.
Well, you fucking will do, nurse like.
Of course. I apologize.
I'm
I will
already
subscribe
subscribed.
immediately.
Don't slap me.
Now, I'm going to bomb Cloud City.
Oh, we got some crunchy emulator audio here, Mr. Despo.
Check your fire, Skywalker. Those are civilians. Skywalker, what is it?
All right, mission accomplished. That was the second of the trilogy here. We got one more. The movie, the Somehow Return of Palpatine movie. The Rise of Skywalker. Examining a Catastrophe is the title.
Robin Horsley.
All right, here we go.
Who are you? I'm Rey. Rey who? Rey Skywalker.
Oh my God, she said it!
Just a minute, cheese. I think that's
Bravo,
a contemptuous statement,
Juju.
and I think everyone
I mean,
who
JJ.
quoted it should be thoroughly ashamed of themselves.
There is a scene in
No!
The Somehow Return of Palpatine
I
which
deserve that.
shows Rey, the last Jedi, flying Luke Skywalker's X-Wing, wearing Luke's helmet, carrying Luke's lightsaber, and journeying to defeat a villain Luke already killed long ago.
They fly
Everything in
now?
this scene is completely
fly
dependent
now!
on the characters, plot, ideas, and aesthetics of the original trilogy. Disney's sole contribution is to replace the man that used to pilot the ship with a woman. This scene perfectly encapsulates the Disney
The same
Star
way Phil
Wars
did
sequel
twice.
trilogy.
There is a
Quick
way to
note,
long jump
I will
over there. I've done
mostly
this
be
level
referring to
before.
the Somehow
They
Return
make
of
you do this level
Palpatine
again in
as
Galaxy
ROP.
2.
Until yesterday, I had never properly watched The Rise of Palpatine. When the movie came out, I downloaded a shitty cam copy and had it playing in the background while I attended to more important matters. When I rewatched The Force Awakens for the first time in a decade, I was shocked at how boring it was, because I remembered it being at least somewhat entertaining. When I rewatched The Last Jedi, I was surprised by how, contrary to its reputation as highly subversive, the movie is actually extremely conventional and perfectly in line with what was set up in The Force Awakens. When I finally watched The Rise of Palpatine, nothing surprised me. The movie really is as bad as its reputation suggests. ROP is an atrocious mess, a torrential spew of low-effort nostalgia bait, clunky exposition, corny humor, contrived set pieces, and boring characters. Yet even
He came from
amidst
off-screen.
the mire of audiovisual slime, there are extreme low points, moments of sheer ignominy, sinkholes in the hellscape. Having no more original characters left to massacre,
What?
Disney turned its claws upon John Williams' score, reducing his incredible Star Wars canon to a cheesy montage of Star Wars greatest hits. The only halfway entertaining character Disney created, Kylo Ren, is turned into a tedious simp. Lando is used as a nostalgia bait plot device. The level of plot contrivance is so extreme that it makes the
Wow,
movie
hey,
come
Lando.
off as a
Too
parody
bad all
of
your
lazy
friends
Hollywood
died in the last
blockbuster-style
movies.
writing. We'll get into all these problems and many more, but to start, let's examine the most obviously dreadful aspect of The Somehow Return of Palpatine, the pacing. This movie's pacing is so frantic, it feels like a live-action cartoon. Like The Force Awakens, the movie
I think I heard that,
never
Astro,
shuts
about the
up,
reshoots,
never stops
negative
to take
reception.
a breath. The dynamic intensity never
So how
drops
bad
below
was
a
it
9,
before?
and it is fucking migraine-inducing. Here is a typical example. Rey has a Force vision while training, but instead of giving the audience time to absorb the moment,
There is no need for this dramatic beat. Rey helping her droid achieves nothing in terms of plot or characterization. This plot beat exists solely to keep the dynamic intensity of the movie high. Stuff always has to be happening all the time. I have to coin a noun to describe this kind of scene transition because there are so many of them. So I'll be calling it a JJ jolt because they are designed to jolt the movie back into action when it is in danger of shutting the fuck up for 10 seconds. Here's another instance of a JJ jolt. This is a good chance to build mystery. Let Rey examine these drawings for 20 seconds, maybe discover an image that builds lore and connects to the plot later in the movie, instead of just, here is a picture of the MacGuffin. But instead of that...
Rey! Vulcan's back!
Here's another JJ jolt.
This fleet, what is it, a gift? What is he asking for?
From Disney's perspective, the danger here is that the scene might settle into something resembling politics or world building, and it does.
Yeah, we can't have that. Can't have politics or world building. Well, it also could be that they don't trust the audience to really parse that shit out for themselves, so that they have to have it spoken out to them by like a character. They can't. The movie can't sit and breathe, or else not only will the audience lose interest, or if they're expected to analyze the movie and come away with something without it being told to them, well, they're just afraid that they won't be able to do that because they're dumb.
I'm perilously close to beginning an intelligent conversation which reveals
Disney
something
adults.
of the galaxy's geopolitical state. Disney doesn't like that because there were politics in the prequels, and everyone hates the prequels, right? So JJ tosses a JJ jolt into the scene to shut the conversation down and move along to next thing.
What is he asking for in return?
The constant JJ jolts prevent scenes from ending naturally. Instead, a scene is interrupted by the next scene, which is interrupted by the next, and so forth. This creates a clunky, and then this happens, and then this happens, and then this happens style of storytelling, like a 5-year-old attempting to relate his weekend at Legoland. This is why it is so difficult to remember
I'm that 5-year-old
that happens in the movie, because the plot is a series of barely connected non sequiturs constantly interrupting each other. When the Rey crew land in the generic system, they discover an alien festival, a perfect opportunity for the movie to rest so the audience can absorb the vibe of the festival. Instead, yap yap yap.
What is this?
The Aki Festival of the Ancestors. This celebration occurs.
I have edited this scene to remove the yap yap. See if you prefer my edit or the original.
Much better. Again, all the audience has to do is just watch it. They watch it and instantly know it's some kind of festival.
JJ makes the same mistake in this scene that he made in The Force Awakens when Rey, Han, and a tag-along land on Cantina knockoff planet.
Solo, why are we here again? Get your droid on a clean ship.
Clean?
You think it was luck that Chewie and I found the Falcon?
The ROP festival scene ends not in an organic fashion, but because it is interrupted by the next scene with another JJ jolt. Rey sees a ship belonging to a plot device in the generic desert and says, "I've seen that ship before." Rey could approach the ship, examine it, and have a flashback to the time she's seen it. The movie could stop shoving yap yap and dumb explosions at the viewer for half a minute, which would be a nice break from the hyperspeed pacing. A long chase scene has just ended. This is the perfect moment to take a breath. Or this could happen. After the crew watch Rey find the Sith dagger, C-3PO is explaining that he can't translate it. Instead of simply letting the scene end, there's another JJ jolt to kick the movie back into high gear because it's been almost 3 minutes since something blew up.
I believe the book was passed by the Senate to the public.
In this scene, JJ uses a JJ jolt
to
prevent one of his many
It
mystery
really does become
boxes
apparent
from being unwrapped.
that that's what the movie's doing the more he points it out. Nothing is allowed to breathe. We can't even have C-3PO kind of like fucking talk for 2 seconds without something blowing up.
Shit. Are you sure?
There's an income.
I could go on pointing these JJ jolts out, but since they are in literally every scene,
no, really, is that true, Amran? It's for the Chinese.
Is that 90s Winona Ryder? Bro, was she always that hot? Now let's examine the Leia scenes. Carrie Fisher died shortly after The Last Jedi finished principal photography. Her scenes in ROP are built around unused footage from The Last Jedi, and these scenes are heinous. You're probably familiar with the concept of the uncanny valley in CGI, when a face is almost human in appearance but not quite, and the result is a feeling of deep unease in the viewer. The Leia scenes drag the viewer into what I call the emotional uncanny valley. Her dialogue exchanges feel wrong. The writers had to construct Leia's scenes around the words and expressions she uses in the unused footage from The Last Jedi. They don't have much to work with, and the result is horribly unnatural exchanges in which Leia says almost nothing or is presented with information which elicits many questions, none of which she asks, or a situation in which Leia gives a response no one would ever give.
Falcon's not responding.
You have to say it like that.
Like what?
Do me a personal favor. Be optimistic.
These scenes are the clunkiest in the sequel trilogy. They do nothing to advance the plot and serve only as a depressing reminder that our beloved princess is dead. I concede that the filmmakers were drinking from a poisoned chalice with the Leia scenes, and that their hearts may have been in the right place. They were trying to create a nice send-off for Carrie Fisher, but these concessions do not render the results of their efforts any less horrifying. Leia does not ask any plot-relevant questions or give suggestions or orders. She never interacts naturally with the story or characters and plays no part in driving the...
Hey, cards don't lie. Damn, nailed it about the uneasy feeling when watching those Leia scenes with the AI. Felt soulless. They're doing... No, in this case, they got the consent of his family. But they're doing the same thing with Darth Vader. His family consented. And they're able to use his voice for whatever they want now, you guys. No one else will ever play Darth Vader again. It'll just be AI from now on, you guys. And I get it. It's like, you know, he's passed away now, so the family still gets residuals from his the likeness and the voice being used in future projects. It's still kind of... I don't know. It's still kind of macabre to think about. But rest in peace, James Earl Jones.
The plot, which is extremely unnatural given that she is the head of the resistance.
Again, like, you do that, and that's how you get Darth Vader in Fortnite dropping slurs.
And is Rey's Jedi Master. The impression you get watching Leia in ROP is that she's a crazy old lady with dementia who just hangs around the rebel base.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Nothing. Me? Just hanging around.
There are also scenes in which Leia's face is uncannily still because it's been CGI'd onto a body double. In this scene, Rey does a major exposition dump about Exegol and tells Leia she's going there to confront Palpatine. The only word Leia says in the entire scene is no. The scene ends abruptly when Rey tells Leia she's going to fight Palpy, and that's it. Leia doesn't respond. Usually, a scene is jarring because of what is in it. This is a rare example of a scene being jarring because of what it lacks. Coherent, natural responses from Leia. The Leia scenes
that's what they
are
have to work
so
with,
bad that they might as well have just dubbed in any of her previous lines, offered no explanation as to what she means, and let the audience figure it out for themselves.
Why, you stuck-up, half-witted, scruffy-looking nerf herder! The Imperial Senate will not sit still for this. Into the garbage, flyboy!
Yes, Master.
And why in the name of all that is incestuous did the Resistance retain Leia as Supreme Commander after she led them to total defeat? This is like if the Confederacy had retained John Bell Hood in command of the Army of Tennessee after he led them to 5 consecutive crushing defeats against Sherman, all of which were the result of ill-advised frontal assaults. Wait, that actually happened? Fun fact, in his 6th and final crushing defeat, John Bell Hood was utterly routed by his West Point instructor, Major General George H. Thomas.
It's over, Anakin! I have the high ground! You underestimate my power! Don't try it!
In Dixieland, I'll make my stand.
We'll all go down to Dixie, away, away. Each Dixie boy must understand that he must find his Uncle Sam.
Hood was relieved of command after this final defeat, but this was too little, too late. The Army of the Tennessee was shattered and would never recover. But Leia was not relieved of command after her...
What the? Thing is, I'm not sub to you, brother. Let me fix that. Whoa! Let's get a sub. Well, big ups. Thank you, cards don't lie. The 1 month at tier 1. Whoa, you could have given that to anybody, but you gave it to me. I appreciate you for doing that. Big ups for the AEG. I got you, bro. Meant more of a personal feeling that I felt when watching it, knowing that she was dead in those scenes. Yeah, it's just, I get, you know, I agree with Mr. Man here. They're trying to pay homage, because she had just died, and it's kind of weighing heavy on everybody. But given a couple years, looking at it in retrospect, it's kind of like, we had the technology, but should we? Should we have done that? Was that the right thing to do? Is this something people are going to look back on 5 or so years later and be like, yeah, that was very meaningful. that was worth the repurposed cut footage and awkwardly dubbed lines.
Many failures. Let's examine Disney Leia's resume. Karen iPhone. She fails to detect the construction of Death Star 3, resulting in mass genocide in the annihilation of the Alderaan stand-in system. She sends a man who was working as a stormtrooper the previous day to disable Death Star 3's shields and doesn't provide him with an escort. She appoints Rey to go get Luke on the same day she met Rey.
Thank you for attending, engaging, and supporting.
Rebel base a secret. Fails at
I'm doing great, Aqua. Thank you for asking.
By neglecting to build a deflector shield to
it's Star Wars night up in here.
Attack. She botches the retreat from the
Star
rebel
Wars
base,
Sunday.
Poe, her best officer, promotes Haldo, her worst officer, to vice admiral in a clear case of nepotism, a decision which ultimately proved catastrophic. She gets the entire fleet destroyed, gets almost all the survivors of the fleet's destruction.
How was the DSP Nightly Cope video? A complete historical revision of the previous sandwich shop analogy about how you know, I would always say, oh, it doesn't matter if I made a lot of money at the sandwich shop one day, I still have to open the next day. So just completely went back on that, and then was like, oh, it's okay that the day stream sucked ass because I made a lot of money on the night stream. But if you told them that, like in 2020, like I did, you would just get felted and banned. Or, well, not banned, I was just yelled at, and I was told to not, not bring up that point of argument anymore. He also complained that Clear Obscure is now back to pre-Asmon bump numbers, and I don't know, guys, like, I want to play it, but, like, I need to make sure that you guys will be here, and, like, people were asking, like, where's the story, and I was like, you guys told me to rush the story when I originally played it, so that's why there's no story left, but then it's like, you rushed the story because they told you to rush the story, because you said, I'm spending too long in the game, I'm not going to do Act 3, so you're either going to see me grind Act 3, or you're going to see me rush the end of the story. What do you guys want? Because if I don't rush to the end, I'm not going to finish playing it. So they were like, okay, well, with that compromise, I guess we're forced to have you rush the end of the game. So he rushed the end of the game, and there was no guarantee at this point that he would ever return to the game. If you know anything about this guy, it'd probably be a smart bet at the time to say that he wasn't ever going to return to the game. So people were like, okay, yeah, just rush the end of the game. Then he rushes the game, and then finishes it. And there's no guarantee that it'll ever come back to do the promised post-game content. But then Asmongold, no one could have predicted he would talk to Asmongold, and that Asmongold would get him to go back to the game. So he goes back to the game because of Asmongold. Then does the content. The content is boring because he already finished the story. Then admonishes the viewers for telling him to rush the story. But when they told him to rush the story, it was because there was no guarantee that he would do the content, or that he would ever return to it. So once again, if you understood all that, another example of DSP pawning the responsibility for a unwise decision onto the viewer. Hey SCP, really shout out the OG Star Wars cast in this trilogy and made them inept. They're either inept or straight up dead. Or you're Lando and you want to fuck robots. These people would say, when a sandwich shop does great on day 1, did they just not work the following day? Ack, ack, ack. And yeah, he would say that all the time back in the day. I can't remember when it was the last time that he said it in the now, but now he'll just like casually say, "Oh, it's okay, it's okay," as a part of him insisting that he's not nervous or paranoid or having anxiety. He'll just casually bring, "Oh, it's okay. The day stream sucked ass because I made a lot of money on the night stream." Suffer.
Wiped out because her stupid gamble that the First Order wouldn't notice them retreating in small ships because trust me, bro, didn't work. In a strategy straight out of Sunbellhood and the Art of Losing at War, Leia hurls the last sad little remnant of her brave fighting rebels in a frontal assault across an open plain against a vastly superior force. Her attack has predictable results. The few who miraculously survived Leia's leadership are rescued from the trap Leia led them into only by the intervention of Rey. In a final, incomprehensible act of failure, Leia fails to capitalize on the death of Snoke and the destruction of his battle fleet. After that impressive list of failures, this woman is still in charge of the rebellion. The so-called president of the so-called Confederacy, the rebel traitor Jeff Davis, gave Hood command of the Army of Tennessee against the advice of Robert E. Lee. Davis was what ancient Chinese military theoretician Sun Tzu would have called a shit leader, but even Jeff Davis ultimately understood the incompetence of John Bell Hood and fired him. So why, in the name of John Bell Hood's legs grave, can no one in the Rebel Command see that Disney Leia is a chronic blunderer and get rid of her? The only explanation is that she is a petty tin pot tyrant who everyone is terrified of, which would make her no better than the tyrants she fights. The Disney sequel trilogy is most heavily criticized for its character assassination of Luke and to a lesser extent Han Solo. Disney's destruction of Leia has been largely overlooked. Throughout all three movies, I never saw Leia, the charming, militarily literate, tactically and strategically competent warrioress. Instead, I was subjected to a doddering old fool who has no grasp of even the most
it's just like every other classic character they brought back.
Tactics or strategy, who often makes decisions based entirely on emotion and who has no concept of self-accountability. Disney excised Leia from Star Wars as completely as they excised Winona Ryder from that massage scene in Alien Resurrection. Winona Ryder was peak in Alien Resurrection. If you disagree, you're wrong and I hate you. Here's an interesting personal instance of the Mandela effect. I remembered a scene in Alien Resurrection in which Winona Ryder gets a foot massage from one of the crew, which makes sense, right? She's an android and she's using her sex appeal to infiltrate the crew. Now, if you held a gun to Jada Pinkett's head and asked me who was the actress in that foot massage scene in the 1997 movie Alien Resurrection, I would say Sydney Sweeney, no question. After you executed Jada Pinkett and held the gun on me, I would quickly realize that I had misremembered and that actually the actress was Winona Ryder. But as it turns out...
What's happening? He likes to go on tangents. Leave him alone. He plays everything the wrong way. Tevin was restreaming someone else playing Arc Raiders last night. I was shocked, like, things happened in the game besides telling someone, Happy New Year! Happy New Year, guys! Well, thanks for coming. Welcome in. In some sus voice. I love how sometimes he won't even interact with someone who's been there forever until they give him money. Like, you know, forever in the context of the stream. Like, he'll say, someone will give money, like, how you doing, man? How you doing? Yeah, having a good day. And it's like, that guy's been there the whole stream and only just decided at that point to give him money. These people wasn't talking to him, but then behaves as though he just stopped by because he just gave money. That would be like, if CallMe_Astro dropped 5 subs right now, and then I pretend like he just came into the stream. I hope you're doing all right, Astro.
When I rewatched the movie last year, I discovered that the scene had somehow been edited. Winona Ryder had been excised, and some random piece of mid put in her place. Don't stand for this disgraceful Orwellian distortion of history by Disney. Protest corporate censorship of art by buying...
This is the boss DSP raged at for an hour. It's a boss that's hard if you're like 8. Alright, I got hit there. But this is a classic Nintendo giant hands boss. You're supposed to wait until he raises his arms in order... Right there. You raise the arms and slam the boo into his chest or body in order to felt him. Or I guess you can wait for that attack too. It's really not that bad, you guys. But he was playing the version from Galaxy 2, where they make you do it under a strict time limit, boss rush, while fighting the other bosses from the first game. Ah, see, look, if you're not careful, you end up destroying one of the arms. No! No, I'm supposed to be boasting! Oh my god! Ah, the game glitched! I was pressing jump!
Bring back the Winona Cut t-shirt from the Despot of Antrim
But look, modern
Teespring
game.
store. Like
Checkpoint is right there.
Che Guevara t-shirt-clad teens of the 90s, you can stand up to the man and make your
we were
voice
sandbagging.
heard by spending
Now we do it without
your
getting hit.
money on a disposable consumer item today.
Hey, Riku Zephyr.
Note: the animated character featured on the aforementioned product is entirely fictional. She is an original character named Dolly Braces. She is a creation of the Despot of Antrim and not intended to represent the likeness of a real-life person. Her resemblance to any real-life person is entirely coincidental.
Thank you, Karen iPhone. Now, what was I talking about? The rise
I don't know,
of
you kind of went on a tangent there.
Sake. How I long for the days when Alien Resurrection was considered the low bar for sequels. Karen iPhone, play a clip of Peak Winona first to make the transition from Alien Resurrection to the vastly inferior Rise of Palpatine a little easier for everyone.
Like,
Rise of Palpatine's score is ghastly. John Williams' magnificent Star Wars canon is reduced to a syrupy greatest hits montage to act as key jangles throughout the movie. The most memorable phrases from his various masterpieces are carved brutally from their musical context and forced into the movie to accompany the many plagiarisms disguised as tributes. I can't play any of the instances of the rape of John Williams' Star Wars canon because it will result in copyright claims. Music copyright on YouTube is vampiric. So instead, here are a few examples of when John Williams' music is reduced to corny key jangles. The appearance of Darth Vader's helmet is accompanied by the Imperial March theme. When Rey enters the second Death Star throne room, the throne room theme from Return of the Jedi plays. When the rebels figure out that the Sith fleet has planet-killing weapons, the Emperor's theme plays. Yoda's theme plays when Force Ghost Luke lifts his X-Wing out of the craggy sea, so Rey can be all the Jedi. The Star Wars theme plays when the People Fleet arrive from the script to save the day. The abuse of John Williams' canon in this way is a feeble, ham-fisted attempt.
See, I told you I was sandbagging. Not a single hit, baby.
To hypnotize the viewer into a happy feeling of nostalgia. Kylo is boring as fuck in The Rise of Palpatine. He was actually fun in The Last Jedi. In ROP, he bored the shit out of me more effectively than the Greenhouse Gang bored the shit
the big
from
Ouija
Davis.
moments.
Kylo runs around like a headless chicken for the first half of the movie, chasing after Rey because some old guy claiming to be the long-dead Emperor told him to. Then Rey sabers him, then force heals him because the plot will
Almost
meet him
third of
later.
the way there.
Then Han Solo shows up and says something to the effect of, "You might have slaughtered children, committed
his best friend,
genocide,
Ralph.
murdered your own father, but you're all right, kid."
The only person that Ralph could find to spend Christmas with. Phil. Because everyone else in his family disowned him, abandoned his brother, disabled and mentally felted, to, you know, subsist and persist in a home somewhere in the States. And his uncle disowned him and considers him a burden. And everyone else in his family is dead. Wah! Oh, and his, I guess you have his horses and his horses' respective families. For obvious reasons, they don't think much of him either.
But the movie doesn't tell us if Han is a Force ghost or a hallucination because...
We don't have to tell you that.
Kylo does not say another word for the rest of the movie. After he throws his lightsaber
Almost
away,
felt bad
his
for Ralph
Rey
having to
fever
spend Christmas
reaches
with him. Oh, don't. He's a
levels.
bastard.
He literally runs
He's an
to her.
asshole. He
The script
deserves
tosses him aside
everything.
during the final showdown because this is Rey's franchise and she don't need no man because this movie is made for the modern audience, not sexist,
It's for the modern era?
dinosaurs. Right! Kylo Ren returning to the light side of the Force and becoming Ben Solo again
is just wrong. This is another example of JJ retconning one of the few good aspects of The Last Jedi. Here is the single best moment in The Last Jedi.
I came to face him, Leia. And I can't save him.
Kylo is beyond
Luke was
redemption.
wrong.
The guy murdered his own father. He's evil. Kylo's evil does not
it's
require
the version of your
further
expectations.
examination.
He's redeemable, despite one of the main characters saying he wasn't redeemable. Oh no, you follow his antics for a whole... Yeah, before you came in, we were kind of going over old sector lore and shit. Was really enjoying that latest Mikey No More quartering documentary, because it really goes into a lot of his shenanigans before he was involved in internet blood sports and all that shit. We were taking a stroll down memory lane, and Ralph's old antics came up. It talked about how I used to call in to the Keel stream. There's at least 2 shows that I can recall in which I called in, but I cannot remember because Ralph doesn't really title them, and I don't even think the archives are. I can't imagine where you'd go to find them. And then don't get too excited. These were nothing burger appearances. All I did was talk about the things that Ralph was talking about that night. But it was back when Ralph's show was actually watchable. Ow.
It just is. Luke and Leia accepting that Kylo's evil is not some
It was after the
invasive
drunken
force
cop
that
thing,
can
after
be
he got out of
expunged
jail.
from his being, but is rather an intrinsic part of him, is a great moment.
the
There
ring.
is real pathos to Luke and Leia accepting that they failed Kylo and resigning themselves to the fact that he must be destroyed. This moment steers the plot away from the trite prodigal son trope that JJ was going for and toward a darker and more dramatically satisfying trajectory. But JJ didn't like that trajectory, so he did a big clunky U-turn, and now the patricide who committed genocide and ordered his own mother to be shot on sight is a good guy.
I'm good.
As a symbol of his castration, Kylo throws his awesome lightsaber into the sea, then joins Greta Thunberg in her brave stand in support of whatever the current thing is that week. The other problem JJ creates by turning Kylo soy is that the only bad guy left is a cripple in a Sith retirement home, and that does not make for a compelling
Why
final
did he never get out of the
showdown.
chair?
Like R2 in The Force Awakens
It's
and
'cause he's
Finn
old.
in The Last Jedi, Kylo wakes up once the plot needs him again. His Rey fever now at lethal levels. He finds Rey's corpse and uses the Force to swap energy bars with her. He kisses Rey and dies in an ecstasy of Rey fever-induced bliss. When Solo brings her back, Rey kisses him because she feels a momentary attraction to him as she remembers the saber-wielding maniac he used to be. Before ordering elaborate drinks at Starbucks and taking selfies with his besties became a regular part of his morning routine. Today I got up around 9 a.m. After my shower, I went to Starbucks
Who's
where I met
Miyamoto
my pals
thinking
Noah
with this
and non-playable
level?
sheep. I ordered a tall half-shot hand-drip salt-steamed soy venti half-cap triple ristretto 1-pump vanilla quart sugar-free 2-pump retro hazelnut steamed milk dry foam half-spoon cinnamon drizzle 3-quart half decaf cappuccino. We mostly talked about Jaden Smith's new fashion line, then I got some work done. I feel like I worked for like half an hour, but I totally don't remember because I kind of blacked out during it. The brief attempt to give Rey an arc is absolutely pathetic. She continues being
Alright, now watch
a
as I fuck this
massively
part up.
overpowered Mary Sue for the entire movie. The only time she shows even a shred of doubt about her ultimate importance is for literally 2 minutes when she decides to retire to Craggy Island until JJ's retcon of The Last Jedi shows up to convince her to go clean up Luke Skywalker's mess. In another middle finger to Rian Johnson, JJ has Luke grab Rey's lightsaber and say, "A Jedi's weapon deserves more respect." While this is vaguely cathartic, the scene oozes hypocrisy. It was JJ who put Luke on Craggy Island in the first place. It was JJ and Kathleen Kennedy who decided that Luke would be a deserter coward who fled to a bird shit stained rock off the coast of Ireland to hide from the world. Rian Johnson's characterization of Luke was a natural continuation of what was presented in The Force Awakens, but in The Rise of Palpatine, JJ pins it all on Rian. Rey's rematch with Kylo Ren is the only good sequence in the movie. It's well paced, it takes its time when it needs to. There's no crappy nostalgia slop music. There's no yap yap, no JJ jolts, only the crashing of the waves and the sound of the duel, which complement one another beautifully. Like Rey's introduction in The Force Awakens, Reylo 2 demonstrates that J.J. Abrams is capable of creating compelling cinema. It should be noted that the best scene in both of The Force Awakens and The Rise of Palpatine contain no dialogue. At his best, J.J. is a capable director, but he is always a dreadful writer. While Rey was a Mary Sue throughout The Last Jedi, her Mary Sue-isms were not as obscenely overwhelming in that movie as they were in The Force Awakens. But in ROP,
I could only stomach
Rey is
Force
right
Awakens.
back to being perfect
I thought Rogue One was
every
okay.
way and inexplicably proficient at everything. Karen, iPhone, hit that shit. She floats in midair, surrounded by rocks, which she commands to float around her through the power of the Force. She walks across a tightrope blindfolded while deflecting lasers from a training droid. She defeats the final boss training droid with a stick. She deciphers Poe's intel and begins the MacGuffin hunt. She finds the Sith dagger in a few minutes, a dagger that Luke Skywalker failed to locate
blind guy and
despite
the
many
annoying
hours
ass
of
robot.
searching. She is able to ascertain just from holding the dagger that it has been used for terrible purposes. She beats up a crew of 4 experienced gangsters in a few seconds. Upon meeting Rey, Girl Boss Minor instantly gets the same Rey fever that everybody else gets
you watched
when
it when
they
you
meet
were on
Rey.
flights.
She
Fair enough.
backflips over an approaching TIE fighter and lightsabers its wing off. She force grabs a ship, preventing it from flying away. She shoots 5 stormtroopers in 3 seconds with Chewie's laser bow, a weapon she has never handled before. She sails a skimmer through a tempest to get to the ruin of the second Death Star. Rey is from Tatooine Control CV, a desert planet. She never saw an ocean or any body of water until she left Tatooine Control CV a year ago. She can't swim and should be terrified at the sight of a sea storm. If she ever did sail into a tempest, she would lose balance and start vomiting from nausea within seconds and get tossed into the drink by the first big wave that hit her vessel. Rey has never piloted a waterborne vessel, yet here she sails stern-faced through the storm, expertly maneuvering the skimmer through the giant crashing waves. Not once does she lose balance, not once is she imperiled. This is like me, an Irishman, expertly riding a camel through an Arabian sandstorm.
I don't like sand.
Yes, Anakin, I'm aware of your aversion
Oh,
to
Last Jedi
sand.
for free before release day? Maybe we got a pre-release show and wanted payment for taking that bullet for him?
Death Star in a display of her world-class parkour skills. She
took a
almost
bullet for him,
loses
literally?
Rey too, but then the script uses Leia as a cheat code to make Rey win, because Rey isn't allowed to lose. She saves Kylo's life by force healing him. If only Anakin had figured out how to do this, he could have saved Padme instead of becoming Darth Vader. She pilots Kylo's TIE fighter with total proficiency despite never having piloted a TIE fighter before. She pilots Luke's X-Wing with total proficiency.
I took a bullet for you. You owe me a bad Star Wars movie. You get it?
Despite never having piloted an X-Wing before, she kills 6 Praetorian guards in 29 seconds. A Praetorian guard's life expectancy when facing Rey is 4.8 seconds. She resists Palpatine's attempts to turn her to the dark side. In a final declaration of her overwhelming
the bad movie
power,
was the bullet
Rey
he took
asserts
for him.
that she
Fair
is not merely the last Jedi.
Media literacy
She
dinger.
is
It's 1 in the morning!
She
Or
kills
2 in the morning.
Emperor Palpatine,
It's 2 in the morning?
something Luke Skywalker wasn't awesome enough to do. Unlike her, she comes back to life because she isn't just female Luke Skywalker and female all the Jedi. She's female Jesus.
My interpretation of Aqua Saber literally taking a bullet sounds cool.
Shame on you for saying what you just said. My God.
The rest of the characters are a bundle of plot devices, diversity inserts, 2-dimensional air sodas, and nostalgia bait. The only character in the movie that has an arc is Kylo. His arc is he stops being evil and becomes a simp, whereupon he loses the ability to speak.
That's just a different kind of evil.
Finn and Poe are now a comic screen duo from a Marvel movie.
They fly now!
They fly now!
As dated and insufferable as this humor is now, the duo...
Again, I think that was a result of the shippers from Episode 7. Juju was pandering to those people.
do at least get to have some fun and do a few things on their own without a woman supervising them, which is
went through
a
that arc
massive
anytime
step
Red
up from
showed
The
up on
Last
stream.
Jedi, when Finn was a simp with potato fever and Poe was Davis.
Payday. You deliver a quarter of your snap to Striper here. Every week on the dot. Well, you fucking will do now, slag.
Lando is nostalgia bait and a plot device. He shows up when the plot needs him. He rescues the crew on generic alien planet, and he shows up at the end to lead the people fleet at the Battle of Agendor.
It's just people.
The best decision J.J. Abrams made with The Rise of Palpatine was to sideline Rose, who is incontestably the worst Disney character in the sequel trilogy. See my Last Jedi video for details. In a middle finger to Rian Johnson, J.J. even included a scene to make the exclusion of Rose explicit. Hey Rose, so are you gonna be in the movie?
No, because I fucking suck. Everyone hated me in The Last Jedi, and rightfully so. JJ has written me down to a token character with a few lines.
You won't be missed.
I know.
C-3PO isn't a protocol droid.
I mean, her hairstyle looks better than in the last movie. But no, that was a good idea. Suffer Rian Johnson.
With a few lines.
You won't be missed.
I know.
Not that Ryan.
C-3PO isn't a protocol droid or a translator anymore. His main function now is as an exposition droid.
X-Charm.
A what?
A common emblem of Sith loyalists.
This knowledge has nothing to do with his programming or his personal experiences. How does C-3PO know any of this? There
He's
are
he's
only two
Wikipedia.
original characters of anything approaching
He's just a Wikipedia
significance. A girl boss
in the movie.
and a girl boss. Girl boss major is a strong, black, empowered, body positive, ass-kicking girl boss. And girl boss minor is a strong, ethnically ambiguous, empowered, ass-kicking girl boss. Girl boss minor created a problem for Disney because the actress JJ cast to play her is hot, and Kathleen Kennedy does not like hot women in her productions. So she came up with an ingenious solution. She put the hot actress in a burqa. She never shows a millimeter of skin, is literally clad head to toe, shoulder to fingertip the entire movie, and is only permitted to show her eyes. Praise be to Allah. Mr. Reflection, would you care to hazard a guess as to the function of Girl Boss Major?
Reflection of myself.
Indeed, Mr. Reflection. She is a ticked box on an ESG report.
I'd wait Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday to see a reflection of myself.
Despite being a mere box ticker, Girl Boss Major does have some cultural significance. She was the provenance of the despot's first ever Am I Right Boys joke.
The following clip is from a video released July of 22.
But it seemed like casting went out of their way to cast a dumpy, chunky girl in the role, who, despite having a bow and arrow and being portrayed as a huntress, looks like she spends a lot more time snacking and watching Netflix than she does hunting. Unless she's hunting Big Macs and Pringles, am I right, boys? Then there's Zombie Palpatine. He's not really a character in the movie. He's a caricaturish approximation of Palpatine that was inserted into the movie as a plot device and trailer bait. Absolutely nothing about Palpatine makes sense. How did he return?
We don't have to tell you that.
When did he return? Why did he wait this long to announce himself to the galaxy? Why did he announce himself to the galaxy? Why did anyone believe his broadcast was the voice of the long-dead Emperor, as opposed to a 14-year-old messing around with his dad's old DJ equipment? How did he build the Death Star Destroyer fleet? How long did this take? How did he staff these ships? Why did he bury them underground? How has he managed the gigantic logistical operation required to maintain this fleet without detection? Why has he waited until now to unleash this fleet upon the galaxy? Why did he not recognize the dangers of equipping every one of these ships with a planet-killing cannon? Such a fleet would create the conditions for massive political instability. No political entity in the galaxy will tolerate this fleet's existence. A single mutinous captain could cause immense destruction to Empire assets before other ships could stop him. An admiral who fancies himself the next Emperor could lightspeed jump his ship to whatever planet Palpatine was on and kill him in seconds. Mentally unstable admirals could use their ship to destroy planets they personally dislike. A single ship commander can go to a system, hold it hostage for a massive ransom, divvy up the take with his crew, destroy the ship, and take off. Why did Palpatine design ships that blow up when their extremely vulnerable, massive cannons is shot a few times by a small fighter? Darth Sidious is powerful enough to come back to life, but he's not powerful powerful enough to heal himself. Palpatine claims that he created Snoke and used Snoke to build the First Order and train Kylo. If Palpatine had control of the galaxy via his puppet Snoke, then why did he bother building this giant fleet? Palpatine tells Rey that if she kills him, his spirit will enter her and they will become one. She kills him, but then nothing happens. Why doesn't Palpatine somehow return
It was just trolling.
after Rey kills him?
It was
I
a prank,
won't accuse
bro.
Disney of character assassinating Palpatine because this isn't Palpatine. Palpatine died when Darth...
Hey, Alien. I didn't notice he did. I don't know anything about Star Wars, but this guy seems like such an asshole. No, he's not an asshole. He's Irish. I know, it's kind of... almost, you know, you could kind of mistake him there for an asshole. No, he's just Irish. Big ups, Big Rocket Man Turbo HD Remix. Hello. Mr. Partner. No, not yet. But no, yeah, we're watching, he's going over the sequel trilogy and explaining why they're bad. And we're actually a little over the halfway point of The Rise of Skywalker. I only watched The Force Awakens, and it's not part of the trilogy, but I also watched Rogue One. And Rogue One was the last movie I ever saw in theaters. And as I do that, I'm doing my second playthrough of, well, technically fourth playthrough. Second playthrough. Praise the Sun. Thank you, Praise the Sun, for the raid with the party of 4. Second playthrough of Luigi. The second Luigi playthrough, but overall fourth playthrough of Mario Galaxy. Big ups, Praise that Sun. Thank you for the raid. You're interrupting me in the middle of my monologue. That's okay. The more I don't have to talk, the better. Oh my god, it's Mario Sunshine!
Oh no. This one looks even harder than the other one.
9 years since I went to the theater, damn. Yeah! I'm not really a movie guy. Name a classic movie, I probably haven't watched it. What are you doing?
I thought those fucking things weren't gonna...
Oh my god, Praise that Sun. Oh my lord, what are you doing, Praise the Sun? Thank you for the raid. I think you were playing Donkey Kong. Big ups D-Day Live. Am I watching The Cheater? No. I'm glad you brought that. I know Praise That Sun is getting slandered. Allow me to explain, D-Day Live. Let's get that clip back.
Oh, for fuck's sakes.
This is the model that anyone can use.
You have to run around that guy. And lure him over here.
What do I mean by that?
We're good.
It's like my model. It's not custom. You can just use it, and as long as you can rig it, you can use it.
Swollen dingus, literally, yeah. Actually, yes.
Thank you.
Damn.
Now you understand.
Right there too.
You see, you get it? But yeah, so the exposed cat person who cheated in Battlefield uses a generic model that anybody can use, which Praise That Sun also happens to use. So I've been knowing Praise That Sun for years, so I thought it was pretty funny when that whole controversy blew up, because it's like, oh my god, is Praise That Sun cheating? Finishing Donkey Kong Country 3, still trying to find the last coins. Country 3 is the best of the trilogy, and I maintain that opinion. And just there's something about the setting of the northern hemisphere, the Canadian wilderness mixed with the encroaching mechanization of, it's like a nature versus man kind of thing, except the mans are gators and the gators are trying to mechanize the wilderness. There's not enough games that take place in Canada.
Darth Vader threw him into the entrails of the second Death Star.
But thank you again, Praise That Sun. I don't know, like, I'm like a third of the way through the 120 stars. So the 100% Mario Galaxy 1, you don't just have to beat it as Mario, you also have to beat it as Luigi. So I have to do this, and then jump over the Galaxy 2, and get the 120 green stars that Phil rage quit, and refused to go after. Not only did he not get 120 green stars, he didn't even get 120 regular stars. So this is the content that you were denied. Congratulations.
Is a nostalgia prop and a Disney villain. Disney's assertion that this dumb cartoon prop is Palpatine is as ridiculous as their denial that they didn't censor Alien Resurrection by removing Winona from the massage scene. This isn't Emperor Palpatine. That's not the original cut of Alien Resurrection. The Weekend at Palpy's plotline is the dumbest piece of story to come out of the Disney sequel trilogy. It starts with a premise so absurd that the movie doesn't even attempt to explain it. In what is now the most infamous example of lazy screenwriting in history, Palpatine's auto-resurrection is explained thusly.
Somehow Palpatine returned.
Having established its premise on non-existent foundations, Weekend at Palpy's then makes assertions and introduces plot beats that elicit dozens of questions, none of which it answers. Weekend at Palpy's finishes by contradicting itself when
DSP
Rey kills
outlasted
Palpy
another one.
and nothing happens, despite Palpy's earlier assertion that Rey killing him would cause his spirit to enter her body. JJ massacred Star Wars lore for that. In terms of plot, ROP is a series of MacGuffin hunts followed by the Battle of Endor, a plagiarism of the Battle of Endor. For the first MacGuffin hunt, Rey, Finn, and Poe go off to find the Wayfinder, which will lead them to Palpy. But first, they have to get a Sith knife. Palpy sends Kylo off on his third Rey fetch quest of the trilogy. Kylo realizes that Rey's going after the Wayfinder, so now he's in on the MacGuffin hunt too. After the plot has run out of MacGuffins, it jumps to the Battle of Endor. Rey's face-off with Palpy copies Return of the Jedi's throne room sequence. The battle in space between the Rebel fleet and the Star Destroyers copies the battle in space between the Rebel fleet and the Star Destroyers. Finn, Girl Boss Major, and a ground cruise mission to land on a Star Destroyer in order to accomplish some mission-critical task that I've already forgotten the details of, is a rip-off of the mission to destroy the shield generator on the forest moon of Endor. The only thing missing is the Ewoks, because Disney Analytics concluded that Ewoks are unpopular. And anyway, Disney don't need Ewoks to sell merch, because they have whatever the hell this thing is. Get your cone-faced droid today for only $108.97. ROP's
And when in doubt,
geopolitical
you always
premise
have Baby
makes
Yoda.
no sense. Snoke's death and the destruction of the First Order's battle fleet in the Holdo maneuver should have resulted in a collapse of First Order power across the galaxy. Instead, the First Order is the most powerful political entity in the galaxy, and the rebellion have somehow turned themselves into a viable military force.
Oh, there were no
again,
Snoke simps in the
despite
First
being
Order?
obliterated in The Last Jedi. Now, plot holes. Karen iPhone. Drop it. If Snoke was a clone, why did the Emperor not create more such clones? He's willing to build a Death Star destroyer fleet, but he won't build a squad of super clones? Burying a gigantic fleet
Maybe his
of
resources
Death
were
Star
limited.
destroyers underground is highly impractical, but we're going to give JJ a pass on this one because it looks cool. So Palpy has hundreds of Star Destroyers at his disposal, which he has copy-pasted into existence. Why then does he need Kylo to kill Rey? Surely this is something he could send his vast fleet to accomplish. Kylo needed a Wayfinder to get to Exegol. How did hundreds of thousands of personnel who staff Palpy's fleet get there? And how did Exegol remain a secret after such a massive influx of people from all over the galaxy?
I asked that like 2 videos ago.
The opening action scene is almost good.
It doesn't
through
make
sheer
any
force
sense.
Of popcorn
Nobody knew it
entertainment,
existed
but then
until
is
it
ruined
did.
By the ridiculous concept of light speed skipping, in which Poe jumps the Falcon between systems in seconds. With every jump, he miraculously lands only feet away from obstacles that would have obliterated the ship had it hit them at light speed. The TIE fighters are somehow able to chase him through his light speed skips, despite not knowing where he went and not having sufficient time to key in coordinates for a pursuit, even if they are tracking him. The sequence also has to take a moment to remind the audience of how unnatural it is to portray men doing a thing without the supervision of a woman.
Yeah, well, Rey's not here, is she?
Why is the smoking hot Carrie Fisher's daughter standing next to a sack of potatoes? Oh wait, that's Rose. Sorry, my mistake. By an astonishing coincidence, Rey is looking through a book about Exegol moments before Poe arrives talking about Exegol, which reminds Rey of the book about Exegol she was just reading. Why does the script bother telling us that the group of Kylo clones are the
Knights of Ren
when they have zero role in the plot? The NPCs of Ren are saber fodder for
for Kylo during the Battle of Agendor. That's it. The NPCs of Ren are a typical example of a JJ mystery box with nothing inside. How is Kylo able to steal Rey's necklace through Force Tinder? So Kylo steals Rey's necklace, and before Rey and the gang can leave the festival, the necklace is analysed. The First Order send an alert to local troops, and local troops begin hunting down the gang. That's not how time works. It's as if time has frozen on generic alien planet and only unfreezes when the First Order have completed a series of tasks essential to the plot. Lando makes contact with Rey and the crew just as they are being arrested, and
by an astonishing coincidence,
it turns out that Lando was with Luke on this very planet, and they discovered a plot device who was carrying a secondary MacGuffin that will point the crew in the direction of the primary MacGuffin, and
by an astonishing coincidence,
plot device's ship is still in the desert nearby, but Lando and Luke couldn't find the secondary MacGuffin that they somehow knew was in the plot device's ship, which is good because it means the plot can happen now. So the crew need to go to the desert to find the plot device's ship, but some stormtroopers start chasing them. Fortunately, the script places two speeders next to the tent they were in, which Poe easily hotwires in seconds. Both the speeders are blowing up, but fortunately no one is hurt. The entire gang lands in sinking sand, and
by an astonishing coincidence,
this sinking sand leads directly into some subterranean tunnels the crew needed to enter to find the secondary MacGuffin. Rey senses that the dagger has been used for terrible purposes. Why then did she never detect that Luke's lightsaber, which was originally Anakin's, was used to massacre sand people and slaughter children? The crew walk into the plot device's ship and find no impediment to starting it up and flying off with it. An interstellar ship has been sitting in the desert for years with the keys in the ignition, and no one has taken it. The NPCs of Ren show up at the generic desert but don't do anything.
That's just another one of those astonishing
coincidences.
coincidences.
Attempting to look menacing. Oh my god, Chewie dies, but less than 3 minutes later, it is revealed that he's actually still alive. What was the point of that? If you're going to do a fake out death, at least wait 20 minutes before revealing that the character is actually alive. Give the audience a chance to feel the grief of the...
It's like that one moment with Goofy in Kingdom Hearts 2, where you briefly think that Goofy's dead. Goofy of all characters, that guy gets bonked on the head all the time.
That the character is actually alive. Give the audience a chance to feel the grief of the character death. This movie has less balls than a 1994 coming-of-age American drama starring Winona Ryder.
That part is kind of Kino when Mickey... That's when Mickey tosses off the cloak. Don't pay for this.
It wakes up a merchandise placement with a cone-shaped head. I've decided to name this droid Coney 20I2 in honor of Coney 2012, the first social media-induced mass hysteria. See my Dread video for details. Coney 20I2 is one of the most shameless examples of merchandise placements I have ever seen. The movie doesn't even bother to justify his presence by giving him something to do. BB-8 wakes him up. There, done. Merchandise advertised. That'll be $108.97.
Why did Kingdom Hearts 2 even do that?
Shameless.
Nomura wanted to subvert your expectations by killing off a Disney character.
Hack C-3PO, so Poe goes to Kojimi to look for him, and wouldn't you know it, he gets held at gunpoint by a generic Girl Boss plot device who just happens to know exactly where the hacker is. Girl Boss plot device will later give Poe a hyperlane token. So
it was a good movie. Shut up, Antrim. No, he likes it. He likes
Poe propositions her at the end of the movie, and she tells him no, because this is a Disney movie, and sexual attraction between men and women doesn't exist in Disney movies. In fact, the only romantic relationship which is portrayed positively throughout the entire Disney sequel trilogy is the brief lesbian kiss at the end of ROP. Unless you were one of the 5 Chinese people who watched this movie, in which case you didn't see that scene because the Winnie the Pooh dynasty doesn't like it. And Disney love nothing more than collaborating with the Winnie the Pooh dynasty. The NPCs of Ren show up again to do absolutely nothing. In another example of disgustingly lazy writing, JJ uses the Force as a plot device.
The dagger's on the ship. We need it.
Why?
The feeling.
He will do this several times throughout the movie. JJ retcons The Last Jedi on several occasions. The least successful and clunkiest example of this is when Kylo tells Rey, "Your parents were no one, they chose to be to keep you safe." Kylo relates to Rey that her parents were a clear-minded, conscientious couple trying to keep Rey from Palpatine, but this completely contradicts what Kylo said in The Last Jedi.
They're filthy junk traders.
Who sold you off for drinking money?
This was the single best plot element.
He was
in The
just
Last
trolling
Jedi.
her.
Revealing that Rey's parents were nobodies is far better than the predictable, cliched, try-hard reveal that the hero is a blood relative of the plot.
It's you! Yeah. How could you? My own son!
Rey being a nobody also added a bit of psychological depth to a total non-character. Her belief that her parents were somebodies was a coping mechanism she invented to cope with the trauma of being abandoned by her loser alco parents. That's a great bit of character work, and tragically,
right, and it could set up Rey to then be the first person in her family to, you know, amount to something meaningful and something more. But no, we just gotta, you know, pull the wool over the eyes of the audience and just have her be Palpatine's granddaughter.
something many viewers will be able to relate to. But no,
They
because
need money for
JJ
gin,
wanted
dude.
his big, tropey reveal. Rey's parents was JJ's prime mystery box, and he wasn't going to let Ryan ruin it for him. So JJ created the monumentally clankfucular reveal that Rey is Sheevy's granddaughter. Rey and Kylo engage in a lightsaber duel through Force Tinder. Okay, so there are 5 main problems with this. 1, that's
Look, it's
not how
Yoshi
the Force
Planet.
works. 2, Winona Ryder was hotter than Angelina Jolie in Girl Interrupted, and it's not even close, son. And I'll explain.
They sold you to protect you.
Wait, stop. They sold you to protect you. Let me see if I'm understanding this correctly. Rey's parents sold her into slavery in a desert backwater because they didn't want anything bad to happen to her. There's not even any point in attempting to explain this level of stupid. All I can do is counter it. So here is the Despot's counter to this full retard plot beat.
Whoa, Miss Val.
Atmosphere, becoming what we used to be calling shooting stars.
Hux saves Finn, Poe, and Chewie from execution, then reveals that he is a spy for the rebellion. A man who committed mass genocide and wiped out the rebel fleet is a rebel spy.
It's okay, he
Turn
said he's
iPhone.
sorry. It was good the whole time, you guys. These clips he keeps using, they're from that one movie that came out recently that was pretty bad. I think it was another War of the Worlds re-whatever. Yep.
In an argument with Finn, Poe points out that he isn't a militarily illiterate chronic blunderer when he says,
I'm not Leia.
And Finn, despite being...
Yeah, I didn't see it, but I think Saru played it in the VC. I missed that VC.
in a state of hostility to Poe, compliments Poe.
That's for damn sure.
I will give JJ credit for this shot. This is a nicely composed frame which is intended to show
was
Rey's
ass.
inner struggle with the dark side. The problem is that the visual does not sync up with the plot. At no point in the movie does Rey engage in any sort of behavior that could be considered dark. In Return of the Jedi, Luke struggles with the dark side. In his first scene, he force strangles 2 of Jabba's guards because they blocked his path. Rey does not commit a single act that could be interpreted as dark in ROP.
Apparently, War of the Worlds with Ice Cube takes place entirely in his lab or something. I feel like that was the marketing gimmick of the movie, but it was actually for budgetary reasons.
She is a morally perfect heroine.
They only had Ice Cube for one day.
Hero throughout the trilogy. Darkseid Rey
Which is strange,
hotter,
'cause
by
it's
the
not
way,
like he's doing anything
but
else.
Not as hot as Winona Ryder in Stranger Things. Now look, I know she was getting on in years, but hear me out. Winona's body type ages well. Why does the destruction of Kijimi look so shit? When the explosion starts, the planet looks like a cardboard prop. Rose looked like shit in The Last Jedi, and that's putting it generously. But fuck, man. I'm convinced that Kathleen Kennedy made it a contractual obligation for the actress to crawl through a sewer pipe before showing up on set to start filming for the day as revenge for her trying to stand out on the red carpet during the promotion of The Last Jedi. Coney 202
R2 shows up to remind Finn that he's a simp.
I miss her.
Miss her too.
Why does a man with chronic Ray fever need a product replacement to remind him that he's a Ray simp? But as it turns out, Coney 2OI2 isn't just a merch placement, he's a plot device, and he has information about Exegol, which allows the rebels to plan an attack against the Sith fleet. R2 gives C-3PO his memory back, and I couldn't give less of a shit because I checked out of this movie an hour and a half ago. We get an exchange between Mary and Finn, which is designed to retcon Rian Johnson's Holdo maneuver. Karen iPhone reroute all power from the de-uglifier to hypercharge the AI video generator and produce
they bring this boss back in Galaxy 2.
Of the scene
you gotta beat him as part of a boss rush.
We need to pull some hold-on maneuvers, do some real damage. Come on, that move is 1 in a million. While I applaud JJ's attempt to fix Ryan's lore-breaking nonsense, the 1 in a million explanation doesn't work. Hold-on maneuvers either work or they don't. Luck is not a factor. Carrie Fisher's daughter says something, and I apologize for suggesting that she's anything other than top gear. She reminds me of Winona Ryder in Autumn in New York, an interesting examination of love between an old— Oh, shut up, despot. Your sad devotion to that aging actress has not helped you conjure up the stolen data tapes, or given you clairvoyance enough to find the rebels' hidden fortress.
I find your lack of faith disturbing.
Prior to the attack on the
that
Sith
wasn't
fleet,
so bad.
Finn says, "They've taken enough of us. Now we take the war to them." What the fuck
See,
are you
Phil?
talking about, man?
It's not that
You've
hard.
only been at war with the Sith fleet for a few hours, and even if your attack is a complete success and the Sith fleet is obliterated, the First Order will still be out there.
Yeah, he's had a couple running gags in his videos, Kurt, don't lie. Just kind of like, break up the video. I think he uses them as like segues between the main bullet points.
Across the galaxy, and all you will have a
like that last video, he had like the dancing sheep. The dancing sheep is supposed to represent the typical liberal that would have complaints about his videos.
Accomplished is to remove the only military power who can challenge the First Order's dominance. On that note, what do the First Order do in this movie apart from get Ray fever? Which systems are they attacking? Are they trying to find the rebel base? What are their geopolitical priorities? The First Order, which Disney assures us is the dominant military and political force in the galaxy, just disappear halfway through the movie and are never mentioned again. Why didn't the rebels send a scouting mission to the Exegol system before they launched an all-out assault? JJ uses the Force as a plot device again because writing is hard. In this scene, the Force tells Finn the source of a navigation signal.
The nav signal is coming from that command ship.
How do you know?
A feeling.
The rebels launch a cavalry attack on top of a Star Destroyer. I could insult your intelligence by explaining why this attack is to military tactics what Will Smith is to cool, or...
Good.
How is that potato sack able to run while carrying a blaster? Oh wait, that's Rose.
He's got to do a video on War of the Worlds. I'm kind of interested in it now.
To strike him down with
morbid
all
curiosity.
Of her anger, so she will turn to the dark side. She says no, but then he shows this Jedi her precious rebel fleet being destroyed, which causes her to initially agree to strike him down before ultimately deciding that actually, yeah, nah, because I am a Jedi. Now, where have I seen this exact series of dramatic beats before? I'm not even going to bother attempting to explain how dumb the lightsaber fight choreography between Kylo Ren and the NPCs of Ren is. Instead,
All these enemies remind you of that one guy from Cromartie High, the robot.
JJ realizes that Reylo cutting down an old guy in a
Miyamoto
wheelchair
must have been a
won't
fan.
make for a great finale, so the script gives Palpy some of Reylo's energy bar, which restores him to boss level. So a gigantic fleet consisting of people arrives led by Lando. How did Lando recruit them? If these people are willing to fight Palpy's fleet,
Why
It's
did
a
they
plot
never
hole
lift
creature.
a finger to fight the First Order?
Look, it just
How did
leaves plot
Lando
holes
assemble
around.
such a massive fleet
Yeah, it's a
so
plot hole
quickly?
creature.
What an astonishing coincidence that they all arrived at the exact same
Yeah,
time.
Mikazawa.
Oh, look, there's Wedge. That's nice. But wait, why wasn't he a high-ranking member of the Resistance? Wouldn't he have been a far better military leader than Disney Leia? Why doesn't every rebel pilot die immediately when their ship fills with Palpy's Force Super Lightning? Why isn't every chip and electronic component
I guess the Super
on
Lightning
every
isn't all
ship
that.
destroyed immediately when they fill with Palpy's Force Super Lightning? Rey defeats Palpy because, in her own words,
I'm all the Jedi.
why doesn't Palpy's spirit enter Rey after she kills him? Finn and Girl Boss
He was
Major
just lying about
almost
that.
get to make a heroic sacrifice, but like all the good guys of even remote significance, they don't die
didn't happen
because
'cause
this
they were out of
movie has
movie.
less balls than Solo Ren's latest Lord of the Rings sleepover marathon. Rey does get to make a heroic sacrifice, but she's such a Mary Sue that she can sacrifice her own life without dying. So the Rebel fleet return home and celebrate their destruction
big
of the
Bowser
First
Jr. looks
Order's
compared to
sole
Luigi.
obstacle to ultimate power in the galaxy. No one mentions the fact that the First Order are still at war with them, and that, unlike the Rebels, the First Order have been entirely unharmed by the recent conflict. The movie ends with Disney admitting that yes, Rey was a female Luke Skywalker clone.
Rey Skywalker.
Over the course of my
Well,
last
I guess
three
the movie
videos,
wasn't
I have
for
thoroughly
everyone.
analyzed the Disney sequel trilogy. If you have watched to this point in the video, you're probably wondering which of
Sasha.
these three movies I regard as the worst. Well,
How goes tonight? I'm throwing shells at what's effectively a child. Now, sure, he's also like a giant fucking dinosaur little thing. But yes, that's what I'm doing. That's my evening. I was watching a guy go over the Star Wars Disney sequel trilogy and explaining why it's bad. Alright, there we go. I've sufficiently bullied him enough. And I'm playing Mario Galaxy 1 again, but this time as Luigi. So I have to get all 120 stars again in order to fully 100% the game. So since I already played the game before, I thought it was a nice stream to, you know, kick back and watch some shit. But yes. Welcome in, Sasha. How you doing? How was the Sasha stream? Shelling children, am I Canadian? No, I'm Somalian. Somalian? I'm a Somali. What does that put me now? I think we're at... Is that star number 45? Let's get a clip.
So just going back to work, let me tell you that latte is the cutest. What? Why are you telling me?
Oh, that's star number
this?
44.
Cheers, I guess.
Only because this isn't costing me.
Is this Dead Island? That looks like Dead Island. I'm pretty good at identifying games. Oh, Dying Light. Look, I was close. I was look, they basically may as well be the same game. Yeah, same studio. I was close. Ah, yes, the observatory is regaining power. Remember when it was so dark at the beginning of the game? That was like 44 stars ago. Dying Light is just Dead Island with fewer characters. I've been watching Kai play Dead Island 2 with Sleepy Za, the person who rated earlier. And, I don't know, like, people were shitting on it when it came out. But it looks like if you're playing with a friend, it's like Resident Evil 5. If you're playing with a friend, it goes up from a 4 out of 10 to a 6 out of 10. Or maybe even a 7 out of 10. This is assuming, of course, if you have friends. Right, Lamal? That was pretty good, dude. Hey, just goes to show, if you have friends, even slop can become good. Or at least it can become friend slop. Oh, yeah, this guy leads to the Flying Red Star. He doesn't give it to you right now. Well, check it out, guys. We're in my office now. This is my streaming area. This is my new stream. I now stream from my bed. And once I get the L desk, I'm gonna put it right here. Right here, I'm just gonna put it right here against the wall, the curved wall. I know, an L desk against the curved wall doesn't sound like a good idea. But what am I supposed to do? You want me to move? Stink, guys. Rosalina sleeps here. I'm allowed to be in Rosalina's bed. Ah! Luigi, calm down. Holy shit. Dude, I'm dominating so much, all the levels are already open. All the levels here are pretty lengthy. Especially Dusty Dune. Let's start with Honey Climb.
Question for another time.
The Disney Star Wars sequel trilogy opened with a line of meta dialogue designed to assert that Disney were going to fix the Star Wars franchise that George Lucas had ruined with the prequels.
This will begin to make things right.
The Disney Star Wars sequel trilogy...
Again, he was misguided, but for good reasons.
Ended by admitting that the movies were shallow knockoffs of George Lucas' Star Wars.
Rey Skywalker.
In the final shot of the somehow Return of Palpatine, Rey stares into the Jewel Suns in a callback to the iconic scene of Luke staring into the Tatooine sunset. This shot is a microcosm of the Disney sequel trilogy. These suns meant something to Luke. To him, they represented adventure, a life and purpose beyond the confines of a small moisture farm. This moment symbolizes the call to adventure as described by Joseph Campbell in his theory of the monomyth, or hero's journey, a story template that George Lucas followed when he was writing Star Wars. Luke staring into the Jewel sunset has its roots in the deepest traditions of human mythology. Rey staring into those suns means nothing. She's a tourist here. To her, the suns are nothing more than a pretty sight that would look nice on a postcard. The suns symbolize
it's
nothing
supposed to be an
because
iconic
Rey has
callback,
already had
but
her
she's
great
got
adventure.
no
The scene
connection
is
to it.
culturally vacant. It is merely a copy of a famous scene from an immeasurably superior movie.
It's a facsimile of that thing you remember
no
from the better
meaning.
movie.
It has no soul. It is a cargo cult scene. It exists solely to exhibit the look and feel of Star Wars. The only change Disney made to the original scene is to remove the man and replace him with a woman.
Who are you?
I'm Rey.
Rey who?
Rey Palpatine.
And there you go, that's the entire trilogy. But this is the Despo of Antrim. I watched him for movie reviews. He does good stuff. I think he's a pretty good guy. He's got more. He's got his worst movies of 2025. But this is 2 hours long. And I don't have 2 hours tonight. Well, I mean, I have 2 hours tonight. But I don't have 2 more hours tonight. That's pretty good. That's been sitting in the playlist for, what, months? Wow, the backup video watching playlist is now down to 7 videos. Thing is, how is this game played without the Wii aiming system? Are you using the right stick to aim? Never played this one, haha, fire. Good question! I'm glad you asked. With the power of the Switch Pro controller, you need not the Wiimote or the Joy-Con in order to aim your little mouse cursor. Instead, use the gyro capabilities of the wireless Pro controller as a way to simulate the Wiimote. I prefer it. Yeah, I didn't have a Wii growing up. I had a penis, but I didn't have a Wii. So, you know, I just didn't have that original control scheme. I don't have any nostalgia for it. The gyro feels better for me. Because on top of that, I get to use a regular-ass controller. Yeah, I made a list just like the guy. Imagine playing so few games, you don't even have a top 10. You got a top 8. You're just wondering, yeah. Oh, you're welcome. I gotta hover the whole way. I hear the star. I always thought it was weird, and I said this during Galaxy 2. I always thought it was weird that you're not allowed to have the power-up on when you collect the star and do a little animation. Like, forces you out of the power-up. Let's hit up Gusty Garden. Player Obscure and Blueprints somewhere in his top 3. Dude, we're gonna have, because his shit isn't like worst game, it's like most disappointing. We're gonna have a game in both lists. Guys, Metaphor is my game of the year. Sadly, my audience is terrible and they won't let me play it. Also, it's disappointing that I couldn't play Metaphor more, so it's also my most disappointing game of the year. Oh yeah, get ready for some mad Silk Song Blaze. It'll be bigly ironic given how he treated the game when he played it. I hate the run-back segments. What were the devs thinking? They don't know how to make a good modernized Metroidvania. Why do I have to run back? Where's my checkpoints at? This is the level with the secret star where you gotta run into the gold shop. I don't think I can get it on this mission. Oh my god, guys, it's that track that you like that gets remixed all the time. Fucking dopamine rush ass bonus level. When the first stream he did for Silk Song, he was begging hard, barely getting any money, wait to quit it, only to come back to it with some will out to bring it back. I remember. And, dude, the fucking Silk Song only came about because, I completely forgot. I'm remembering things in real time. It only came about because of the GTA 4 with mods. That shit fell apart. Even though it was a paid-for playthrough, the dents were scammed again. Yeah, I fell through the Ballad of Gay Tony. I think I was, shit, that was like half a year ago now. That was June, wasn't it? I was playing through, Jak and Daxter. We were in the middle of Jak 3. Cruising around in the desert, listening to Phil cry about mods not working.
There is no
What? Mina Prime? Whoa, buddy. Thank you for all the rates today, guys. Big ups Mina Prime for the rate. What? This coordinated? I'm being assaulted in real time. Leave me alone. Thank you, UNFW, for the raid with a party of 4. Meet a Prime with the massive raid with a party of 14. I think you were doing... Were you doing Sly? I saw you playing Sly the other day. A lot of people playing Sly recently. I went through the quadrilogy last year. Still, Kino, Sly 3 is the best. It's got the best writing. Hopefully they never make another one, because they'll ruin it. Big ups Rocket Doggy. Big ups UNF. The Pokemon but not Pokemon game is done. Solid 9 out of 10. Yeah, UNF was playing Digimon. Let's get the shoutouts underway. No! That's the... I did this mistake. It's late and I can't type? I made this mistake the other night? It's not fair. People always forget to type 2 underscores with my name, and now I'm over here messing up other people's names. Thank you, Jesse. Oh no, is it bugged again? I did nothing wrong. I did everything correct. Yeah, Jesse carrying the stream as always. Alright, I refresh the source. Let's get a clip. Pablo, put on the clip. Pablo, put on the clip. The clip, Pablo. What am I even paying him for? It was doing this earlier. I'm crashing out. I need to appreciate the raids. Your contract's about to get renegotiated, Pablo. We're gonna go from paying him from 2 watered down Mr. Pibbs to 1 watered down Mr. Pibb. I guess that's not working, you guys. Oh well. I gotta wait for the Twitch shoutouts. This is just all kinds of fucked. But hey, I'm glad you're here. We have 45 stars in the cards for the Luigi playthrough. We spent the majority of the stream learning about why Disney Star Wars is bad. And we just finished the videos. And so the video playlist grows just a little bit smaller. Thankfully, you did not miss any Arlo, because we're caught up with them. Our fucking hero, Arlo. But I'm currently at, well shoot, World 4 at this point of Galaxy 1. I'm doing it out of obligation. I must 100% the game as Luigi. Then I can get all the green stars in Galaxy 2. And then we'll be a little bit closer to the fabled Fire Emblem 6 playthrough. Any new Gamer Stevie J moments? After him pissing? No. I talked to Sarah today, actually, about it. I actually asked him what was the latest with Gamer Stevie, and he said, "He's boring, dingus! Nothing's happening! Ah!" And I was like, oh, okay. Oh boy, FE6, I owe it. It's the Goon requested playthrough. He's been gooning for 2 years. The biggest irony of all, I'll finally get around to it when his PC's broken and he's no longer able to access Twitch. He's got his phone right now, but for some reason on the Twitch app, they want his phone number, and he's not willing to provide one. So Goon is kick only until further notice. Just in case you're wondering why our hero Goon has not made any appearances as of late. So yes, very ironic. I finally get to Goon's request. He's not even really here for it. Goon, why? We gotta hit the Fun Goons PC goal. Thank you again for the raids, guys. You gotta eat, drink, walk away, exercise, do the things that make you you. Obviously, don't let me keep you. I don't know how much longer I'll be existing. So I got like 45 stars now. I think 50 would be like a good... Well, it wouldn't be the halfway point, because we got 120. So 60 would be the halfway point. And I'll continue this Monday. As in today. As in later today. I do want to wake up, you know, on time too, because Anna's agreed to do Ding Slop anime. So if you're listening to the sound of my voice, if you can hear me and you care about anime, Anne has agreed to do morning Ding Slop catch-up. And there's a lot of Ding Slop to watch. I'd say 50 is a good stopping point. Thank you for giving me permission. Let me try now. Mina Prime, TTV. I ought to stop by your place more often, but I think our stream times oftentimes overlap. Such as the malaise of having so many cool people to watch. You have people that are only live in the morning, and people that are only live in the daytime, in the afternoon, and then the nighttime. And it's like nothing I can do, dude. If there's one thing Phil has, it's that consistency. Alright, how about now? Show me a clip. Oh, it's so felted, buddy. If only he had more time to spend with his wife. It's quite unfortunate, isn't it? Apparently he was going over the state of the industry earlier today on the pre-stream. They say, oh, 2025 was a bad year for games. Well, yeah, I guess it was if you only played AAA games. There was like basically no games. But if you like indie games, then yeah, there was lots of play. And then you look at the list of all the games he's wage quit last year. Oh yeah, noted indie enjoyer, Dark Side the Guy. Oh yeah, in relation to his year-end series, his top 8, so I hear. I mean, not really in and of itself. Sorry, Raid and Run. Feeling sleepy, so only crash out for the night. Your stream goes amazing, swollen in chat. Thank you so much, Mina. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you again for the raid. I'm sorry the clips didn't work, but we did get the Twitch shout out for you there. Please stop by to the Mina stream, if and when you're able to. And I should be able to get one for UNF in a moment. UNF is back to streaming. The UNFW streams have returned. This dude's been doing like 10-hour streams every day since he came back. Like, whoa, buddy. I could never. Maybe 3 years ago I could. Now? You're ridiculous. Thanks for the shout out. You're welcome. Like I said, if I'm able to, I will raid one of these days. I promise. Alright, moles. Swollified here the whole time. Only for the weekends. Well, hey, it helped you beat Digimon. So is it over for Pokemon? In a post you completing Digimon World, is it fucking over for Pokemon? Has Game Freak lost? No, they haven't. People bought Legend Z-A anyway. Oh, I was supposed to bring the start out here. Look, here's the deal. Get it? Fucking Digimon is for young adults who have nostalgia. Get it? Pokemon is for everybody. It's for modern audiences, for children, and for man-children alike. I don't know, I don't get the impression that kids still like Digimon or know of Digimon. I think it's pretty safe to say that kids still know what Pokemon is and still like Pokemon. So there had DSP had 90 plus wage quits at the start of fall, and yeah, right up until start of the year, it came out. He said more wage quits than games completed last year. So there you go, bud. there one more? There he is. Digimon Digivolved into Gooner Bait, I think. There are some cool designs. Shroom was playing, and there was one that was a gun that itself had a gun. I think Digimon is more free in its design and progression because of its conceit. Yeah, I would say while the Legends games seem to experiment more with the formula, you know, the expected formula of a Pokemon game, it seems like Digimon just... Well, Digimon does have its own spin-offs, but from the games that I've taken a look at, it seems like Digimon has no problem if it wants to change genres between games. There's one I watched Goon play, Digimon Survive, and it's like half Fire Emblem, half visual novel. Digimon are just computer AI, so it's not constrained by a more naturalistic approach. I get it, so it's not like... The Digimon are... Because they're AI, they don't live in the world alongside with us, so... It doesn't have to be... I always thought this was weird with Pokemon, where literally everything all the human characters do ever, all the time, has to involve or have some relation to do with Pokemon. Like, they can't just be... There's no such thing as a human in the Pokemon world that doesn't... That has a life that does not involve Pokemon whatsoever. And look, I just think that's a bit unrealistic. Where's the last one? Oh. Look at this dumb little worm. This guy never returned. Feed fanciful expression in writing or speech in an elaborate metaphor. I thought you meant more referring to, how Pokemon is the bigger franchise, so it has like a hubris which Digimon lacks, so they have the freedom to experiment more, whereas Pokemon is prideful and not necessarily open to risk-taking, because then you risk pissing off the fans. Whereas Digimon is a smaller, more niche kind of game, so they can just do whatever the fuck they want. Yeah, so Pokemons are like, they're analogs for animals, right? So they've always existed, they've never not existed. Still, I just think it's weird how you look at the anime, or even if you read some of the manga and shit, you rarely see a character, if ever, that doesn't, like, their life doesn't revolve around Pokemon in some shape or form. That would be like, here in the now, if all of our lives revolved around us actively, constantly interacting with animals. And I get it, it's Pokemon, so it's based on the Pokemon, it's not based on the humans, so... You know, it makes sense for them to be so involved and all that shit. It's like justifying their existence. And it makes it more... It improves the immersion if the Pokemon are actually doing shit. It shows the natural cohesion of the relationships between the humans and Pokemon by showing them do shit like, I don't know, Blastoise helping out at the fire department. But I'm like, damn, can't we have at least one surly grouch that doesn't give a single fuck about Pokemon in the Pokemon world? Someone that just, you know, picks himself up by his bootstraps and does that shit all on his own. I'm not saying he has to hate Pokemon. Maybe he comes back to the house and he's got like a Meowth with his kid and his wife. But there's like someone that does a blue-collar Pokemon guy whose world does not revolve around Pokemon to bring the bread and butter home. Todd did that, no dinger. He just takes pictures of Pokemans. I guess. His occupation still revolves around Pokemon. It's kind of weird, too, because, like, Gen 1 Pokemon wasn't sure whether Pokemon were supposed to be analogs to animals or if they existed alongside regular-ass animals. So you'll occasionally see promo art of Gen 1 where, like, regular-ass dogs, birds, and fish exist. And then, of course, as they gradually introduce more Pokemon creatures with the advent of new generations, you have even less reason for regular-ass animals to show up. Blastoise's main job is going to Derek's birthday party. True. There are factory workers, it's just that Pokemon also work in the factory. This dude is like, he gives me Tack vibes from Kirby. I'm guessing they have the same inspiration. Not any different from nature photographers, though. But why can't we have a guy in the Pokemon world that's just a nature photographer? Like, if you ask him to take pictures of Pokemon, he'll just come at you like, that's not my expertise, go away. And actually, you think my rant is crazy, but the OG Pokemon anime had one episode where they go see a doctor, and he's like, "No, I'm just a regular human doctor. I'm not a Pokemon doctor, you guys." Does every janitor have a Pokemon to help mop the floor? Could you imagine? You got like Muck to help you. You got Muck to help you sweep it up. He helps eat all the trash. Dingus have a Voltorb to keep the stream going. My shoulder mon would be Shuckle. Shuckle makes berry juice. Shuckle would make berry juice to help me keep me hydrated, caffeinated. Gen 2 wasn't sure of a lot. Look at those dog shit stat lines. Gen 2 was sure of good design. Had a lot of Pokemon that I liked. How can you look at Shuckle and tell me he's bad? Mods, man, the Gen 2 haters. Like, seriously, man. Real talk. I still can't believe Dingus rated an actual woman yesterday and not a man. What do you mean? Actually, she was very cool. I did lurk for a lot of her stream. Luck of the draw with the recommended sidebar thing. She played Chrono Trigger and actually made it look cool, unlike the guy. Oh my god. Plus 200 style points for that dodge. I got hit anyway. Where was the star at? There's supposed to be a star here so I can get that golden chomp. The player knows there's something up with that golden chomp because he's golden! I guess I can't get him in this mission. It's the dedicated puzzle boss music. The use your brain music. Get ready to think style music. Oh wait, hold on. No! Come on! I'm supposed to do it from, yeah, upside down. You have Klefki, though, to help locksmiths get back into their cars. Or help people get back into their cars. Klefki is supposed to be a prankster, though. Klefki isn't supposed to be helpful. Klefki is the one that's stealing all the keys. That's why they're called Klefki. Because they're a kleptomaniac. Suffa Goomba? Oh, damn, I want that. No! I just want to see if there was anything up there! Oh! Oh man, can I cook or can I? Wow, Miyamoto, you think this is enough bombs? There you go. Which Pokemon will most likely be a DSP dent? Are you kidding? It's Blastoise! Nightdingus, thank you, UNF. Sorry the clip shoutout broke again. Maybe once I close OBS and then reopen it tomorrow, it'll be back to normal. But I promise you guys, it was working earlier. Daredevil Comet, Dusty Dune, Freeze Flame. Blastoise is not a DSP den? He literally was! It's okay if a Pokemon betrayed you. There's always superior Pokemon out there. There's always Feraligatr. Feraligatr will never let you down. Alright, I gotta do this one without getting hit. I like how he's got a spiny shell on his head. It's like he's ready for Mario Kart. Which is ironic because they never made this guy playable in any Mario Kart. It's like a Monty Mole on steroids. So I'm not sure if he's intended to be a Monty Mole or just a different kind of mole. got like a Scooby-Doo voice. It sounds like Scooby-Doo running away. Easy. Not exactly as difficult as the spooky boulder ghost. Relegated was garbage, so that was alright. Though the whole Totodile line is soulful. I will hear no arguments to the contrary. Gen 2 just has a lot of Kino lines. It's got Totodile line, it's got Hitmontop, Ampharos, Flaffy, Merit. It's got Sudowoodo, Shuckle, my boy Shuckle, Slugma, and Magcargo. I don't care how useless they are. They look cool. Wooper and Quagsire. It's got, dude, I just had him on top of my mind, Who was I thinking? Politoed. It's got Politoed. Imagine hating a gen that has Politoed in it. Croconaw was also a downgrade. I think it's weird how Croconaw has like a subtle caveman motif, but it's just not carried at all into Feraligatr. What were they thinking, you guys? That's just it. They weren't. Yeah, Hitmontop was cool to have because you had to balance your attack and your defense in order to acquire it. So you kind of had to micromanage your stats and use vitamins, or else you would end up getting either Chan or Lee. It's like one of those things you talk about on the playground. Well, I got like a secret Pokemon because I balanced my stats. Oh, Smeargle. Yeah, Smeargle is also the GOAT. Even if he can't learn Dark Void anymore. Ah! Scizor and Heracross? I might get flack for this. I think Scyther is a better design than Scizor. Felix was kind of trash. Only because Onyx was already trash. Reach? What do you think of Cleavor, Riku Zephyr? The third one, the weird one. I like Feraligatr, so my opinion's kind of invalid. No. All right, Luigi's up here. I think he might be. La 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 la. Put a picture up. I haven't thought about Pokemon since Gen 6. This is the other evolution of Scyther that was introduced in Legend Z-A. It is a rock bug type. Pablo, let's get a picture of the new Scyther evolution on screen. Wow, that's pretty big, bud. Let's shrink it down a bit. There he is. Our walking hero, Cleavor. Bug Rock. He has giant rocky axes, battle axes. And, I don't know. It looks like they when they were designing him, they looked like they attempted to design him with the Generation 1 aesthetic. Notice he's got, like, the Gen 1 Kanto eyes. He's got the Kanto eyes. Barbarian Pokemon. How does he sit? He doesn't. This is what I imagine actually Tingus to look like. I fuck with that. Oh, that's not too bad. It's still less good than Scyther, but it's leagues better than Scizor. I just the issue with Scizor to me is that I feel like it abandons too much of the design motifs of Scyther. It's like something where you can't even believe that they're in the same evolutionary tree. Now you have some of that in other evolutionary trees, even within the same generation, like Remoraid and Octillery. But I feel like Remoraid and Octillery justify sharing an evolutionary tree because of their concept. So they share a concept in that they're both based on firearms. So Remoraid is a gun with beam moves. It learns like signal beam and ice beam and shit. So because it's a gun, then Octillery is like a tank. I already explained this on another stream, but Octillery's beta sprite had like an army hat on, which I think would have gone a long way to making the concept a bit more visibly telegraphed to the audience. They were aiming to make it more like a robot sizer, I think, since the metal coat. Kanto Eyes sounds like you are saying all Pokemon look the same. No, it's just... the way that they designed Pokemon back in the day is not like how they design them now. I just mean like the beady little dot eyes. They don't use the dot eyes anymore, you guys. The coveted dot eyes. Hey Coggers. Sorry, we're rating Pokemon. Dots? Bring up a Scyther picture to compare. Pablo, bring up the Scyther picture, please. They even have him striking a similar pose to Scyther. You were here the whole time? I felt like you were. I couldn't remember if I'd already said hello to you or not because it's been a long stream. Alright, here's Scyther. Notice the Kanto eyes. Alright, let's get a side by side. You're working? I know. I know when you work. Look at it. Look at it. The Kanto aesthetic. The attempted, replicated Kanto aesthetic. Look, they're trying to evoke the imagery of Scyther's art. They got him striking a similar pose. Yeah, the classic Gen 1 sideways triangle eyes, exactly. Pretty good, pretty good. Well, there you go. So, sometimes, for me, stuff like that doesn't hit the mark. Oh no, not co-op mode. But I think Cleavor is alright. He just gets he's a bit overshadowed. But yeah, sometimes they'll give a Pokemon a new evolution, or regional form, or some new form of any kind, and I just won't give a shit about it. But Cleavor is okay. Hey Kamui, how you doing, Negus? I'm doing great, thank you for asking. Welcome in, welcome in. I was told I could finally go to bed once I get my 50th star, and we're right about there. Yes, hello, we were learning about Star Wars earlier. And why it's so awful. Quick restart the game? No, please no. No, we gotta watch anime in the morning. We got so much ding slop to catch up on. And also I haven't eaten. I mean, technically I got this little apple puree in front of me for my throat. Very good, very good. If you have the opportunity to mash and beat down any fruit, particularly an apple, to the consistency of a pulp, and then just kind of eat it as a snack, please do. Toss in some honey, a little bit of sugar. Oh my god, you guys, it's better than sex cake. Zuh. See the Staryu Mega Evolution? Nightmare Fuel? I did see the Staryu Mega Evolution. I do have, let's say, kind of an issue with the newer Mega Evolutions being kind of jokey compared to the Mega Evolutions of Gen 6, where Gen 6 Mega Evolutions feel a bit more serious and like a straight power-up. The ones introduced in this new game seem more jokey, like goofball kind of power-ups. Starmie's is definitely the big one that's up there. I look at the goofier designs and I'm like, why can't things just be sincere, you guys? Why does everything have to be a joke? Where the fuck is Luigi at? Not the one I'm playing as, the other one. I'm looking for another Luigi. What I just said makes no sense out of context. There he is. What do you mean, where's Luigi? He's right there, you fucking dunce. Are you good? Oh, wow. Oh, hey, me. I hid because of that big scary bug. Let's get the Patastar and go home. It's very admirable that Luigi just kind of accepts that there's another him running around collecting more power stars than he could ever hope to. And then when you collect the Power Star, somehow feels entitled to join on in, and then announce that he is Luigi as he collects the star, as if we are not already familiar with who he is. Alright, so this puts us at 50. Let's see. Pretty good, I can play this game in my sleep, brother. Turns out listening to a guy drone on and on and on and on about Star Wars really helps you burn through the midnight oil here. We got 50 stars in one go, meaning we got 60 left to collect. Wait, no, not 60, 70. I can't count. Shut up. Shut up. We have an amount of stars left to collect. But we are technically over halfway through, because we're now in World 4. And there are 7 of those domes in the game. I'll continue tomorrow, obviously. And by tomorrow, I mean later today. But it'll be a late stream. Yeah, it'll be a late stream. Sorry, I was looking at my schedule, you guys. He's confused. Oh, let's end by going. Let's send Luigi to the bedroom. It's Mimi time for Luigi. Alright, so what if he doesn't get to sleep with Rosalina? So what if he has to sleep alone, by himself, with no one else there but the Black Star, and the Black Star doesn't really interact with him, he's just kind of there to be the Black Star. At least Luigi gets the bed to himself. He'll fall asleep eventually. Right now. Right now. Okay, he's getting ready. He's gonna fall asleep right here. Come on. Okay, we gotta wait for him to lie down. He's gonna fall down in a second. Any day now. Even if he's alone, he can watch Kino Casino, pretend he's there with the boys, laughing at lolcows. We got, once Luigi lies down, he will secretly grab his, there it is. He will secretly grab his phone right now and pull up Kick. Let's see, kick.com/Kino Casino Gaming. Hello everyone! Nerdside the Guy here, and I am in your chat. Luigi definitely subscribes to Expand Dong. What did Luigi think of that recent 20-second clip? Hey everyone, Josh here from Matt the Internet, and Darkside Phil talked to Ralph, and literally nothing of substance happened. Alright everybody! Thanks for coming out to the clip. That's it. I can't stall out anymore. I really should be going to bed. Out of my sub box, I was expecting a 1 hour Josh Moon takedown, not 24 seconds. You didn't look at the time of the time length of the video? I didn't want that to come across as clickbait or like a joke or something. Well, I guess I did intend it as a kind of a little bit of a punchline. But come on, I thought it was funny. He talks about Phil for 2 seconds and then says, "Actually, I don't fucking care. Let's talk about Ralph saying that he wants to die." It's hilarious. Don't worry. Thank you. But, ladies and gentlemen, yup, it's looking like it's that time again. Do appreciate everyone stopping by, being positive, engaging, attending, and maybe even supporting. Open up Streamlabs. I'm not rage quitting, or wage quitting, or board quitting. I gotta be up in the morning for anime, and then work for the late shift later. Snore quitting. He's snore quitting. Boo. Boo!
Found your weak spot.
Thank you for the 20-bit cheer, Infamous Chaos. Well, Hail Mary tip. Let's keep the momentum going. Guys, OT is now... No, OT is not in session. I didn't finish that sentence. OT is not in session. You hear me? OT is not in session. OT never happened. It never did. Right, let me open Streamlabs and get you out of here. See who's live right now. Fucking 4 in the morning, 5 a.m. Eastern. I'm guessing no one. All right, there we go. Appreciate everyone for stopping by, even if you're here the whole time, or at least for a little bit. Big ups Star Wars, big ups Disney, big ups Juju, and big downs to Roundhead Ryan. Not that Ryan.
It's nice to rest your eyes.
Thanks for stopping by. Oh my god. My phone's at 44%. I gotta charge it, you guys. I'm a modern day Zoomer in a scary modern world. My phone has to be at least 90% charged at all times or I start getting worried. Big ups, big ups. Thank you so much to everybody for enjoying the chill. Let's see, what do we got here? Yeah, thank you Mina and UNF for the respective raids. We got Mina with the party of 14, UNF with the party of 4, Infamous Chaos, the 20-bit cheer. Weagle with the follow. Cards Don't Lie, the sub. Out of nowhere, out of the blue. Tier 1. Praise the Sun. Right with a party of 4. Tuna Sandwich with the follow. Infamous Chaos, the 5-bit cheer. Almighty Heaven, massive, indomitable, incomparable, unconceivable raid. Massive raid with party of 238. And 1338. 1337. 1337. Yeah, Dan 1337 with the raid with the party of 21. Infamous Chaos, the 10-bit cheer. Eddie B43, tier 1 for 37 months. Sleepy Zaw, new pal Sleepy Zaw, massive raid with the party of 16. Infinite Collector, thank you for the follow. Sleepy Zaw, follow behind the scenes. Lust for Big Bananas with the follow behind the scenes. I guess he found a kindred spirit in my name. And Marked One massive Marked 1 raid, party of 25, before I even got on the mic. Marked 1 was like, "Hey, bruv, I say, Dinger is live, isn't it? And I never get to raid Dinger. I vote that we go raid Dinger before he even gets on the mic." And I swear to God, if you look at the VOD, the raid hits literally as I unmute. Now, you can't see that. You can't see me fiddling around in OBS, but I promise you, the raid hits as I unmute. Take it easy, Dingus. Thank you. Oi, bruv. Now you take the piss out of the fellow countryman, Sir Mark. You get it? What's gonna happen? GPM's gonna go over there, go visit Marked 1 again, and then go teach. They're gonna both come teach me a lesson. I wouldn't beat GPM in a fight. I definitely wouldn't beat Marked 1. Absolutely would not beat Marked 1 in a bout. But I wouldn't beat up GPM either. GPM has he would mog me. He's got the height advantage and the weight advantage. He really is huge. GPM's a tall fella. He's very boisterous, very bulky. I would not stand a chance. If they come to the US, they might be overwhelmed by the sense of freedom. That's the only thing I have. That's the only thing I have for my self-defense, is that they come over and they see me saluting with a tear in my eyes. I look up at the Statue of Liberty thinking about my apple pie and baseball, and that might just be enough to make both of them collapse on fight. We can only hope so. I don't really have any other defense mechanisms. I never ordered the pepper gun. I don't have the pepper gun. I could have ordered it, but I never ordered it. If you don't know what a pepper gun is, it's pepper spray, but as a gun. I almost ordered it when I worked retail, but then I was like, well, if I ever have to use this and it kind of spirals out into a bigger issue, it would kind of look bad on the store surveillance if it looked like I was holding something that looked like a real gun, even if it was quite obviously not. And thus, I never ordered the pepper gun, but it looks real wacky if you look it up. A gift from France, back when they were accepting gifts from. As true as a British man, I visited New York City and cried my eyes out with the power of capitalism and freedom looking at the Statue of Liberty. You were the one. You're not Italian, but let's say you were an Italian. You're one of the Italians in the boat, sailing the seas, looking at the Statue of Liberty in the distance, and you're like, oh my God, it's finally over. It's finally over. I'm finally in a real country. I don't ever have to fuck with sugary tomato sauce ever again. Fuck my family and fuck their recipes. I can finally have real authentic Italian cuisine in New York City and not in my home country of origin. All right, what are we doing? What are we looking at? Where are we? Who are we? My God, is Slump Neko playing Crash? How long has she been live? Then he straight to spot of Satan named Phil. Turns out I was Dave Sr. the entire time. She's only been live 2 hours? Oh my gosh, she's in the super hard levels. Yeah, let's do it. I'm a sucker for Crash. we're crashing out. Femboy rate? No, Slump's a woman. Don't act like that over there. Slump is a Latina babe with big bazongas. She recently got a new computer. Her streams were kind of bugging out before then. I can relate. I think she was also using a laptop to run the stream, if I'm not mistaken. She is playing Crash Bandicoot, the remake style. I think she's doing Stormy Ascent, the super duper hard DLC level. No, she's good people. Here's another one I found through the power of the recommended sidebar. All right, let's do this. Simple raid message. If you got the emotes, post the raid message. If you don't, suffer. No, we found a lot of swell people through the recommended sidebar. It's been a good couple of months for that. But yeah. Bye-bye, adios, mimi time. We'll see you when we see you. And if we didn't see you, then we didn't see you. But if we did see you, then we saw you. And if we didn't see you, hopefully we will see you next time. If I can see myself in the mirror each and every single day, hopefully we can inspire viewers like you, Rue, to see themselves in their mirrors each and every single day. Bye-bye.